Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As is tradition, a reading of the list of residents who passed away during the year. George L. Baudette, Sylvia Brown, Helen Davis, Joseph DeHood, Jessica Colburn, Gary Hopper, Joseph Bonfiglio, Lucian LaCroix, Daniel Demers, Sandra Terrio, Dibby Barker, Denise Holy, Douglas Pearson, Martin Karofsky, Kimberly Reynolds, Terrence Goonan, Melvin Stratton, John Wilcox, Donald Walden, Horace Palmer, Maureen Bates, Leola Arend, Christine Cochran, Deborah Smith, Daniel Alexander, George Clayton Jr., Beverly Bilodeau, Rosemary Machado, Michael Sisto, Priscilla Webster, Sarah Agiff, John Radefeld, Richard LaFay, David Ladd, Alan Ilsley, Philip Sullivan, Barbara Bassett, Randall Burnt, William Sestito Jr., Gary Powers, James Duhame, Stephanie Senecal, and Roseanne MacArthur. And I would also ask people to please silence your cell phones. Rules for the deliberative session. Today's votes will be cast using the colored voting card. If you are a registered voter and do not have a card, you must sign in with the supervisors of the checklist in order to get one. Please sign your card and either take it with you or turn it into the supervisors when you leave. If you are not a registered voter, you cannot participate in voting and must be sitting in the designated area for non-voters. I will read the warrant article as it appears in the warrant. I will place the article on the floor for discussion, debate, and/or amendment, so we have a final version that will appear on the ballot for the March 12th voting. If you would like to restrict reconsideration, once an article has had a final vote, a motion must be made to do so. Any voter may question a ruling by the moderator by asking to appeal the ruling to the body as a whole. A majority vote is required to overrule the moderator. I will call on the selectman, finance committee, and/or petitioner as is appropriate to speak to an article. I will then open the floor to questions, comments, and/or amendments by the voters. If you would like to speak on an article, please stand in line at the microphone, and when you are recognized to speak, please state your name clearly prior to the beginning. All speakers will be required to show their voter identification sticker or card. And please speak close to the microphone for everyone. Only registered voters will be allowed to speak unless a majority of the voters present decide otherwise. Ask permission, let's see. Oh, I have to ask permission for the town council to speak. Town council that does not live in town, just with no objection, they will be speaking. Okay. Questions and/or comments will be directed to the moderator, and no conversation directed to others on the floor will be allowed. A motion to call the question will not be accepted until all have had a fair opportunity to express their views. In order to make this meeting run smoothly and efficiently, please be brief and non-repetitive with your comments and stick to the subject matter within the article. We'll discuss only what is germane to the written article. If a speaker is repeating what has already been discussed, I will ask them to move on to any other question or comment they may have. Amendments will be accepted, however, they must be in writing. And in order to eliminate any confusion, this will be accepted once the Selectmen, Finance Committee, and petitioner have had an opportunity to speak. Only one amendment will be allowed on the floor at any time. Once an amendment is voted on, I will ask for any other amendments. An amendment cannot change the subject matter, purpose, or intent of the article as posted. Request to have a paper ballot must be in writing and signed by 5 registered voters. And without objection, I will not be reading the entire warrant article. Yes. You can change the intent. Okay, so you can change the intent of the article, just not the subject matter. Thank you. So with no objection, I'm not going to read the entire article. I don't think anybody wants to be here till midnight. So we'll start with Article 6. Shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session, for the purposes set forth therein totaling $8,574,144. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $8,240,774, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 4013 X and XV1 and take up the issue of a revised operating budget only, and this will be covered by Chairman Hippler.
All right, good morning, everybody. Moderator Morton, if I could, I'd like to introduce everybody that you're looking at. So I am Chairman Ricky Hippler. To my left shoulder is Selectman Sherry Burdick, Selectman Salem Bloom, Town Council Laura Spector Morgan. I'm sorry, I don't know your name, sir.
Yeah, I'm Weston Sager. I'm assisting Lord.
I figured you were with her. To my right shoulder is Selectman Benji Knapp, Janice Matthews, Town Administrator Naomi Bolton, and behind us is the Finance Administrator Beth Rouse, Clay Creasy from the library, Acting Chief Mark Rourke from the Fire Department. Trying to go off my shoulder here. Jason Fisk, DPW Director, and directly behind me, I guess I'll behave, is Police Chief Christopher Moore. Yes, so we'll go with the article. The operating budget is 4.05% increase over the default budget. 21.5% of that increase is related to insurance premiums rising. The town is not immune to the increased costs for goods, services, and contracts that allow the town to continue the level of service the town has come to expect. The operating budget also includes warrant articles that were approved as recurring costs in 2023.
Tom, from the Finance Committee.
I've been fighting laryngitis, so if I conk out here, I'll have to turn it over to our Vice Chair, Carrie Tepper. I'd just like to say a few things about our committee. Thank them, first of all. It's a long grind from October through now, meeting on a regular basis. And we had a very diverse group who I think worked very well together. For the second year in a row, you'll see that there's both a majority and a minority opinion in each of our statements. And I think that is a good thing because it allows the voter to weigh both sides and make their own choice, which is what it's all about. So going to the article, operating budget, it's not recommended by a vote of 6-5. Noting that the 8.1% tax hike last year, the committee took a hard look at areas where it could limit this year's tax increase without severely impacting operations. The difference between the proposed and default budgets of $333,370 results in a $91 tax difference on a $350,000 property. The majority of the committee supports the default budget. Budgeted but unspent money as a result of Highway Department and other position vacancies will help cover increased health insurance and other costs. If actual revenues exceed conservative estimates, the gap will be reduced even further. The minority supports the proposed budget, noting that the default does not fund certain increased costs such as insurance, for which funds have been found elsewhere, must be found elsewhere. Last year, the voters approved the proposed budget to get back on track after several years of default budgets. The minority does not want to head down that road again, noting the impact of multiple default budgets. Thank you.
Open for public comment.
Good morning. Mr. Moderator, I have a question concerning hazardous waste. I don't see a warrant article specific as we've had in past years for hazardous waste, and I wonder if it's somehow embedded in the proposed budget.
Would you be able to answer that, Ricky? Thank you.
Yeah, it was actually inserted into the budget a few years ago. It is line 998 under the transfer station, hazardous waste day. This year, when they opened up to accept, it was closed within, I think, what, an hour and a half, Jason? About an hour and a half. They accepted as much waste as the line item would allow, plus a little bit. So it was inserted in the budget a few years ago.
Was that increased for this year? Because a lot of people came afterwards, as I'm sure the highway remembers, and were not able to dispose of their hazardous waste.
Yes, that's why it was increased.
It
Yep.
was increased?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. It was actually doubled.
Any further public comment? And keep in mind, folks, as someone goes up to the microphone, you can stand in line behind them so that we're not waiting all day long for the next person to come up. Thank you.
Frank Campana, Quaker Street. It applies to this year's overall budget, but I'm going to backtrack to last year. The proposed budget passed last year, and the town ended up, for various reasons, the town ended up with over $500,000 in surplus money. Of that amount, they spent at the end of the year for various things. They spent $154,000, which left a balance of roughly $350,000 that went back into the general fund. To aggravate that, if you want to use the word aggravate, which I do, that surplus, the town, the selectmen, for various reasons, did not return any money to reduce taxes, which is a little bit out of the ordinary. Again, I say for various reasons. So what happened to the tax rate, as you got your December bill, the town portion and the way that was voted last year, the town portion increased 23%, which is a 71-cent increase on the tax bill. The overall rate, which includes schools, county, and the state education fund, the overall rate went up 8.3%, or $1.44 for the overall rate. That's what the indication on the way that you voted last year, and that's how it showed up on your December tax bill. So I would support certainly the opportunity to vote for the default budget. I think, again, there may be not opportunities to have extra money in the budget as of last year for various reasons, but I would not support the proposed budget in light of your tax bill in December. Thanks.
Any further public comment? Notwithstanding, we're going to vote on that amendment to, sorry, go ahead.
As we've discussed over the past several years, you don't have to vote to place it on the warrant, so it
Okay.
will appear on the warrant as written. And
Okay.
then Naomi has made a motion to restrict reconsideration of this article later in the meeting, so you'll vote on that.
Okay. So we're just going to vote to restrict reconsideration. All in favor? Okay. It will go on the ballot as written. Article 7, shall the town approve the cost items contained in the 3-year collective bargaining agreement reached between the Board of Selectmen and the New England Police Benevolent Association Union for the police department employees, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at the current staffing level. Fiscal year 2024, $65,439, 5%. 2025, $66,056, 5%, and 2026, $69,359, 5%. And further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $65,439 for the current fiscal year, which sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at current staffing levels, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0. Estimated tax impact of 5 cents per thousand. And this one will go to Selectman Burdick.
Okay. This is just to bring their wages up to keep the full force. We've got 11 police officers currently, and we don't want to lose anybody.
Sherry, can you speak close to the mic? Sorry, I can barely hear you.
It also includes the officers that have an associate's degree will end up with a from 24 cents an hour to 48 cents an hour increase. The bachelor degree will go from 48 cents an hour to 72, and masters will go from 72 an hour to 96 cents. So we're just hoping that this goes through and we keep our police officers.
Tom from the Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee recommends this article by a vote of 10-1. The committee believes this contract offers a balanced solution for taxpayers in the town. The 5% increase each year, although it exceeds the current rate of inflation, is reasonable given the inherent risks of the profession and the difficulty in filling positions statewide and nationally, as well as in Weare. Weare currently has all positions filled, and this contract will give us the best opportunity to keep it so. Retaining officers avoids the lengthy certification process through the police academy and local on-the-job training. The estimated first-year cost of the contract is $18 on a $350,000 property, with similar projections for 25 and 26. The estimated cost for the contract for 3 years is $397,788, with a total tax impact of $53 on the $350,000 property. The minority believes that 5% annual increases exceeds inflation and might have the effect of ensuring non-union raises result in the same over the 3-year period. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Public comment?
Brent Dickinson, Dells Way. Good morning, Mr. Moderator.
Morning.
There was a dissenting vote on the Finance Committee, and I'd like to ask Chief Moore to respond to that, and also ask a question of Chief Moore, how readily available candidates are for a hire.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I actually looked at the numbers since I've been here. The officers' pay rate compared to the rate of inflation since I've been here, they've actually gotten just over a 1% raise in the 4.5 years I've been here. So they're keeping pretty steady with inflation. Unfortunately, we're not able to still compete with neighboring jurisdictions. Signing bonuses, hiring bonuses are up to $30,000 for some agencies trying to lure your officers away. That's pretty much half of a really nice car. Officers are topping out at $90,000 after 3 years in some jurisdictions. They top out about $65,000 here. Let's see, I lost my train of thought. This would definitely help maintain our competitiveness where we wouldn't lose officers. We are the unicorn around here, being fully staffed. Dunbarton's the only one I'm aware of fully staffed. I just attended an administrative hearing with the state police. They're 20% short of personnel. They've got about 365 and they're over 70 positions short. That's definitely felt throughout law enforcement in New Hampshire. It's a very, very competitive process to find officers and get them to actually want to work for you. When we find officers, it's usually people who know us who want to work with us. It's not anyone just looking to be in law enforcement because they're going to go initially for the higher paying job. So I appreciate the Finances Committee coming to this decision, and overall, I do believe they made the right choice.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Okay, none withstanding. So we vote to restrict reconsideration on this article. All in favor? Okay, it will go on the ballot as read. Article 8. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $98,190, representing a 5% COLA pay increase for all non-union town and library personnel except the town administrator? If this article were approved, this would become part of the annual operating budget, and the difference in wages and benefits annually would be $130,920, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 5-0, estimated tax impact of 8 cents, and this would be Selectman Bloom.
All right, I'll move the article as read. Is there a second? This represents an increase for 58 full-time and permanent part-time employees, plus numerous parks and recreation employees, as well as numerous on-call firefighters and per diem employees. 32.8% of this warrant article is for the increases to the Department of Public Works personnel. 33.4% of this warrant article is for the increases of first responders, and the remaining 33.8% is for the town clerk office, assessing, library, transfer station, selectman's office, tax collector, finance, land use, parks and recreation, code enforcement, welfare, and health departments.
Tom from the Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee recommends this article by a vote of 6-5. This article gives a 5% COLA raise to almost all non-union town employees. While this percentage exceeds the actual 3.2% COLA over the past year, a majority of members believe it is acceptable this year, given the high inflation rate in previous years. The 5% will also keep non-union raises consistent with police union 5% raises. The estimated annual impact is $28 on a $350,000 property. The minority believes that the 5% was excessive and should have been 3 or 4% to be consistent with the real COLA. It also believes pay raises should be performance-based rather than across the board.
Public comment?
Frank Campana, Quaker Street. As we walk through the budget from beginning to end at dollar amounts, I'd like people to keep in mind that the schools are also a larger portion of your tax bill, and the Weare school budget is projected to have a $490 increase on a $350,000 house, and Ware's portion of John Stark is a $73 increase on a $350,000 house.
So Frank, is that part of this article?
It is, as I say, as we walk through the article,
Okay.
through the articles, all right, which this article is, and as the Finance Committee has pointed out, the rate of inflation is 3.2%, so you can go either side of that. And I think that it's a very slippery slope for the selectmen over the last few years. They've tied non-union raises to the raises of the police department. I understand we don't want to offend somebody to give them a lesser of a raise as a union person, but that may be the nature of the beast. So I think the board ought to seriously discuss pay raises for contracted people and for non-contracted people, and tie it more to the rate of inflation at the time.
Travis Corcoran, Quaker Street. I agree with Frank. I think that the non-union raises are above actual cost of living. I think that we're not currently getting what we're paying for. I think that some of the contracts that we've signed in the past are out of control. There are things that absolutely don't exist in the private sector, like if you get terminated, you get 6 months of salary, that if you break the law, the town will pay your legal expenses. I won't get into some of the examples of this having happened, but I'm very much against this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Notwithstanding? We vote to restrict reconsideration on this. All in favor? This will, Article 8 will go on the ballot as read. Article 9, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $70,013 to cover the cost of the wage adjustment by increasing the hourly wages for the full-time highway department personnel by adding $3 to step 1 for each position. This cost represents wages, payroll, taxes, and New Hampshire retirement system contributions for 9 months. If this article is approved, this will become part of the annual operating budget with an estimated annual cost of $92,768. It's recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0, and the estimated tax impact is 5 cents. And this would be Benjamin Knapp, Vice Chairman Knapp.
I move it as read. Second. So this article is to bring the DPW pay up to keep the people that we have and hopefully recruit new people. With the job market, as any job out there, it is, especially in the construction world, we're drastically under the average. I would like to point out, for any historical knowledge, that there was 6 years in a row, I believe, a number of years back, that the non-union employees did not get the raises. So if you just average that at 50 cents an hour, that's $3 an hour that we have been behind. We're just trying to make that up. So this, again, is for retainment and recruitment. And yeah, right now there's 7 vacancies in DPW. So hopefully we can get that up so they have an easier time next winter.
Thank you. Tom from the Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee recommends this article by a vote of 8-3. The majority of the committee believes that keeping and attracting employees is a real problem area, not only for Weare, but a large number of towns and cities in New Hampshire. We all see the signs around New Hampshire trying to hire plow drivers and plow contractors. Weare is no different, as we've been unable to fill multiple vacancies in our highway department. The current regimen requires a complex smorgasbord of Band-Aid remedies to get by. These include overtime, bonuses, subcontractors to keep our roads clear and in good repair. This is not a sustainable solution. This article is designed to provide an additional wage grade adjustment so that we can be competitive to fill vacancies. These personnel would also receive the 5% non-union COLA if the previous warrant article passes. The estimated annual tax impact is $19 on a $350,000 property. The minority believes the 5% non-union raise proposed in the previous article were adequate, as they already exceed the rate of inflation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Any public comment?
Good morning. Richard Butt, Old Town Road. Could you provide some background information? I keep hearing the words competitive, whether it's a teacher's contract, police contract, and it was mentioned here as well, trying to be competitive. I'm sure you did your due diligence, so could you tell us what the $3 an hour increase does in terms of competing with other towns? Are we equal to other towns? Are we higher than? And just provide some justification for a substantial $3 an hour increase. Thank you.
I guess to answer your question up front, Frank, Dick, I'm sorry, don't believe that I have a wage study in front of me, but working in the business, I can tell you that it brings it up around the average. Town I work in is up near that neighborhood. So to answer your question, there isn't a wage study number to give you.
And I'll weigh in a little bit. I mean, I am kind of in the commercial driving profession. The wages that are being proposed, I mean, this is CDL operators. Let's take it a little bit further away from municipality, and let's just use that license as the hinge. I mean, you look around, if anybody has a commercial license, Class A tractor trailer, it's in the mid-30s for pay, hourly rate. And then a CDLB, which is required to drive the plow trucks here in town, you're in the high 20s for any aspect of it. Cement mixer, hazmat, hauling fuel oil, et cetera, like that. So just a quick look down Indeed, and you can see exactly where the wages are and what they're paying with sign-on bonuses.
Yeah, John Lawton, Oak Hill Road. I just have a question. I'm trying to gather, you have $3. I'm assuming that's the starting wage you hire somebody at? Is that step one? Is that what you're?
Yes.
Could you tell me what the $3 brings the starting rate to? In other words, if we're paying 15 now, to go to 18, what, can you just give me a ball, a feel?
Truck driver would be 23.
What's that?
For a truck driver, it would be $23 per hour.
The start?
Yes.
Okay. And one other thing, could we up the volume a little bit? I'm having a hard time hearing. So.
Yeah, you have to bring them a little closer. Yeah. Is everybody hearing me okay? Okay, yeah. I think it's just the proximity. Are you speaking, Brent? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Brent Dickinson, Dells Way. Question I would have is, these employees aren't just truck drivers, are they? They're also required to operate equipment. And do you know off the top of your head the average equipment operator hourly wage?
You want it? Okay. That I don't know. Jason, would you want to speak to this or no? I guess he's going to speak to it.
There we go. Sorry about that. So this article would bring the base equipment operator up to $24 an hour. The two positions we have currently that I can give you an example of is 25 and 26.
Okay, so the equipment operators are also required to operate trucks and plow the roads?
Exactly.
Okay. So what I've seen is equipment operators are well into the 30s and to low 40s. So in your opinion, would this get us even close to competitive?
So it's going to get us close to competitive. There's other towns. Henniker starts at $23 an hour. Like Selectman Knapp said, they're in New Boston, they're just a touch less. Deering, they're a couple dollars an hour more than us. So that's just a couple towns around that we're going to be competitive with. if this goes through.
But we're not competitive with the private sector.
No, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you both. Any other public comment?
Chuck Metcalf, North Stark Highway. I think I heard Benji say there were 7 current openings. I guess my question would be out of how many positions, so we got a percentage of the vacancy rate.
Okay, I believe it's 13, right, Jason?
Yeah. One of those is a part-time.
One of those is part-time.
Any other public comment? Right?
Frank Campana again. The speaker before last, the way he spoke as far as being competitive with the private sector, it really sounds like the board is really, you're not asking enough for a raise. What is enough for a town employee if we're going to compete with the private sector? You know, $3 is chicken feed. You should have asked for a lot more. We'll be here next year, the year after, and forever. The same argument. Well, we're not competitive. We're not competitive. Well, you know, bite the bullet. Tell us taxpayers to bite the bullet and give these guys $40, $50, $60 an hour. And then other towns will start catching up to us. So you're doing a disservice by every year coming back, we're not competitive. We're not competitive. This is ridiculous. And I'm not, you know, it may put me out of my house. I'm sure it probably would. It may put other people's out of their houses. But certainly the speaker before me is advocating that you're not doing enough.
Thank you, Frank. Any further public comment? Notwithstanding, we vote to restrict reconsideration. All in favor? Article 9 will go on the ballot as read. Article 10. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $22,993 to cover a wage adjustment by increasing the hourly wages for each full-time fire and rescue personnel employee, an average of $1.50 per hour. This represents wages, payroll taxes, and New Hampshire retirement system contributions for 9 months. If this article is approved, this would become part of the annual operating budget with an estimated annual cost of $29,813. The recommendation by the Board of Selectmen is vote 2, 1 against, and 2 abstained. Estimated tax impact of 2 cents. And this would go back to Chairman Hippler.
Move it as written.
Second.
This article is intended to adjust the wage scale of the full-time members of the fire department. Retention of employees is becoming more difficult nationwide, both public and private sector, and this will assist in keeping our roster complete in a very competitive fire service profession. Chief Rourke, do you want to speak to it or no? Okay.
Good morning, Acting Chief Rourke. I'm recommending this wage of $1.50 an hour. Again, echoing the last articles that went through, filling positions statewide, nationally, whether it be law enforcement, highway, fire department, EMS, rescue personnel. It's becoming harder and harder. We have recently put in just to give you an example, there's a position open now. Although it's a secretary's position, it does carry hopefully a medical certificate with that, so we could use them during the day. But that's been out for 17 days and I have not received anything yet. We're going to be having one of our employees is going to be leaving, relocating, and this wage adjustment basically is giving us a competitive chance of drawing someone in. Most of our people who work on the fire department now live in town. They are town residents, just like yourselves, and they respond back on calls when they're not on duty because our call force is down to 3 or 4 people. So the people who live in town are full-time employees. I want to try to keep them. Just the cost of getting someone new in the department is probably in the $8,000 range every time someone leaves, between gear, training, outfitting them, getting them up to speed, working overtime with another person until they get up to speed. I think it's fair for the employees for retention and recruitment that you consider this. Thank you.
Oh, he's got the other one too. The articles. He just took the town one. Yeah, thank you. Any other public comment? Oh, Tom, yes, sorry.
That's all right, you can't hear me very well anyways. The committee voted not to recommend this article 11-0. The committee does not believe this wage adjustment is warranted. As of January the 8th, EMT firefighter full-time positions are filled with 1 projected vacancy. If the non-union raises in Article 8 pass, these personnel will receive the 5% COLA raises, plus the $1.50, which is another 6%, for a total raise of 11%. Until retention and inability to hire demonstrate the need for a wage adjustment, the committee believes the current staff of 8 permanent employees and 3 per diem members can handle the workload. The estimated annual impact is $8 on a $350,000 property.
Thank you, Tom. Now we have public comment. No public comment? Okay.
Kate Bloom, Duck Pond Road. I'm going to echo what Finance said. If this passed, it would end up amounting to about an 11% raise for fire between the 5% COLA and this additional almost 6%. I think that is above and beyond what is justified in this case, considering that they are almost full. They do not have the issues that DPW has. And so I would like to submit an amendment to zero out this wage adjustment.
Okay. Or does this have to be? Amendment to Article 10, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $0 to cover a wage adjustment by increasing the hourly wages for each full-time fire and rescue personnel employee, an average of $0 per hour. This represents wages, payroll taxes, and New Hampshire retirement system contributions for 9 months. If this article is approved, this would become part of the annual operating budget with an estimated annual cost of $0, estimated tax impact 0. Right, so now public comment on this amendment.
Clarence Gardner, John Connor Road. Addressing the lawyer, I guess. I never see this happen, but are we allowed to make an amendment like zero this out if this other one passes?
I never see that happen either. I don't see why you could not amend an article to include a contingency, because regular articles can have contingencies when they're put on the ballot. So I think you could do that.
Any other, go ahead.
I would support a contingency that this is if COLA passes.
Okay. Oh, that would be another amendment to this. That's kind of.
Has this amendment been seconded yet for discussion?
This is not, this amendment as it's read. Can I get a second for that? Okay, thank you. So would we vote on this, or I've never had an article? You haven't either.
So it's up to the moderator how to do this. Most towns don't allow amendments to amendments. So adding a contingency at this point would be an amendment to an amendment, which most towns wouldn't allow, if for no other reason than because it just starts to get really confusing. So I would say if you want to add a contingency to this article, that you would vote to defeat this article, and then there would be a new amendment with that contingency in it. That would be the cleanest way to do it. But right now, I don't think anyone has actually tried to make an amendment to add that contingency, so I would say we would continue to have discussion on the amendment to zero it out, and then you would vote on that, and then depending on how that goes, you could have another amendment if you want.
That makes sense. Yep. Okay, so in that case, do we have any further public discussion on this amendment to the article?
Could you just repeat it? I was a little unclear.
Repeat the amendment?
Yes.
Yes. So shall the town, basically what it's saying, and I can read the entire thing, but basically what it's saying is what you're reading on Article 10, rather than saying $1.50 an hour and the $22,993 per year and so forth, it is zero. So it's basically a different way of voiding the article, so to speak, or voiding any kind of an increase of the article. Simple way to put it, unless you want me to read the whole thing again. It's really all it's doing, though. Frank, did you have a comment?
Frank Campana. Well, I'm admitting to my ignorance and to my confusion. The article itself does not indicate any 5% COLA. It just has a $1.50 per hour raise.
Correct.
And as I read the finance, and I appreciate the work of the Finance Committee for being so upfront and explaining articles, et cetera, et cetera. So they indicate a 5% COLA, again, in Finance Committee, and then the 6% representing the $1.50 an hour. So again, my ignorance, does that mean if this amendment is affirmed, that the 5% COLA is not going to go to the...
Two separate issues.
I'm making my question probably even more confusing, but...
No, two separate issues. So the 5% is one article.
Okay.
And if it passes or it doesn't pass, that's all by itself. That's a separate issue. If this amendment passes,
right,
regardless of whether the other one does or not,
right,
this will basically void any tax increase or employee wage increase.
Okay, so the amendment refers strictly to the way the article is written, to, referring to the $1.50.
The amendment is strictly to Article 10.
Right.
It would zero out Article 10. My understanding is those employees would still get the COLA if that article passes.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Correct.
Helene Kirk, Monty Burn Road. Wouldn't it be just easier for Kate to withdraw her amendment rather than going through a vote? Wouldn't it be cleaner?
She can do that if she wants, sure.
Oh, okay. The other thing, just as a point of information, won't the fire department be part of the selectmen's responsibility and no longer the Board of Fire Wards come March by a vote that we did last year? Just as a point of information.
Come April 1st, yes.
Okay.
Any further public comment? Go ahead, Tom.
I would be against this amendment because it takes away a choice of voters on this raise. I mean, regardless of who recommends it or not, I think the voters should have a chance to vote on it. So I would be against it, the amendment.
Okay.
I believe that the original ask by the chief was for 6% overall, without the understanding that he was going to be part of that COLA. I would move that not zero it out, but change it to 25 cents, which would bring it up to 6% for the original ask.
So what you're asking is you'd like to put in another amendment?
Yes, so I'd write that out.
Yes.
You can't do that until we're done dealing with
But
this amendment.
This has to be voted on first.
Okay.
Yep. Is there any further discussion on this amendment?
Mr. Moderator, point of order. Can you just have the people that come up state their name, please?
Oh, yes, please state your name when you come up to the microphone, and please come up close to the microphone so everybody can hear you. Any further public discussion on the amendment?
Clarence Gardner again, not trying to keep this going forever, but Ms. Bloom offered to simply retract this and put in a new one. It seems like that's what we want to do.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
Like she's busily writing.
So are you tabling this amendment at this point?
Withdrawing it, you would be withdrawing it.
Yep. Go ahead. Go ahead.
David Erickson, Poor Farm Road. Giving Kate a little time to work on this amendment. I just wanted to comment that I think this process that we're in the middle of is an example of why it's important we come out to these meetings and why I wish we just had a town meeting rather than SB2. Because we learn things when we come to these meetings and we can work together to come up with a better solution than we had when we began the meeting. So good for us. I think we're doing a good job on this. I also have a question. As we compare the competitiveness of salaries for police, fire, highway, library, how much difference do the benefits make? Are the benefits here in the public sector a big enough advantage to attract people to the town compared to the private sector? I don't know what, maybe Ricky would have that answer, or any of you.
I, for one, do not. I don't know if there's a good comparison there where this is the fire service, private sector versus public sector, but actually, for you want to? No. Yeah. Just because the fire service is more private sector than anything, that's all.
And Helene?
Excuse me,
I don't know
public
where
sector.
you are, but you were right. The organization, the selectmen take over 1 year after the vote, not April 1st.
Brent Dickinson, Dells Way. I wasn't going to ask this question, but she needs time. We'll ask the question. This is the first small town. I've always lived in small towns, and this is the first small town that didn't have a volunteer fire department, or at least a segment that was volunteer. And I was wondering why we don't have volunteers.
Is that something the acting chief could answer? Or the select board?
So I've been on for almost 20 years, it'll be 20 years in July that I've been on the call force. So the call force it's paid, it's an hourly rate. When I first started in 2004, it was $7.25 an hour. There we go. I personally have never been in it for the money. I've always been in it to help the community. But that would be the closest equivalent to volunteer. There are volunteer departments in the area, of course. But again, volunteerism is dwindling. I know that all the surrounding towns that do not have at least a per diem and or full-time model, that have somebody in the station, waiting for that call, are hurting. Those individuals are responding because, again, the volunteerism is dwindling. I mean, really, it's still volunteerism for a better word. they're hurting because they're burning out those responders that are coming out, and only the EMS requirements are getting harder and harder to fulfill if you're not in the profession full time. So we do have call force, we do have part time, and we do have full time here. So it's kind of a whole trifecta here for Weare.
Thank you very much.
Luke Drake, Duck Pond Road. It's kind of a point of order. It seems that we're not following the articles that we're discussing, a previous article, or allowing other people to talk in order to provide time for someone to modify an amendment. And that seems out of order to me. It seems like I don't have a problem with an amendment or retracting it or voting on it and submitting a change. But for us to pontificate on other issues that aren't related to the article at hand, unless I'm misunderstanding, it seems out of order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Travis Corcoran, Quaker Street. I've got 2 points related to this article, but going a bit meta. The first one, I think it was Tom Clow. I'm in the back, it's hard to see, so if it wasn't Tom, I apologize. He raised the point that in general, or I think the point he raised generalizes that in this meeting we should never zero out via amendment articles because that denies the voters the chance. I understand that, but I disagree with that. We are currently at the first session of the annual meeting. The second session is when we actually vote. We are the voters here. There are some voters who didn't show up today, and that's their choice, that's fine, but I don't think it is in any way an infringement on democracy for the voters to modify warrant articles. That's exactly the purpose of this meeting. The second issue I wanted to raise is there is a question, can we amend an amendment? And that's a good question, and the answer we got is, I don't know of towns doing that. And respectfully, that's not an answer to the question, that's a different statement. It's obviously not going to get an answer whether we can or not in this meeting, but I would ask the BOS to investigate this so that we know the actual answer before meeting next year. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Corcoran, there's no statute on it, and towns don't necessarily operate by Robert's rules. The moderator gets to set the rules, so it's entirely up to the moderator whether or not there will be an amendment to an amendment. So there is no firm statutory or other answer. It really is up to the meeting.
Okay, that is more of an answer than I had before. The answer is it is possible, and so in a revised form, the question still goes to the BOS and I guess to the moderator. It would be great to have a policy for next year, and thank you very much.
Yeah, and as moderator, my role isn't to overrule the town or oversee the town or like a dictatorship or something like that. It's to give everyone the opportunity to be part of the process, participate in this process. So anyways, go ahead.
Kate Bloom, Duck Pond Road. I will withdraw my previous amendment. Have a new one.
Okay, so if you're withdrawing the amendment, do I have a second to the withdrawal? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so the new one would have this, it's the same language as Article 10 currently is, with the amendment that should Article 8 pass, which is the COLA raise, then the Article 10 increase shall raise and appropriate $0.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
I'll just say, this means that if the COLA raises pass, then fire will get their 5%, but they would not receive an additional 6% from this article.
Second.
Yep, and do I hear a second on this? Yeah, it's public comment.
Yes.
Okay, now we can open that for public comment for the amendment.
Hi, Bruce Fillmore, Gould Road. I understand what the amendment does, but what it doesn't do is if the COLA doesn't pass, then essentially they still get nothing.
Not with this amendment.
Can you read the whole amendment then?
Yep, absolutely. So shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $22,993 to cover a wage adjustment by increasing the hourly wages for each full-time fire and rescue personnel employee an average of $1.50 per hour. This represents wages, payroll, taxes, and the Hampshire retirement system contributions for 9 months. If this article is approved, this would become part of the annual operating budget with an estimated annual cost of $29,813. Should Article 8 pass, then Article 10 increase shall raise and appropriate $0. So this amendment is making a contingency on Article 8 passing. If Article 8 fails, then this would still go through as read without the amendment. So the raise would go through if Article 8 fails. It would not go through if Article 8 passes.
Greg Smith, Reservoir Drive. I support the intent of the amendment that we're currently considering. I'd like to suggest an alternative that might be a little simpler, which I will submit if this ends up being withdrawn. The amendment that I would then propose would read to amend Article 10 by adding the text, quote, should Article 8 fail to pass, comma, to the start of the article, which would then mean that Article 10 would only occur in the event that Article 8 failed. So my comment is that this might be a simpler wording to achieve the intent of the current amendment. Thank you.
So town council agrees that's intent. Either way, it's semantics, right?
Well, again, she would need to withdraw her amendment in order for you to do that.
Yeah. But legally, it's semantics, right? Yeah. Okay. Any other public comment on the amendment? And we have the second. Yes. So all in favor of the amendment? All opposed? It passed. Yeah. Okay. The article amendment passes. Any further discussion on the article as amended? No further discussion? It will appear on the ballot as amended. You got to come up to the microphone.
I guess I asked for point of order. Do we restrict that or not restrict that amendment?
That comes after, yep,
You would restrict the article. You can't restrict the amendment,
correct.
I believe. Again, never come up. Let me look.
Thank you for asking the question. We're going to double check.
Thanks.
Yep.
You can restrict reconsideration on one or more votes previously taken at that meeting. So yes, you could restrict reconsideration on the amendment if you wanted to. But that would not mean that the article couldn't be further amended.
And I will ask to restrict reconsideration for the amendment.
And it's seconded. Okay.
Thank you.
All in favor? Okay. All opposed? Okay. The article as amended will be on the ballot. Oh. As long as there's no further amendments, anyone would like to. Okay, thank you. Article 11, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $10,221 representing the cost of turning one part-time library staff position into a full-time library staff position. This represents wages, payroll taxes, and the New Hampshire retirement system contributions for 9 months. If this article is approved, this would become part of the annual operating budget with an estimated annual cost of $12,740. It's recommended by the Board of Selectmen in a vote 5-0, and the estimated tax impact is 1 penny. And this goes to Selectman Matthews.
Good morning. I move to the article as written. Second. Thank you. This warrant article will convert a part-time position to a full-time position in the library. Currently, there's a part-time vacancy left with the retirement of Thelma Tracy. Many of you know her as a longtime employee of the library. Due to her departure, it gave the library an opportunity to evaluate and restructure. This opportunity will merge responsibilities from 2 existing positions into a single comprehensive full-time position. Clay, would you like to say anything additional?
Is this a good time to address the Finance Committee's recommendation, or? Okay, okay, they haven't spoken yet, okay. I will just say that we have 2 weaknesses at our library. We have facility issues as well, but as far as staffing is concerned, or our services are concerned, one is that we're not doing enough adult and senior programming, and the other is that we're not doing enough marketing. It is quite often that I have people in town, they'll say like, oh, I didn't know there was a library. You know, we don't really go to the center of town that often, and they're often surprised by all the services that we offer. And so this, by adding the 6 hours for this position, because the position currently has 32 hours, this would pump her up to 38. That she can take more time away from the circulation desk, which is checking books in and out, and address more of these other administration issues.
Tom from the Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee did not recommend this article by a vote of 11-0. The committee does not believe this wage adjustment is, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. The committee takes note that the library is receiving increased use through numerous community programs for both adults and youth. However, the staffing of 1 full-time director and several part-time employees has been adequate to handle these demands. Prior to the hiring of the current director, part-time staff are able to adequately handle the workload for an extended period. The library also has other funding sources. Thus, the committee saw no urgent operational need to establish another full-time position with benefits.
Clarence Gardner again. I just want to address the director, if that's your title.
Yes.
The article says convert part-time to full-time. You just said change 32 hours to 38 hours. Is that the same thing?
Right, yes, because 32 is part-time, 38 would make her full-time.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, regarding the Finance Committee meeting, part of this is my fault. I have not been attending Finance Committee meetings. I think they've had one every week during January. I have never been invited to a Finance Committee meeting. I was told by 2 members of the Finance Committee not to attend. So, so again, maybe this was negligent to me. I wasn't able to address these issues at the meeting. I'd be happy to address these issues now, however, because I don't really have to persuade the Finance Committee. I have to persuade the voters. Regarding their concern, well, like the first sentence said, that yes, we do have, I do appreciate that they recognize that we've had a record year at the library. We do have increased usage. In the last year, our circulation has increased 7%. We've seen a 47% increase in new patrons, a 14% increase in visits. Circulation, by the way, is books being checked out. 34% in the number of programs. Last year we did 373 programs, and our program attendance went up 40%. However, like I previously stated, the majority of these programs are for children, and we do need to have more programs for teens, tweens. Well, tweens is it's kind of overlap with children. More for teens, adults, and seniors. We need to do more of that. So, this is, this addresses why we need more to provide more services because there's more of a demand. The second sentence said that the staffing of one full-time director and several part-time employees. We also have a full-time children's position. So someone there didn't do their research because that's not adequate, or it's not accurate. We do have two full-time positions already. The third sentence also says that prior to hiring of the current director, part-time staff was able to adequately handle the workload for an extended period. That was during 2020. And what happened during 2020? I think you all know what happened during 2020. We were barely open. So, and then there's that word adequate as well. And if you look at, adequate, what does that mean? That just means good enough. We're just getting by. How many CEOs of Fortune 500 companies or whatever, how many do they have in their mission statements, their values? They say, hey, we're just going to be adequate. No, I want to be better than adequate. We need to go above and beyond. We need to expand and make our organization a high-quality community meeting, gathering organization for the 21st century. So adequate, yeah, because the next sentence also says adequate as well. And then it says the library has other funding sources. Yes, we do have a couple trust funds. However, those funds were donated to the library, were not donated in the intention for covering wages. Wages is a yearly annual budgetary item, so it would not be appropriate to tap into those trust funds, which are, they're limited. They would run out over a series of years if we keep using it just to pay for additional wages. Okay, any questions or comments?
Clarence Gardner again. I just want to point out the word adequate is in no way a word of deprecation. It just means it's not insufficient. There's nothing wrong with being adequate. If we wanted to say the library should have a new mission, that's a different subject.
Okay, well, I'm saying we should have a new mission. And hopefully the voters will agree with me. Yeah. Hey, David.
David Erickson, Poor Farm Road. Clay, how much difference does this make in benefits? Does it, would this employee already have health insurance and retirement benefits at the 32 hours, or does 38 hours make this job more like a job that really can support a family?
Yes, yeah. She's currently, it currently does not provide benefits. So 38 hours would give her benefits. And I also want to bring up the point, we're not competitive. Right now, like at Manchester, they are looking for a librarian, not an assistant director. Not a director, not assistant director. They're looking for a librarian, and they are offering $60,000 to $75,000 a year for that position, salary with benefits. That's more than I make.
Lori Davis, Finance Committee. You have had every opportunity to come see us. We do not send out invitations. When you go to the Board of Selectmen, everybody knows that if you want to present something to the Finance Committee, you are welcome to come. You need to tell us when you are coming so that we can appropriately set the necessary time for you to discuss with us. You did come and see us. When we were discussing this article, you came right out and said you wanted to give this woman something special because she was a hard worker, and that's why you wanted to promote her. That's on YouTube.
No, it's not. I did not say that. Look it up.
But going forward, you want 6 hours. 6 hours can be covered by part-time. When you're looking at the cost of benefits for a town, and you're looking at the amount of increases that we are giving to various employees for what we need, And the taxpayers got hit with an 8.8. Yes, they voted it in, but a lot of them did not expect the whop that comes with voting yes. People have to look at their money sources. And all I'm saying is, you had time to come to us. The things that you are bringing out now are not what you discussed with us. And I do not appreciate the fact that you were saying, well, they didn't tell me, they didn't to us. The Finance Committee has not treated you any differently than we deal with anybody else. We are open to everybody.
Okay. Well, I mean, no, I mean, I am somewhat apologizing that I did not attend all these finance meetings, but like I said, I was told not to come to a particular meeting. I have not attended a Finance Committee meeting this year. The meeting you're referring to is probably the Selectmen meeting. I did not say I wanted to do something special for her. I did say she is a deserving employee. I mean, so that, I think that's a bit of a different wording. So, yes.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to clarify a point. For one of our meetings, Clay contacted me and asked if he was needed at the meeting, Finance Committee meeting. I told him no, and the reason wasn't because we didn't want to hear from you, but because we had all the information that we needed concerning the article that we're talking about. So, you know, I did, and maybe I was at fault doing that, but I did, for that particular time when you contacted me, said that there was no need. I didn't say don't come, but I said there is no need to, because we had all the information on the article. That was my thought, and it was at the time.
And I'm sorry, I also want to clarify too, I don't even think I said that she deserved. I think I was going to say that she's qualified. Qualified was the adjective that I used, so I want to correct that as well. So if anyone wants to go back to that Selectmen meeting, I think it was on a Monday, 15th of January, they can review it. So.
Thank you. And Tom from the Finance Committee?
I think I've already given that, haven't I? Or haven't I?
You've already read that, okay. Yep, so do we have any other further public comment on this article? No? Notwithstanding, the article will go on the ballot. Vote to reconstruct. And the vote, okay. So that was Article 11. Article 12, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $81,690 for the purchase of one new, fully outfitted and marked Chevrolet Tahoe 4x4 police? We did, yes. The town administrator voted to restrict the article. I asked for a vote. Okay, go ahead. We can vote on the restriction then. Go ahead. I saw everyone vote, so we have it unanimous now. Okay, we all saw that. I'm sorry that you missed that. Let me finish with Article 12. Chevrolet Tahoe 4x4 police pursuit vehicle with $19,000 to be withdrawn from the police special detail revolving fund, and $16,000 to be withdrawn from the unassigned fund balance representing monies received for Everett Dam patrols, and the balance of $46,690 to be raised by taxation. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 5-0. Estimated tax impact is 4 cents. Article 12 is going to be covered by Selectman Matthews.
I'd like to move the article as written. Second. This proposed Tahoe is replacing car number 4, which is currently disabled due to a transmission issue. The transmission repair cost is estimated at $4,200. Car number 4 is a 2017 Dodge Charger, has current mileage of 105,263 miles. I'd like to recognize Chief Moore for additional information.
There we go, sorry. After some of the slides after this, I've updated the information. I do have about 9 copies of the information on the back. All I've done is update mileage, On the, I've updated the annual total for repairs under the fleet management history, and on the fleet management rotation, I've switched vehicle 3 and 4. So I just wanted to make everybody aware I did switch those, so it is a little bit different. I'll wait till there's questions to address them. Yeah, I'll wait for that.
All right, do we have Finance Committee? Tom?
The Finance Committee voted not to recommend by a vote of 6-5. And I'll read this, but there may be new information you put back there that doesn't, but this is the information we had when we voted. Currently, the department has 4 Dodge Chargers and 2 Chevy Tahoes for patrol operations. One of the Chargers has been out of service for multiple months and requires a transmission replacement. What has now changed in the recent addition of another Tahoe via a federal grant that is to be used as the command vehicle. This has replaced a 2013 Explorer. The command Tahoe can be used for patrol in an emergency in the event other vehicles are out of service. A majority of the committee believes the addition of the command Tahoe gives the department more options for patrol needs than it has had in the past few months, so that an additional cruiser is not necessary at this time. The minority believes it's important to continue the planned replacement of the Chargers, which are 2017 and 18 models. This year presents a perfect opportunity to replace an out-of-service Charger in lieu of spending additional funds to replace the transmission. Estimated tax impact, $13 for a $350,000 property.
Any public comment on this article? Go ahead, Frank.
Frank Campana. I see there's an offset here of $16,000 to be withdrawn from the Everett Dam patrols, and we're being withdrawn from the unassigned fund balance. So again, yes, I have to show my ignorance. Is that money, is that $16,000, which is in the unassigned fund balance, would that be money that would be available to reduce taxes?
Point of order, Frank. Who are you addressing?
Well, I guess I'm addressing you, but it's eventually going to go to the
Select Board.
I don't care who answers it.
Okay.
My question is that $16,000 money that would have been available to reduce taxes?
I'll take that if you like. The answer is yes.
Perfect. I'm not speaking against the $16,000, but remember at the beginning of the meeting, the town had quite a bit of surplus that went into the unreserved fund balance, if that's the correct title of it. And they did not use any money to return to reduce taxes. Again, I'm not speaking against the article, but that was my question, and it's been answered. Thanks.
So I'll kind of hold off on my comment on that just for the next article, because what we're trying to do as a goal to reduce taxes impacts the next article.
Brent Dickinson, Dillsway. I've got a question for the chief. So when we received this command Tahoe through a federal grant, could you just go over that again so everyone can understand the restrictions involved, and also the way the Finance Committee has this written up? It seems like they're going to skirt whatever they need to skirt in order to use this Tahoe that was provided through a federal grant. What are the repercussions if we violate that grant?
Okay, and I can kind of go over all the Finance Committee objections if you'd like.
Thank you, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, sure. So there's always been a methodology in the town to balance the tax rate against the needs of the community. There's a concern to limit tax increases since a large percentage of the community aren't fixed income or can't afford it. Those are usually the citizens who need our services the most. If we don't have a means to get to them, they're denied services or they're delayed services where they might need them in a more timely manner. Just since I've been here, 2019, we've also had multiple life-saving incidents involving our officers where they've applied CPR, AEDs, or tourniquets. In 2019, there was 1, 2022, 2021, 1, 2022, 3, 23, 3, and there's been 1 this year. One of the comments of the Finance Committee, and I watched their meeting, and they were pretty on target with their overall comments, but there was just enough off where it wasn't good information. 4 patrol vehicles are fined because they've been operating that for a number of months. So when we have 5 patrol vehicles, we average 22,000 miles annually. When we had 4 patrol vehicles, we averaged 25.8 thousand miles annually. So that means we're shortening the life cycle of our vehicles, which means we're going to need them at even a faster rate. Our goal is 1 a year. Last year's repairs on the 2017 Dodges, which are 3, averaged $4,000. The budget is $1.4 thousand. Vehicle 4 is pending $4,600 in repairs to the transmission, which would be half of my budget this year. There's also, we've already had 2 out of the 3 Dodges repairs to the exhaust system that are about $500. They're patching it. There are no aftermarket parts for a Dodge exhaust system. $8,000 if we have to replace that. ICS emergency management. So there's skepticism that critical incidents don't actually occur here. In my chief's meeting, which was back in December, I went to a briefing by the chief who was at Parkland shooting. That's down in Florida. The same year of their school shooting, they were deemed the 15th safest community in the nation. A lot of money. That school was a fortress. Still ended up with 17 dead, 17 wounded because everybody thought it couldn't happen here, even though they took a lot of precautions. In 2019, 30 days after I've been here, we had an officer who was shot, permanently disabled. This past year, everybody saw our pipe bombing incident. That was international news. If that had occurred 6 weeks earlier, we had 2 cars available for our needs. We would not have had the resources to capture that guy in the timely manner we did, because how we captured him is we got a pattern of where his likely travel location was, and we put multiple cars in that area because we just had a vague description based on cameras of what the vehicle might look like, and we were able to identify the vehicle, stop him, get consent. He had another pipe bomb in his vehicle. It wasn't going to end. So if we don't have the resources, we can't do that. Also, back to our shooting incident, we have to self-rescue if we're shot. The fire department doesn't come in to get us unless the scene's secure. If the scene's not secure, we have to have the resources to go in and get our officer. If we're short on cars, that's a factor that officers look on why not to work in this community. You know, am I going to be safe when I come here? And here goes your initial questions. So, detail fund used for repairs. Yes, but it must be proportional, and I got that from conversations with the town attorney. If we put 10,000 miles on a vehicle and we use the vehicle for 500 miles, we can offset repair costs by 5%. And we'll get into this as we talk about the next article, because that's the whole methodology between that 25% offset. But like I said, I'll talk about that in the next article. And I'll get into that too. So can the command vehicle be used for patrol? That's the packet for the command vehicle and what I had to do for the grant. And that's just the initial to get it. There's a lot more paperwork to actually maintain it because we have to keep it in that particular assignment for 6 years before we can do anything else with it. So can it be used for patrol? Yes, it can. It can be used temporarily, but it can't be assigned to patrol. The grant award was for a command vehicle. It must be maintained for 6 years for that purpose, or we risk losing it. I will temporarily assign it to patrol when needed if we have an unanticipated shortage of vehicles. The decision to not adopt a replacement plan for vehicles or not approve vehicles in need of replacement is not an unanticipated event. So I cannot, in good faith, assign the command vehicle to patrol just because voters aren't, approving us to get vehicles. We did everything we could to offset the vehicle. essentially 2 vehicles for a 75% discount. We got one for free, completely for free, and we used funding sources, which I'll talk about with the next warrant article, to offset the current article. We'll continue to do that. We'll continue to look for resources. We've been successful with grants. We've got a grant for radar. We're looking at grants for computers. But, yeah, the other comments will wait for the next article. So, thank you.
David Erickson, Poor Farm Road again. I wanted to ask the chief what will happen to the vehicle that needs the transmission replaced. Can it be sold to get some money?
Yes, sir. So we can send that to auction. We'll take the radio out. The radio will be repurposed. The radar will also be repurposed into if a new vehicle is approved, so that's lowered the cost of the vehicle. But yes, it will be sent to auction. Whatever's gained from auction is put back into the general fund. Mm-hmm.
Angela Drake, Duck Pond Road. Just clarifying, and Mr. Erickson kind of alluded to this, but Finance Committee talked about the $4,000 transmission. Is this a replacement vehicle, or are you still going to look to replace the transmission on that other vehicle, so now you have an additional vehicle? Or is
No,
this a
ma'am. So
replacement?
our fleet is currently 7 vehicles and then the ACO vehicle. So if the warrant article passes, we'll take the radio and the radar out of vehicle 4, send it to auction, strip the lights and siren and everything else out of it because it goes just as a bare vehicle. And the new vehicle replaces vehicle 4.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Richard Budd, Old Town Road. I think we're creating an emergency by not replacing the vehicle. The chief has put a plan in place, and we're replacing the Chargers. We have 3 left, patrol vehicles, annually. By not replacing the vehicle this year, and we're going to create an emergency. The command vehicle was not designed or not purchased to be a patrol vehicle. I think it's being short-sighted to say, well, we'll keep the Dodge Chargers, even though on the average, two of the 3 have 250,000 engine miles and over 100,000 road miles. You know, those are emergency vehicles. They need to be reliable, and they need to be available in a way that it's safe for the officer. So I think we need to stay on the plan. I'd rather purchase a vehicle every year than wind up in a situation a year from now or 2 years from now where we have to try and replace 2 vehicles. It's difficult enough for the police department to get any item approved, but to get 2 vehicles approved is almost impossible. So I have an amendment.
Okay. To Article 12?
Yes.
Okay.
Just for this what I struck out is removed from and what red is being replaced.
So there's already a unassigned.
It's exactly the same except for the last sentence. I'm striking out to be raised by taxation.
I have a question for you on this. So if he's looking to withdraw this from the unassigned fund balance, also there, that would be taking this amount and the 16,000 from there?
It would be a zero tax impact. It's a friendly.
So you're getting the 46 from the, oh, we don't have that in there. Right?
This is the amendment.
That's kind of, right, if it's not in there, then
Simply stating.
The balance $46 to withdraw from the unassigned fund balance. That's fine if there's money there. You can change the source of funding.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I lost Beth. I'm not sure what that fund is.
I'm sure there's plenty in there.
Okay.
It's creating a zero tax.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm just making sure. That's not the dam patrol account, right?
No, it's just.
Oh, okay, that's what I was, gotcha.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
that
me
I'm
too.
trying to pull from.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need one of those.
Okay.
I think there are 3.
Yep. All right, thank you. Okay, so for the amendment to Article 12, the purpose is to eliminate the tax impact by using undesignated funds to offset the $46,690 to be raised by taxation. So if you read through the article again, at the last sentence where it says balance of $46,690 to be raised by taxation, that's canceled out, and then it says to be withdrawn from the unassigned fund balance, so then the tax impact would be zero. Did you have a point? No? Okay. Do I have a second on the amendment? And any yeah, do you want to speak to it further?
Thank you. Currently, it's estimated that there's $1,798,000 in unassigned fund balance. Previously, that number was much less than that. The minimum that's required by DRA is $1,427,072. So we have $371,000 more in that fund than what is recommended by the DRA. So I'd just like to use a portion of that $371,040,000 to offset the tax impact for this article, which would obviously there'd be no tax impact if the voters approved it. In addition to that, it's probably even further, hopefully, in the minds of the voters, indicating it that they would approve it because there is a zero tax impact. It was a friendly amendment to try and reduce the tax impact and likely guarantee approval. Thank you.
Any public comment on this amendment to the Article 12? Oh.
I would support the amendment. I think there's a misconception here because, in fact, if we use the fund balance or part of it to offset this upfront with the purchase of, it all balances out the same. It's a savings on taxes, the same as it would be if at the end of the year that amount was applied toward reducing taxes. So either way, it's a win situation for the department here and for the voters because it's an immediate reduction for what's coming up in the fall when the tax rate is set, rather than having to, enough said. Thank you.
Clarence Gardner again. Yeah, I was going to ask what the balance is in that fund because I've never heard of it. Clearly, I'm uninformed. Can I ask what that fund is for? Is it for other things?
Would that be, yeah, go ahead.
So the unassigned fund balance is basically if the town raises and appropriates too much money in one year, whatever's left over becomes the unassigned fund balance, and it accumulates over the years. DRA likes you to have 3 to 5% in case of an emergency that you need to fund. So anything over 5% is often used for tax relief or to fund these warrant articles.
Okay, the way this was written, it sounds like the unassigned fund balance is entirely from the Everett Dam patrols.
No.
That's not true. Okay.
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. We now have a new source of funding. I can see in the future many articles being funded from the unassigned fund balance because then it doesn't cost anything. Well, that's true and it isn't true. It seems to me that if we start spending the unassigned fund balance, we're going to reduce it down to the minimum 3 or 5%, whatever it is. There are two consequences to that, both of which have positives and negatives. Number one, right now, that unassigned fund balance can be used by the selectmen at the end of the year to supplement things that occurred that there wasn't enough money in the budget for, at least up to the amount in the budget that wasn't spent. So in the future, we're taking that power, as it were, away from the selectmen and returning it to the voters. There are positives and negatives to that. We've never done this before, at least in my memory. I'm not suggesting it's a good thing or a bad thing, but there are consequences to this of spending what could be a tax reduction at the end of the year up front. I think over time, the net impact will be more spending and less tax reduction. I can't be sure of that, but I think that's what will happen. I'm not in any way commenting on this particular proposal for this particular article, but just on the new concept of spending the unassigned fund balance. Thank you.
Diana Dickinson, Dells Way. Just curious if anyone on the Board of Selectmen has an opinion on this or something they want to say to it just before we vote on it. Did you guys have anything, any reason you didn't originally do it this way, or any reason that this doesn't sound good or does sound good to you? Just curious, if anything.
Thank you for the question. I do agree that spending the money up front versus at the end of the year does pose some risks. And we did talk about the fact that we could fund this from the unassigned fund balance and decided that was not the way that we wanted to go. Thank you.
I would further add that it was recommended to us to retain, excuse me, a minimum of 5%, but up towards even 17%. So we are barely over the minimum right now.
Right, and when we went into to setting the tax rate, that was a number that we had. We were short from last year with the expenditures we made to offset, and then we came into this year and we set it to the 5%, and knowing that when we got to the end of the year, we did spend 150,000-ish as stated, that 300 and change was going to go in the undesignated fund balance, and that was going to put us at that 5%.
I'd like to address some of the comments. You know, it's up to us today to decide how we're going to use that money. Leaving the money in that fund is going to mean that we're giving that to the Board of Selectmen, who may or may not use that money to offset taxes. How much money did they use to offset taxes this past tax season? Zero. So today we can decide how we want to use that surplus, money that hasn't been spent or other revenues that have come in and have gone into this unreserved fund balance. $40,000 out of $370,000 over the minimum required by DRA is not enough. It would assure that this article would be passed, likely, because it's a zero tax impact. This is a critical piece of equipment. We can't use the command vehicle on a regular basis as a patrol vehicle. There are 5 patrol vehicles. 2 are new, relatively, and 3 are old. 2017, 2 from 2017, 1 from 2018. This isn't just an arbitrary request. This is a critical need. And by reducing the tax impact, likely we'll get approval from the voters. But to say that, well, we'll give it to let the selectmen keep our money and let them decide, no. I don't think we can decide today to use that money for this piece of equipment. Thank you.
Any further public comment on the amendment?
Kate Bloom, Duck Pond Road. I oppose this amendment. I think that it almost guarantees a pass for the article. And in that way, it is not zero tax impact. It is a tax impact in that it is money that cannot be used to lower taxes later. So there is a tax impact there. And I think that it takes away the choice of the voter to decide whether or not they think it is worthwhile to spend some money on a police vehicle. I think you're going to get a yes if this amendment passes, and it's going to be because people say, oh, no tax impact, okay, and there's not going to be, people lose, they don't have any skin in the game as far as a tax increase to show like, okay, this is something I value, this vehicle is something I value, I want to vote for it. It's just going to pass. So I oppose the amendment.
Any other public comment on this amendment to Article 12? And I'll please remind people, we're not in social distancing mode anymore. That was a couple of years ago. You can stand and within a couple feet of who you're going to be speaking after.
Clarence Gardner again. The last 2 speakers that have different views, I think that comes down to, I'll speak for 99% of the town. We don't know what this money's for. We don't know why the selectmen choose to spend part of it and not spend the rest. From that point of view, and a warrant article like this, as amended, is the voters' input to the board as to how they want that money used.
Right. Good, Frank.
Frank Campana. I'm in a dilemma here to support the amendment or not to support the amendment.
And my dilemma is that things have changed. This is a copy of the, when the town set the tax rate, tax calculation sheet, and it's already been indicated that the town was, in a sense, broke to have in regards to the unreserved fund balance.
So, as a point of order here, and I should have probably said this for the last speaker, we're talking about the amendment. As far as this, what is this is turning into, okay, is turning into a discussion and a conversation about the unassigned fund. That's not what we're talking about. We're only talking about whether it's going to be used or not used for this amendment. The unassigned fund, that could be something for a different day, a different discussion. But if everybody can stick to the amendment for this particular article, whether or not the unassigned fund would be used for this one thing, and the overall discussion of whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, that's not for this. That's not what we're here for today.
I appreciate that, and you can shut me off if you want, but you didn't let me finish. At that time that I referred to, because the town was well below the retainage that they needed to operate, Selectman Hippler specifically said that means there will not be any money used from the unassigned fund balance to offset an article. And you can correct me, I think that was just about the exact wording. So now things have changed.
It would have been in context to come from the board to offset as written.
Right. I get that. So we'll see. Now, again, things have changed. There seems to be money to offset an article. But again, there's no money to reduce taxes.
Okay, and I'll just for clarification, I'm going to read the article one more time because as I'm looking at it, it just answered what I was just trying to explain. And I won't read the entire thing, but what it says is that $19,000 to be withdrawn from the police special detail revolving fund. That's one fund. $16,000 to be withdrawn from the unassigned fund balance. So part of it is already set aside. That's the Everett Dam patrols. Granted, it's not. But so now we're getting into semantics here. So, anyways, go ahead.
Lori Davis, Buxton School Road. I'm against the amending of this article, or the fact that we're spending money out of the fund balance. I hear what you're saying about we're mixing apples and oranges with the fund balance over here. However, the statements are correct that they do not understand how this fund balance works. And it has a lot to do with the germane of whether people will or will not vote for this article. So it is very important that we explain the unspent fund balance is your savings account of your home for emergencies. And when you blow that for every nickel and dime thing, then you have nothing when your roof caves in. And that's where the explanations need to come in.
I thought this was a simple amendment, unfortunately. The statement that was just made, yeah, maybe you have money set aside for an emergency. But what if you have 30% more than you need set aside for that emergency? Then that's discretionable. And that's what we have here. We have enough money in unreserved fund balance, more than what the minimum is required by DRA, up to about $400,000 more, that can be used discretionarily. And it can be used to offset this article. It's simple. There's extra money in that account, and it's been done before. Once one person said, we've never done this before. We've done this almost every year if money was available to offset warrant articles. This is nothing new. The money is available. Let's use it to buy this critical piece of equipment so we can get back on a cycle every year. If we delay it this year, next year you're going to see 2 articles on the warrant for the police cruiser. Thanks.
Chuck Metcalf, North Stark Highway. I just want to ask Town Council, I believe she indicated that it was recommended by DRA, but yet all the speakers are saying required. I'm just asking for clarification. Is that a requirement from DRA?
It's a requirement. There's recommendations as to the amount, but there's a requirement that you have some.
Follow up. What is the actual minimum requirement? It can't be, is it an actual 3 to 5? Or you would think it would be a
5.
specific number.
It's 5.
Neil Kirk for a second time. Would somebody clarify whether or not this results in a tax decrease, a tax increase? Because I'm confused about that. If this article passes the way it is, we spend an extra $46,000 out of our pockets, and the fund balance stays the same. If we pass the amendment, the fund balance goes down, we get the car, but we don't get an increase, we don't have an offset for taxes. So taxes will not go down, they will stay the same. I'm confused as to whether or not supporting this is going to result in a tax decrease, the avoidance of a tax increase. I hope somebody can explain.
Actually, that would be a finance committee question, I think.
Well, sort of. I just
right.
wanted to clarify the difference between what was available when the tax rate was set back in November, I guess, and what's available now, because the tax rate, the money available in the unassigned fund balance at that time didn't include anything that is left over this year from the budget that just came to an end. Is that correct? Yeah. So there's more money in there now than there was when the tax rate was set. Something like, did I hear $500,000 or something in that? So there's an additional $500,000 in that fund at this date than there was in earlier mid-November when the tax rate was set, when the board said that they couldn't afford to put money toward reducing taxes. So you're talking about two different things here. You've got a lot more money in there now, and it's money in hand, where a lot of the fund balance is actually in unpaid taxes, but this is an actual money left from the present budget. So you're in better shape than the picture that's being painted here. That's what I'm saying.
Do we have any further public discussion on this amendment?
This is an immediate tax decrease of 4 cents. That article, as written, not you being the balance being raised through taxation, is 4 cents. The amended article reduces that to 0, leaving them holding the $46,000 does not mean we're going to get that money back at any point in time. It's for them to determine it, to determine how that money is going to be used. Today, it's for us to determine how that money is going to be used. Otherwise, you give it to them. They can decide to give it back a tax relief or not. They can use it to offset an article next year. All I'm doing is saying, well, we want to use that money now, at least I do, to purchase that vehicle and not have a tax impact. Thanks.
All right. Any further public comment on this amendment? Notwithstanding, we can vote for a second. I'm sorry. So, yeah, we already have a second, so we're voting for the amendment. All in favor of this amendment? It's over 30. And all opposed? Yeah. Yeah, all in favor again? It's very close. please raise it high if you're going to be, okay. All opposed? So the amendment will pass or go on the ballot as read? As amended, I'm sorry. It was 28 to 26.
28 in favor, 26 opposed?
Correct. Second? Or all in favor of restricting reconsideration? Thank you. Now the amendment will go as, right, article will go on as amended. Now we go to Article 13. Shall the town vote to establish a public safety services revolving fund pursuant to RSA 3195HI-C for the purpose of outfitting and maintaining police vehicles and other safety equipment as needed? Funding for this revolving fund will come from grants, criminal forfeitures, and 75% of cruiser detail fees collected from private details, with 25% of cruiser detail fees to go to the general fund. The money in the fund shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year and shall not be considered part of the town's general fund unreserved fund balance. So the town treasurer shall have custody of all the monies in the fund. Further name the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend from said fund, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0, and this has an estimated tax impact of 0. And this one goes to 13, Police, Selectman Bloom.
I'll move the article as read. All right, the primary purpose for the fund is to provide a continuous and self-sustaining source of financing for specific public safety initiatives or equipment as needed. The fund operates on a revolving basis, meaning that the money generated from its activities is continuously recycled into the fund to finance ongoing and future public safety projects. This creates a sustainable source of funding that can be used over the long term. By establishing a revolving fund, public safety services can reduce the strain on taxpayers. This financial tool allows for greater flexibility and responsiveness to emerging needs without having to wait for annual budget cycles. The revolving fund can help mitigate financial risks associated with unpredictable or fluctuating funding levels. In times of budget constraints, the fund can still generate revenue through its operations, ensuring that essential public safety services are not compromised. And I would like to recognize Chief Moore to speak more.
Actually, I'll wait for Finance Committee.
All right.
Tom from Finance.
The Finance Committee recommended not to recommend, excuse me, by a 9-0 vote. The change in the total here is because we had a couple of members leave the committee. It had been 11 before, but one, for two different reasons. But so 9-0 is what we had left. The committee believes the language in this article is too broad as relates to the funding sources. Criminal forfeitures, especially as related to drug cases, can have a high price tag. Additionally, the article language is very vague on how the money can be used. It's not restricted to cruiser replacements or capital improvement requests, which would be the subject for voter approval. Outfitting and other safety equipment could fall under most of the police department budget lines. The committee feels control of these funds is best left with the voters as part of the town budget or as special warrant articles.
All right. So I think I communicated this poorly to the Finance Committee because it was 5-0 for the board and 9-0 against from the Finance Committee. So I just want to give you a gist of what we're trying to accomplish. We're trying to reduce the tax impact, which is, something we take we take a lot of consideration on. In my years conversing with the town attorney, that police detail fund, there's a lot of convoluted language. So we can only use that fund proportionally against how we use our equipment. So if we get a cruiser and we put 10,000 miles on it and 500 of those are from police details, we can offset 5% of its cost from that detail account. So it came up with the finance committee, well, we can just pay for the repairs on the transmission with that fund. We can't, because the proportion is off. We could probably contribute about $500 toward it. I'd have to do the math, but the reason we have $16,000 available for the other article is because we haven't used that fund in, I think, 13 or 14 years, so it's just been accumulating. It doesn't get a whole lot in it. I'm not sure what criminal forfeitures, especially as relate to drug cases, can have a high price tag. It's not a high price tag for the town of Weare. Usually those cases are adopted federally, and all we do is we get a funding source that we can use either on training equipment. In my previous job at Norfolk Police Department down in Virginia, that was my job, managing the federal forfeiture funds. We got about $120,000, $130,000 annually, which was specifically for equipment and training. Training's a big thing. They usually, when they give you those funds, they put parameters on, but before we accept funds, of course, that have to go to the board, where we'd have to, and it would be heavily scrutinized by one particular member I know, to make sure the parameters under which we begin that money and how we'd have to spend that money are acceptable to the citizens of Weare. You know, currently in my overall budget, we still don't have tasers, body-worn cameras, or ballistic equipment fully funded because it got taken out last year. We do the dam patrol funds to obtain a funding source which we can use on that type of equipment, because I can offset that and not ask for it in my budget. We still need 3 a year, but as you know, when we have those high turnover rates, and I was just showing somebody this the other day, we're not a flat line yet. There are years where I'm going to need 5 ballistic vests because they expire after 5 years, or I'm going to need, you know, this type of equipment. This is a funding source we can get because my budget is all life cycle management. It's meant to be a zero balance. I have to get 3 this year, 3 this year, 3 this year. But if I need 4 one year, I need a funding source. I don't have that in my budget. The budgetary rules also of the town would apply. You know, I can only approve so much, and I'd have to go to the board as per this warrant article for approval to purchase anything, and the town administrator under certain circumstances, and the board under certain circumstances. We have financial processes for this. It's just getting a funding source available which we can use to offset equipment or training purchases. That's what we're looking at, so we don't have to ask the taxpayer for that money. And there are no taxpayer funds which come into this. We also added the 25% back to the general fund already to offset insurance, repairs, gas, and registration costs. Because if we're working a detail, the taxpayer shouldn't have to pay that if we're using a car for the detail. So now we have that funding source to offset that cost for the vehicle. And then the balance of the vehicle fund goes to purchase a new vehicle. I hope that makes sense. It's a lot of information. So, thank you.
All right, open for public comment. Please line up and be ready.
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. Chief, could you explain to us where this money currently goes and how much is involved, and if this article were to pass, where that money would go and how much is involved? What I'm trying to do is to find out how much money, in effect, is being taken out of the general fund and being put in this special fund, because any money that's in the general fund that's being taken out is, in effect, a tax increase.
I'm going to divert to Beth.
Currently, there is no money that will be coming out of the general fund to go into this newly established revolving fund. The cruiser fees that he's talking about right now are sitting in a special detail revolving fund, and that's in a total separate account. And what this fund does is allows us to go into that fund and take that money that's just sitting there.
And if this didn't pass, we would continue business as usual, where the money would come out of that fund, as we did in the prior article, and have to be voted on by the voters. But if this article passes, that money will go into the special fund, and instead of the voters spending it, it will be spent by the selectmen without voter approval. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How much, let's talk about the two other funds. The criminal forfeitures, where does that go now, should we get a criminal forfeiture?
We don't have one, so we need one.
Wait, we've never had a criminal forfeiture?
Not since I've been here.
If we did have one, would it go into the general fund, or is there someplace else it would go?
Yes.
It would
Yes,
go into
but
the general
it wouldn't
fund.
It couldn't be used. When you get a federal forfeiture, it's for specific purposes. It would have to be managed separately.
But the voters would have to make the decision to spend it.
No.
And the 75%, is that currently going into the general fund?
No, currently 100% of it is going into the police special detail revolving fund. He's proposing to put 75% of the cruiser fees into the newly established fund, and 25% will go to the general fund to offset the maintenance on the cruisers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Luke Drake, Duck Pond Road. So I'm rising against this for the basic principle that I do believe the voters should be involved in these discussions on an annual basis. I do understand the desire for more autonomy at the police department. But from my view, particularly when we're talking about some of these other funds, for example, the fee for use for a town car for a detail, or the federal funds related to criminal forfeiture, those are unreliable at best, in my opinion, and obviously, well, the bottom line is it's a matter of decision on how we spend our resources. I think that there's a perfectly valid addressing of the public every year to talk about what's the economy doing this year, what other issues do we have this year that are going on. This removes that entire discussion out of the town's voters' hands and leaves it with the police department and or some discussion with the select board. So, my feelings. Thanks.
I'd just like to make a comment on the last speaker. The Board of Selectmen, when they drafted the warrant article, they added a last sentence. The use of these funds to offset the purchase of a cruiser must be approved at town meeting by the legislative body. The DRA came back to us and said to remove that line because statute does not provide this type of requirement once the fund has been established. So they wanted that sentence in there, but DRA asked them to remove it, to his point.
Lori Davis, Buxton School Road. I wholeheartedly agree with the previous speaker. I think if you want to write a warrant article for a revolving fund, you need to make it very clear that it comes back to the voters for a warrant article for us to vote on. It is our money. It is our town. We've got a Board of Selectmen to handle a lot of things, but these big money expenditures, we don't know what you're going to do with a lot of that money. You've labeled some of it, but a lot of it's very vague. For all I know, you could want a tank and you could get it. That is not what is good for the town. The voters like to have control of their money, and it is very unusual to give a department this kind of power and to the Board of Selectmen. It's not healthy.
If I could just comment on that, revolving funds, by statute, the money goes in, the money goes out, it never comes back to town meeting. If you don't want that kind of fund, there are other kind of funds you can create. You could, for example, create a special revenue fund where the money would automatically go in and then they'd have to come back to town meeting to take it out. We also have capital reserve funds where they have to come to town meeting to get it in, but then they're agents to expend to take it out. So there's 3 different mechanisms to fund different purposes. And the way a revolving fund is set up, you simply can't have town meeting approval of expenditures from that fund. You would need to have a different kind of fund.
Eileen Meany, Quaker Street. I want to
go to 15,000 feet on this for a second as to why we end up, I think, with these types of warrant articles, which is the fact that the town departments in our community are not consistently year after year after year funded to have the basic equipment that they need to be able to do their jobs. And so it requires coming at this from a different angle. I think there's a compromise here in terms of outlining specifically what the types of equipment that would be purchased, digging in a little bit about how the money would be expended, and to Chief's point that it couldn't be done arbitrarily by one department head. It would have to go to the Board of Selectmen for their approval based on our other policies. But for a moment, I think we have to consider as a community, why is it that we're here? Why have other departments have to come forth? And, I've seen DPW come forth looking for this type of fund. I've seen the fire department come forth looking for this type of fund for the very reason that these departments are not getting what they need to be able to do their job. Basic tools to do their jobs safely. And they are in a position of having to get really creative about having the basic things that they need. That's all.
Just to give a quick example of the revolving fund, the things that we pay for at the transfer station, that money goes into a revolving fund, and then the fund pays to whoever we have to send it to. So it's revolving because it never goes to anybody for a vote. It's just a convenience fund almost, I would say. Attorney question. So this really couldn't be a revolving fund, is that what you're saying?
It can be a revolving fund, but it can't be a revolving fund where then they have to come back here to ask town meeting to spend the money. A revolving fund, by its nature, the money goes in, the money comes out, we never come back to town meeting.
Okay, so the article is legal.
Oh, absolutely.
Defined as a revolving fund.
It's legal defined as a revolving fund. What I'm hearing is that that's not what people are necessarily interested in.
Thank you.
Burton Dickinson, Dells Way. Chief, I got a couple questions. So this fund would be funded through details, correct?
Multiple sources, so we use the dam patrol as a So right now I have 3 sources. We do dam patrols already, details, police details, and then if we had a federal forfeiture come in, that money would go in there also.
Okay. So does your department have to do details?
No, we don't have to. I don't think we'd have many officers if that wasn't available to supplement their income.
Right. So the point I'm getting at is without the details, the town wouldn't be getting the 25% cut anyway.
Correct. Yeah, if this wasn't set up, there's no mechanism to reimburse the general fund.
Right. And that reimbursement is to cover the town's costs for the cruiser, this, that, and the other. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm all for it because you're the only department or organization, committee, board that seems to be proactive. As this town grows, we're going to outgrow our current way of doing business. I know in other communities, the police chief has that latitude. If you don't trust the police chief to spend the money, he shouldn't be in the position. So I back you up 100%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diana Dickinson, Dells Way. Just my understanding is the Conservation Committee, for example, has control over their funds to a point because time could be of the essence with a property coming up that they could purchase. So the reason for this is because waiting an entire year or 11 months or 10 months or whatever it is until the next meeting, time could be of the essence. You could need equipment. That's the whole reason for this, right? Partly?
Correct, yes. Replace some equipment that is worn out. It depends. I can't spend the money by myself. It still has to go to the board for review. And just to read what the RSA says, because tanks came up, and it's not just tanks. Drones have come up before, side-by-sides. providing public safety services by municipal employees or volunteers, and this is what revolving funds do, outside the ordinary details of such persons, including but not limited to public safety services in connection with special services, special events, highway construction, or other construction projects, or for any other public safety purpose deemed appropriate by the municipality. It doesn't seem to me like the municipality has deemed side-by-sides, tanks, or drones appropriate at this level until there is public comment and consent to start such a program. So this is just to replenish the gear that gets worn out or damaged as needed. If we damage a portal radio, they're almost $5,000 now. A computer in a car, that could get damaged. That's $5,200. Police radio in the car, $5,600 if I'm not mistaken. It adds up pretty quick. So this I don't have a source for damaged equipment with that type of expense. Mine's a zero-based budget, just based on life cycle management. This gives me a funding source where I can go to the board for approval and replace equipment as it's damaged or worn out.
Greg Smith, Reservoir Drive. I guess I would be addressing this to both the moderator and Chief Moore. All I really want to do is express general support for this article and echo the comment that we heard earlier about the proactive nature of the approaches to this in the prior article. It seems to me that Chief Moore has gone to great lengths to try to find ways to raise funds beyond the taxes by previously talking about using federal grant monies, using detail revolving funds. As I understand it, no one's obligated to participate in a police detail. No one's obligated to pursue a grant. So we're seeing a lot of proactive activity here. We could argue that if we don't approve this, or if this is not approved, then those funds would go to tax relief, but there's no guarantee we'd get those funds. And so this kind of article incentivizes the kind of proactive activities that we've seen, and rejecting it would disincentivize that and lead to, in my opinion, complacency. So thank you for listening.
And I will just respond. That's a good point as far
Please do.
As far as the police details. If the dam funds were used for tax relief, what's the incentive for us to do them? Because at that point, we could actually contact neighboring municipalities and outsource our officers, and the money would go back to the general fund. There's no difference. I don't think our officers would appreciate that. We identified this source to provide a funding source for our needs without being a further burden on the taxpayer. That's why we did this fund. So there needs to be accountability on both sides, not just with the police department.
Helene Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. Chief, what kind of money are we talking about? Give us some kind of estimate. Back there, and I'm saying, what number are you talking about?
So details are usually maybe a couple $1,000s a year. Dam patrols are roughly $12,000 a year. If we did them all, we typically do not do them all because, of course, calls for service come first. So if somebody calls, we go to that. If we're on routine patrol and we don't have anything pending, the guys will swing by and spend the required time at the dam doing a proactive patrol. We typically do 60 to 70%, which evaluation is about $7,000 to $8,000. Federal forfeiture funds we haven't had since we've been here. We are looking at possibly something coming in that could be anywhere from the $15,000 to possibly $130,000 range. And if we get that, I would intend to use that for patrol vehicles, one per year, and you wouldn't have a tax impact. But that's down the road. We have to see what we actually get. But that is on the horizon of what potentially could happen.
Okay, going off the rail a little bit here. You said drones would not be in your purview now.
Correct.
And that's because you've heard that the town doesn't want drones?
Correct, yeah. If the town would get to decide I mean, before I started any type of drone program, I would like to see it go to a public vote to see if the majority of the town would support it. That's a very controversial issue in this town. I fully understand it. I'm not going to go out and start something. I don't want that beaten. Y'all beat me up enough. So.
Okay. So I'm thinking back history a little bit. Would something like getting a patrol dog be part of this?
So I just wrote an article for the library's newspaper. We don't need a patrol dog. We don't have the crime to support a patrol dog. That's a huge liability that, you know.
So that would not be part of what would be in this revolving funds thoughts?
It could be, but I mean, it'd be, if I'm going to expand any type of police service, I'm going to get the consent of the community and obviously the board first and then the community before I try to roll out anything. A comfort dog might be something worth considering, but you know, that's.
But you would come to the board and the voters?
Correct. Yeah. This is just.
Okay.
From what we're looking at, this is just to replace outworn equipment, so I'm lowering the tax impact on the voters.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning. Dan Wandell, Craney Hill Road. So I would have a number of questions and posits for the voters as well as the selectmen and the chief. So it sounds like there's an interest around the ability for, at least an interest for the voters to have the ability to review types of expenditures, and council has indicated that the nature of the revolving fund is what would prevent the ability for individualized expenditures to be reviewed outside of a Board of Selectmen context. And further, so further, I would posit if it would be possible to create an amendment that would strike the revolving fund language and revert that language into either a general fund or a voter susceptible fund. So that would be my first sort of question, and then my comments, I suppose, would revolve around whether or not we're looking. It was expressed earlier that expediency was sort of a motivation for the fund, rather than the ability to sort of wait for voters on an annual cycle to approve. So I would ask the folks here to consider whether we're voting on expediency. Another would be the ability to reduce or offset taxes. That's another set of considerations that's not implicit in the article itself. So I suppose I'll revert back to the first question. Is it possible for an amendment to be presented to strike that revolving language? And I guess I'll stop there.
So it sounds like what you want to do is change it to a different type of fund. In my opinion, that amendment would not be legal because that is changing the subject of the warrant article, which is to establish a revolving fund.
Okay.
There's no statutory or case law that I can point you to on that, but you can't change the subject matter, and I believe the subject matter is a revolving fund.
Okay. So with that said, is there no other kind of amendment tool that can be used to address the concerns that I have heard? Is that because I don't think I would first off also respect the attempt to utilize alternative funding sources in order to gain, the ability to offset taxes, et cetera. I applaud that. I think that makes sense. I think what the, sort of the substance of the disagreement is whether or not, if we are going to have, town meeting and scenarios where voters are approving expenditures, why would we consider that with a certain series of dollars and not consider that with all of the dollars? Right. So I guess my question for council would be, I guess I'll just repeat. Is there any other methodology or mechanism that would change this, or is this strictly going to be in March sort of an up or down?
I can't think of an amendment that would address that concern with this article, so I think in March this is going to be a strictly up or down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Frank Campana. The 75-25% split, I'd like to know who and how that was determined, because there are other alternatives for the split of money.
Sorry, thanks. So in my conversations with town council, it has to be proportional. So I looked at, we get $20 per hour for the use of a vehicle. If we're looking at gas, repairs, registration, and insurance, 25% seemed reasonable. I'm fine adjusting that if we can justify it and town council approves that. I know I can justify 25% going back to the general fund. It wouldn't be much more if we did adjust it.
So is there an obligation then to keep that split the way that it is?
No, it's just, that's what I felt I could justify based on town council's instructions.
Okay, because I was looking at, perhaps flipping those two.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Or 100%.
Yeah, like I said.
Or 50-50.
If we use the vehicle, and this is, I gave you the numbers of how many miles we drive the vehicle per year, and we're about 25,000 miles. We really use the police cars for details about a couple hundred.
Okay.
So we're not going to offset proportional wise to get that kind
Okay,
of.
and I've heard you state that, and now I guess I understand it a little bit better. So, and maybe two comments. There was a few speakers ago that said, that indicated, well, the departments don't get fully funded for what they need, so they have to be creative. Well, perhaps some of us in our households, or some folks, not us, me, that, they are not necessarily fully funded for what they need. So if they have an extreme emergency come up at their house, they have to get creative to say, well, how do I afford that? So it's not, it's not unreasonable to think that, the departments, can't come up with other alternatives for, for funding what they need.
So that's exactly why I put my budget online that's available for anybody to look at and is available for exactly what you're suggesting. Yep. If you have a funding source you think is in my budget, state such, but general purposes, it does not work.
Well, I have commented on one in particular, but we won't go there because it's not germane here. Okay, thanks.
I don't remember.
Sorry, Dan Wendell, Crane Hill Road. So my question is, in the event that in March this article would not pass, are you suggesting that the forfeiture, so understanding that there has not been a forfeiture event that has created dollars to be utilized, so either forfeiture or detail, et cetera, the revenue sources described in the article, is there an article that can be presented to this warrant that would allow dollars to be funneled into the general fund? Because it was discussed earlier that right now there's no language that allows dollars that are forfeited to be used in the general fund, and that was a problem.
Well, my understanding of criminal forfeitures is that when they are provided to the town, they come with strings. You can only use them for certain things. So the selectmen are able to accept and expend those unanticipated funds. There's a process to do that. But then they can only be spent for the purposes that we were given. So they're not, they're in the general fund, but they're not really in the general fund because they can't be used for general fund purposes.
Sure. So that I guess that's actually at the core of my question, right? Is and maybe this isn't the opportunity to do that, but my question would be if there is an amendment that's germane to this article that can be made that would allow, it would sort of, you're killing two birds with one stone, right? You're now freeing up and allowing, if I'm understanding your explanation correctly, right now the money's there, but it can't be used. Can we create an article where it can be there and be used, and that simultaneously allows, the chief and the department to use the funds that they're seeking, which again, appreciate, the creativity in using these dollars that right now can't be used. And it compromises with now there's an ability for voters to be able to have some, oversight.
Okay. So two-part answer. I think so.
Yeah.
We can't add anything to the warrant that's not already there, right? You can't vote on anything today that wasn't warned. And I don't think there's a way to amend this article to do what you're thinking. Plus, the strings on the criminal forfeitures don't come from here. They come from whoever's giving us the money. And so if it's coming from the feds, if it's coming from the state, when they come with strings, we can't do anything to override those strings. We're stuck with them.
But there's still a mechanism for receiving the funds.
Yes.
For criminal forfeiture, and then the town using those funds.
Yes, yes. So there is a mechanism for the town to receive those funds. It's 3195B, and then they can be expended, and that doesn't have to come to town meeting, but those funds need to be used in conformance with whatever limitations come with the funds.
So they don't need to have a revolving fund in order for the town to accept those criminal forfeiture funds.
Correct.
And redistribute them.
Correct, you do not. Yes.
So as it exists now, there is a methodology to be able to use those funds without this article passing?
Oh, certainly. Yeah. I mean, yes, they can be accepted and used. Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, we started this just as a better way to manage the whole process.
Okay.
Particularly when Ms. Spector Morgan reviewed the previous article we're using now, there was I believe you said it was convoluted because there was so much comment that we couldn't quite distinguish how the citizens intended for that warrant article to be used. Hence the creation of a new one so everybody understands what we're trying to do. And the goal of this is to reduce the tax impact on the voters.
Okay, so this sounds more strategically expedient is what the value sounds like to me. And I would just make that note. So thank you.
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. Chief, could we have a clarification? I heard you say that you might get a forfeiture grant of up to $130,000. I thought I also heard you say that that money could be used to buy cars, patrol cars. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So the case is still in progress. It is a federal case. It's not our case. So we're guessing as to what we might get. Yeah, but my intent would be to offset the cost of vehicles. I would be able to justify that based on my previous experience on how I had to use funds. I'm pretty sure I could use it. Feds would have to approve it still, but.
If this article passes, those funds would be part of this new article.
No, we haven't received them yet, but at least we have it set up. When we did receive them, we know how we could use them.
Correct. But is it correct that regardless of whether this article passes or not, if we get those funds, and if they are allocated for police vehicles, you and the selectmen would be able to expend those funds without going to the voters? So this article doesn't change that process. Is that correct? Could you explain then what the difference is?
So with regard to the forfeiture, there's probably no tangible difference, right? There's always a way to accept them. There's always a way to expend them. This is sort of an accounting bucket. It would go in the revolving fund. You'd see it in there in the town report, and you'd know what it was spent on. But yeah, there's always a way to accept and expend unanticipated funds.
So the reason I'm asking that is that if you look at the language on line 2, it says for the purpose of outfitting and maintaining police vehicles.
Yes.
And other safety equipment. It doesn't say anything about purchasing.
No, it does not.
So if this fund goes into effect and we get this grant and the grant has conditions and therefore the grant is going into this fund, then he can't use it for police vehicles? To buy new ones, I mean.
If whatever is in this public safety revolving fund cannot be used to purchase vehicles. So if the forfeiture is put in the revolving fund, it would not be able to be used to buy vehicles.
Did you hear that, Chief?
I did. So I guess my original intent was to use it for vehicles if I could. The only way we would ever have enough in there is by forfeiture funds. So, I mean, it's still a good article, and we can still use it to offset taxes. I just have to lower of what we can actually use it for.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chief, don't turn your mic on. You're pretty loud already.
Usually I'm pretty
help.
Richard Butt. This isn't the only revolving fund we have in the town. There are other revolving funds. Park and Recreation is a revolving fund. The only control there is through the Board of Selectmen, and they can spend that money whenever they want. There's no difference between that and this police fund. I was a little concerned about the fact that Finance Committee said it could be used to purchase a vehicle. It's been clarified, and I just want to make sure that the money in this fund and the way the fund is defined, it can be not cannot be used to offset the cost of a new vehicle or can be used to purchase a new vehicle?
It could be used to outfit a new vehicle, but not to purchase it.
Thank you. So the Finance Committee should amend their recommendations based on what you just said, because they said one of the concerns is that it could be used for a vehicle. And if it could be used for a vehicle, I would not support this article. Thanks for clarifying.
Jack Sheehy, Center Road. I've been involved with revolving funds for a good part of my career. I don't like this article. Sorry, Chief, but I would recommend against it. First of all, you never really gave a clear estimate of what kind of money it concerns. And I have a problem with two sources of revenue that you're suggesting here. One is grants. Grants are restricted, and obviously I don't know too much about criminal forfeitures, but those are also restricted. We already have a mechanism to receive those funds. Those are unanticipated revenue that goes before the Board of Selectmen, and they vote on whether they accept the funds and go ahead and expend them as stated. I think you ought to go back to the drawing board on this one. The other thing that doesn't recognize either is taking away the money that's going into, what do you call it? The detailed revolving fund. So there's a bit of problems with this, and I wouldn't suggest voting in. I'd vote against it.
Just a point of information, really, but the Finance Committee is meeting again on the 13th, and at that meeting, we will look at language of recommendations and so forth. So the idea was brought up, we should look at the language of watch our language. But anyways, we do meet on the 13th to take a second look at these. Thank you.
Go ahead, Tom.
Quick comment. Tom Flaherty, Sunrise Lane. Yeah, the one thing that struck me on this article was, and other safety equipment is needed. And while I know the chief has said that, he's not going to implement a drone program or side-by-sides, whatever, this article goes into place, and someday we may have a different chief. And I'd want language to be a little tighter, or a little more clarification, I think. And while I feel comfortable now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we don't know who we're going to have. And we've had some good and bad chiefs over time. So.
Carrie Tepper, Sap House Road. I just wanted to actually ask you a question about, you said that the revolving fund will not allow if there's to purchase a vehicle. But if we do get a grant or criminal forfeiture that restricts the use of the funds and actually allows for that, how can those funding sources be put into this fund?
They wouldn't be.
Okay, so those types of grants would be under the normal process and outside of this. So
right.
I don't think I've worked in grant administration. There's not many, or all grants are mainly restricted. So why is how is that language possible to be in this?
I'll be honest with you, this is the first year I'm seeing revolving funds where people are saying grants and other things are going to go into them. I've never seen that before. DRA is allowing it. If you get a grant for, outfitting or maintaining a police vehicle, clearly that money can go in here, but you don't need this to accept and expend that money.
Okay, so if you just said if you get a grant for a police vehicle, it can go in here.
For outfitting or maintaining a police vehicle.
Yeah. I would say, I guess I'm just curious, could we put an amendment towards it to revise the language to exclude grants, criminal forfeitures, to go through the normal process and maybe put in language for donations?
You could amend the article to change the funding that goes in and out of the revolving fund, yes.
Okay. And if we did that, we have to write it out really quickly right now before we voted on this?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just thinking.
I'm also fine with excluding grants. The grants I do are all reimbursable anyway. We were just trying to do a catch-all.
So Kate Bloom, Duck Pond Road. I agree with Tom Flaherty about, yes, the current chief has said he's happy to listen to what the public has to say about things like drone programs and side-by-sides, but chiefs change, so do Board of Selectmen. I only heard one person speak out against drones when it was brought up before on the board, so I don't know that you necessarily have allies there. And then the other thing is, I am not sure I want to incentivize the police to take action against citizens in order to get money for their fund. So like, at least the language has been changed to be criminal forfeitures. It started off as civil asset forfeitures. Like, I don't want the police doing any more than they need to do when it comes to stopping the public or trying to gain funds from the public.
Is there any other public comment? Okay.
And just for clarity, we get nothing back for any tickets or arrests we make, just to let you know. It's all a neutral process.
Okay, we are at about the
Could
halfway.
I interrupt real quick? Sorry, I've just got one question for the chief. If you know offhand, when you acquire a new vehicle, there is a split in the cost between purchase and outfitting, right?
Any vehicle?
Recently, at least.
So yes, you're talking about the purchase of the actual vehicle and then the upfit of the vehicle itself?
Right.
Yeah, I'd break all that down.
So can you give a rough split? Because we're talking about you can't purchase a vehicle, but you can outfit a vehicle. So typically, what is the purchase cost versus an upfit cost?
About 50%. 50% is the upfit. The vehicle's about 50% roughly. Vehicle prices are going up and they're going to be harder to get because I just picked up a vehicle due to the manufacturer. But yeah, roughly, if we were to upfit everything with all brand new, about half the cost, roughly.
And so I guess as an example,
45,000, roughly.
Right. So we talked roughly 90 for a new vehicle, right? On a previous article, so roughly 45. Okay.
Yeah, 85 current,
Okay.
but it's going up because the Tahoe's going up.
Okay. Thank you.
I have an amendment to revise the wording on Article 13.
Yep, you can bring it right up. So this warrant article amendment for Article 13 is just the change on the third line where it says from grants and criminal forfeitures. That would be taken out and donations would be replaced there rather than grants and criminal forfeitures. All the rest of the wording stays the same. What's that? Yeah, do I have a second for that amendment? Okay. All right, so then we will.
Moderator, can you just read that one sentence, please?
The one sentence?
Yeah.
Yeah, the entire sentence is, funding for this revolving fund will come from donations and 75% of cruiser detail fees collected from private details, with 25% of cruiser detail fees to go to the general fund.
Thank you.
So we can, what's that? Oh, do we have any discussion on the amendment? Notwithstanding? Oh, no. Okay.
Eileen Meany, Quaker Street. Do we have a policy on accepting donations?
I mean, there's a process. It's the same process as accepting any other unanticipated fund, but I don't know if there's some other policy the town has.
Okay, I was just curious.
Police department has a policy.
You do?
We do, internally. Yeah, we can't accept things other than like minor food donations, just because we don't want to be rude. If somebody wants to buy us lunch, we're not going to argue with them. Okay, that's fine, or a coffee or what have you. But as like if you were to walk up and, hey, I'd like to give you, a backpack. Yeah, we can't take it. If somebody's trying to donate something to the department, I'd have to go to the board for approval.
Neil Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. I support this amendment because it allows the town to take advantage of these potential $130,000 criminal forfeiture and use it to buy police cruisers. If the article is not amended, then that money would go into the fund, and we could not use it to buy police vehicles, but only to maintain them. Is that correct?
Well, I think a forfeiture that came with a condition that it could only be used to buy vehicles could not go in this fund, because this fund can't be used to buy vehicles. But if it was a forfeiture that gave you sort of a menu of options, including outfitting and maintaining cars, and it went in here, then it could only be used for outfitting and maintaining.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Travis Corcoran, Quaker Street. Regarding a question that was asked, is there a policy on the police department accepting donations? Thank you for the current policy. I believe that roughly 8 years ago, there was a situation where several patrol rifles had been donated to the police department. And so certainly policies change, but I think it would be good maybe for the board to address the topic and have a, obviously not right now, but since you've got so much free time, to have a policy in the future about what various departments can and cannot accept. Thank you.
Any other further public comment on this amendment?
I have a comment. I do like the amendment, but does that open us up to, if a donation is made more broadly to the town and not specifically for this fund, could it end up in here?
No.
Okay. And so when a donation is made, how would the person specify that?
So when people make donations, they are supposed to tell you what they're for. You can give a donation for general town welfare, you can give a donation for the rec department, you can give a donation to buy a specific piece of equipment. And whatever donation you make, it needs to be used in accordance with the terms of your donation. So if your donation is a donation towards buying police vehicles, we can accept and expend that for buying police vehicles, but it can't go in the revolving fund. If it is for outfitting and maintaining vehicles, it can go in the revolving fund, and then it's being used consistent with the donation.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Josh Hilliard, Woodbury Road. Chief, question for you. The last few years, how much has the police department received in donations?
So Christmas time's good as far as home baked goods and stuff.
Sure.
But
that doesn't help you get a cruiser.
This was a record year for us. My guys were very happy, and we highly encourage that. Fire department too. I know I heard good things from them. But as far as any gear, zero. We did have a business expressing interest in donating about a $2,500 cabinet system, and I said no.
Certainly. I know we're discussing the amendment on donations, but to get to Mr. Kirk's point, I think the amendment we should have is that we allow this fund for the purchase of vehicles, if that's the concern, that this fund would restrict that rather than restrict it in terms of just what funds are able to go into it.
Okay. Any further public comment on the warrant amendment? No. So call for restriction? Oh, I'm sorry. Vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? 132. All opposed? 16, 17, 18. So it's 26 to 18. So it passes. And that amendment Any further, no, there's no further discussion? Yep, yep, okay, Brent? No? All set? Okay. So the amendment, the article as amendment goes on the ballot. 13. All in favor? All opposed? Okay. Article 13. Article 14. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $30,000 to be placed into the Community Cable Access TV Fund Capital Reserve Fund, with said amount to come from the unassigned fund balance? This represents previously collected cable franchise fees recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 5-0, estimated tax impact of 0. And this one is Selectman Matthews.
Thank you. I move the article as written.
Second.
Thank you. In 2023, the Board of Selectmen renewed the cable franchise agreement with Comcast. This renewal entitled the town of Weare to receive $30,000 for possible upgrades to the cable channel. You know it as Weare Channel 6, as well as audiovisual equipment. The town also receives approximately $80,000 annually that is posted into the general fund to offset taxes.
Tom from the Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee recommends this Article 7-4. Last year, the town, same thing we just said, received $30,000 as part of a franchise agreement with Comcast. The committee supports transferring these funds into the Cable TV Capital Reserve Fund. The first floor conference room is the only space from which meetings can be telecast. Its space is limited and ill-suited for high public attendance. These funds could be used to make cable improvements to other rooms, such as the larger second floor conference room. That would give the town flexibility in telecasting. The minority felt that the funds should remain undesignated and may have a better use.
Public comment. Notwithstanding, I vote that this article, or I'm saying this article goes on the ballot as read. All in favor? All opposed? Okay, Article 14, Article 15 now. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $29,566, representing the additional cost of turning the part-time building inspector into a full-time building inspector? This represents wages, payroll taxes, and New Hampshire retirement system contributions for 9 months. If the article is approved, this would become part of the annual operating budget with an estimated annual cost of $52,853, recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Vote of 5-0, estimated tax impact of 2 cents, and Article 15 is Vice Chairman Knapp. Benji?
Move the article as written.
Second.
So as moderator just read, it increases the hours of the building inspector from 25 to 40 a week and makes him full-time, makes that person full-time. With the uptick in building over the past few years, it has been apparent that we need a full-time building inspector. Not to mention, it's been very hard to hire a part-time building inspector that is qualified because people are looking for full-time work. Should be noted, I think, that we did used to have a full-time building inspector, and with different boards trying to consolidate things to keep taxes down, to get budgets passed, that office had been reconstructed, if you want to say, and that's how we ended up with a part-time building inspector.
Tom from Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends this article by a vote of 10-1. The town currently has an unfilled part-time building inspector position. Hiring and retaining an employee has been difficult. Adjacent towns are are assisting on an as-available basis. This is causing delays for contractors, builders, and homeowners who are required to have projects approved. Our town needs to be more responsive to these demands. Using multiple inspectors also increases the liability risks to the town. The minority opinion felt that new construction is down and the town could wait on the need for a full-time position.
Thank you, Tom. Any public comment on this Article 15? No public comment.
Wait.
Can I remind people, please be ready to speak when it's time, because I'm moving forward with this. We're already like over
Bruce
3 hours
Fillmore.
and barely halfway through.
Bruce Fillmore, Gould Road. I guess I've got a question for the selectmen. Currently, the town is requiring engineered plans for any permit, essentially.
Oh, no, we're not.
Okay, good. Now, is this the only job of this person that we're hiring, or is he going to have another hat?
Benji?
Only job right now.
Okay.
Any further public comment? None standing. We can vote for, or yeah, do it. Vote for this article.
No, it'll appear on the warrant as written.
It will go on as written. Okay. All in favor? Article 16, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $280,000 to be added to the previously established highway truck and equipment replacement capital reserve fund? The intent is to purchase one fully equipped 10-wheel plow truck for the highway department. The amount of $79,797 will come from the unassigned fund balance, with monies received from the state of New Hampshire pursuant to House Bill 2, and the balance of the $200,203 to be raised by taxation, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0. Estimated tax impact 16 cents. Article 16 goes to Chairman Hippler.
Move as written.
Second.
The purpose of this article is to purchase a new 10-wheel plow truck in an effort to continue the upgrading of our highway department vehicles. This will replace a 2007 Volvo 6-wheel truck that is in fair to poor condition. The 10-wheel truck will also provide the ability to haul 50% more road treatment, reducing the trips needed to go back to obtain more sand salt mix. Director Fisk, you want to speak to this?
Just like Chairman Hippler stated, these 10-wheelers are more efficient when it comes to salting and sanding than the 6-wheelers. They still have to plow the same miles of road. So where these things really shine is keeping our drivers on the road, out there as much as possible, getting treatment down after the roads have been plowed during our cleanup pass. So it'll make their drive time less, which in turn is going to be safer for those gentlemen that are out there. 24 hours, 30 hours of driving a truck is it's really hard on somebody. So if we can get them to be more efficient and get them back to the shop as soon as possible, where they can take a rest if they need it, it's safer for everybody.
Tom?
The committee recommends the passage of this article by a vote of 6-3. Committee supports the continued replacement of its older plow trucks. Maintaining and keeping our roads clear is one of the town's most critical functions. The replacement in the past few years have improved the situation. The DPW fleet now has 6 10-wheelers, all less than 10 years old, with another on order from last year's warrant. DPW, however, continues to operate and maintain 4 trucks that have been in service for 16 years. The warrant article will replace one of those. Some monies from the state will be used to offset the purchase. The estimated tax impact will be $54 on a $350,000 home. Trucks are expensive items. The minority, while supporting the continued replacement of older trucks, believes that this year we need to defer this purchase because of the high tax impact of some other non-discretionary demands, most specifically the landfill cap in Article 21. As we move forward, as we move forward, the committee encourages DPW to look at the possibility of reducing total number of trucks required, noting the improved efficiencies and higher load capacities of the 10-wheelers. Thank you.
Any public comment on Article 16?
Richard, but apologizing in advance, I have an amendment.
You have an amendment? That's fine. So the amendment to Article 16 on the last line, rather than raising by taxation, the words "to be withdrawn from the unassigned fund balance," changing the tax impact from 16 cents to 0.
Thank you. All the arguments that we used for a prior article that used 40,000 for unreserved fund balance, same arguments that could be used for this one. It's $200,000 versus 40. If you take that money out of the unreserved fund balance, it still puts us $124,000 over what is required by DRA. So the money's available. I would like to fast track this one and just go to the vote. Again, the arguments that we used last time, for and against, are the same as a matter of fact, why don't we just include that vote as this vote? So 28-26.
We'll leave that to the voters. Thank you.
But I'd like to, if this comment's fine, but it's exactly the same as the prior article for the police vehicle.
Same concept, yes.
Yeah, let's expedite it.
Go ahead, Frank.
Frank Campana. I would fully support the amendment. Unlike I did not support the previous vehicle, I was hoping this amendment would appear. I'd rather put the unreserved fund balance to the higher cost of a truck as opposed to the tax impact to a lower cost to a second vehicle. So I would fully support that, even though it goes against my grain a little bit how I think unreserved fund balances should be presented or used. So again, I'd fully support that and hope the voters that are not here would support that.
Can I ask Beth a question? Kate Bloom, Duck Pond Road. If this amendment passes and along with the other one for the police cruiser, what would that take the unreserved fund balance percentage down to?
That was the question I was just asking. It's going to leave 121,000 in the unreserved fund balance.
What is the percentage? Because you're required to keep a certain amount, a certain percentage?
121,000 over the 5% minimum.
Over the 5%, okay.
Any further public comment? No? So the amendment to the article,
We need to vote on it?
we need to vote on it. So all in favor of this amendment?
Do we have a second?
Oh, I have a second? Yep. All in favor of the article?
Of the amendment?
Oh, I'm sorry, the amendment? So the amendment to the article is that rather than the amount of $200,203 to be raised by taxation, that part would be stricken and it would be withdrawn from the unassigned fund balance, which changes the tax impact from 16 cents to 0. Any other questions about that? We have a second. So all in favor of the article, or the amendment to the article, rather? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All opposed? Well, I think it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 31 against 21, so is it opposed? 21 that were in favor of it and 31 that are opposed to the amendment. The amendment failed. So the article will go on the ballot as originally read and not amended.
Unless there's further discussion.
Unless there's further discussion on the article itself. Okay, none withstanding? All in favor? All opposed? Okay, Article 17. Shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $90,776 to be placed into the Bridge Reconstruction Capital Reserve Fund with said amount is to come from the unassigned fund balance. This amount represents state bridge aid previously received pursuant to House Bill 2, voted, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0. Estimated tax impact is 0, and this would be Selectman Burdick. Oh, Sherry, you have to bring the microphone.
Moved as read.
I'll second it.
The town received additional state bridge aid per House Bill 2 in the amount of $90,775.75. This money can only be used for the maintenance, construction, or reconstruction of municipality-owned bridges. This warrant article is just requesting to place the monies already received into the capital reserve fund established for this reason. I don't know if Jason wants to speak to this at all.
Finance Committee recommends this 11-0. Last year, the state provided the funds designated for bridges. This article will allow those funds to be placed in the town's existing bridge construction capital reserve fund. This will help ensure that we have the matching funds available when the state gives the go-ahead for projects, the River Road Bridge being the most critical, so there's no tax impact.
Any public comment on Article 17?
Frank Campana. I'm concerned about, the article is raising $600,000.
17. We're on Article 17.
Oh.
Right.
Sorry.
No worries.
I may be back.
Okay. Any further discussion on Article 17? All in favor? All opposed? Article 17 passes. Article 18, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $600,000 to be added to the previously established Road Reconstruction Capital Reserve Fund for road reconstruction and resurfacing of roads with up to $284,000 anticipated from the State of New Hampshire Highway Block Grant pursuant to RSA 235, and the remaining balance to be raised by taxation. If the town receives the anticipated amount of the Highway Block Grant, the amount to be raised by taxation will be $316,000. If the town receives less than anticipated, the difference will need to be raised by taxation, and if the town receives more than anticipated, less will be raised by taxation. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, vote of 5-0, estimated tax impact of 24 cents, and Article 18 goes to Vice Chairman Knapp.
The move is read.
Second.
So this warrant article is on the ballot every year, as I'm sure all of you have noticed. This provides funding for the primary responsibility of Highway Department, which is to repair, rebuild, and maintain the roads to ensure safe travel for the residents and visitors. Road improvements and upgrades lead to less maintenance in the future, and roads are the largest infrastructure asset the town owns. So without proper maintenance, repair costs are extremely expensive and could result in unsafe roads.
Tom?
Finance Committee recommends this article 10-1. The 2019 construction bond ready the ship, so to speak, to set us on a path to keep up with road maintenance, provided we continue annual funding. If this article fails, we would receive the anticipated $284,000 portion from the state funds. That amount, however, would be totally inadequate to keep us on track. Falling behind will only lead to higher road reconstruction costs later. The minority felt that the taxpayers living on unpaved roads in the community would not receive a fair benefit for this article. The estimated tax impact for $350,000 property would be $86.
Thanks, Tom. Any public comment on Article 18?
Could I just make a mention real quick, Mr. Moderator?
Sure.
That money goes to all Class 5 roads that the Highway Department maintains. It isn't just for pavement. So your culverts and things like that are also bought out of that money.
Good point.
Okay. We're being asked to spend $600,000. That's what we're getting taxed on. The sentence says if the town receives less than anticipated, the difference will be raised by taxation. So if, let's say, the state comes in $100,000 short, we're going to be taxed that extra $100,000 to make up for the $6. If my explanation.
No.
So it's a total of 600. It's anticipated that 284 is coming from the state.
Right.
If the state comes in at 184, yes, you're going to have to raise that extra $100,000 by taxation.
But doesn't that fly in the face that we were told and we voted on $600,000? So wouldn't it be more appropriate to take that if we get $100,000 less from the state, then deduct that from the $600,000, and we're only getting $500 for the roads, but we're not getting taxed above the $6.
That would certainly be a legal amendment.
Do you understand?
I understand what you're saying.
That would be a legal amendment. So.
Pardon me?
That would be a legal amendment.
I'm not making an amendment. I'm not making an amendment. I'm just saying that that if the state comes in at less, then we've been told we're going to spend $6. If the state comes in at $100,000 less, now we're going to get taxed on that extra $100,000 to equal the total of $6. So we're getting overtaxed, and we haven't been warned about that.
So it's really, it's up to you if you would like to put in an amendment, if that's your concern.
No.
Otherwise, is there any further public discussion on Article 18? Go ahead, Tom.
Probably some member of the board or the finance administrator could answer this, but in my understanding over the years, the state estimate has been pretty close. Pretty much we get back, sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less, but it's been pretty close. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further public comment? Notwithstanding, the article will go on the ballot as read. All in favor? Article 19, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $175,000 for the purpose of purchasing a new roadside mower? This would replace the 1995 New Holland mower that the town used in 2019. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0. Estimated tax impact of 14 cents, and this would be a Selectman Burdick.
Moved as read.
Second.
This would, right now, we don't have a mower, so we either have to rent one for, I think it was around $14,000 for 3 weeks, or we have to purchase one. And with a mower, this would improve the visibility, opening up, intersections so people can see side of line. Also prevent overgrowth onto our infrastructure as far as guardrails, culverts, and catch basins. It would ensure road shoulders and edges are accessible to emergency vehicles and pedestrians. And it would also control the spread of some invasive species, as well as minimizing habitat for disease-carrying insects and ticks.
Tom?
Okay, not recommended, 10-1. Article would replace a 1995 mower, which was acquired as used in 2019, until it was no longer operable. Without a new mower, the town can contract out for limited mowing areas, the worst areas. The annual cost to do roadside mowing on all roads would far exceed the cost of a new mower. While the committee agrees with the need for roadside mowing, it believes that $175,000 can be used better this year on higher priorities. The minority believes that the most cost-effective means of roadside mowing is with a town-owned piece of equipment and operators. The estimated tax impact, $47,000 on a $350,000 property.
Any public comment on Article 19? If none, it will go on the ballot as read. All in favor? Article 20. All opposed? Said that I wasn't calling it was clearly a unanimous vote in favor, but. Okay. Fair enough. Article 20, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $53,000 for the purpose of purchasing a new battery-powered trailer caddy to move empty and loaded trash trailers at the transfer station and to authorize the withdrawal of the sum of $53,000 from the previously established transfer station recyclable special revenue fund, which was created for this purpose. This will replace the 1988 Ford 8000, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, vote of 4-1, estimated tax impact of 0, and this is going to be covered by Selectman Bloom.
Moved as read. All right. I will leave most of the discussion to Director Fisk, but I would like to say that the board approved this by a majority vote. It's important to us to have less of a requirement of a CDL at the transfer station. There was also some concern over whether this particular caddy can operate in the environment up there, and Director Fisk did reassure us of that, and we do have a path forward if it's found to not be the case. So, Director Fisk.
All right, as Selectman Bloom stated, the Board of Selectmen did hand down a decision to the Department of Public Works that said anybody who does move this truck and trailer needs to have the proper license. And as far as that goes, we only have 2 people, they're actually in the Highway Department, that have the correct license. Nobody at the transfer station does. This piece of equipment eliminates that issue. It's going to be a no tax impact. That money is coming from all recycling. Half of that goes to general fund, half of it goes to the transfer station for needs such as this. And also, as Selectman Bloom stated, there will be a trial period with this. There was some concerns whether or not it would work for our environment. But I can tell you that the company that I've spoke to has done all their research and development in Minnesota, so they get a fair amount of snow as well as us, and ice. And again, it's right across from the Highway Department. We can maintain the lot as best as we can with salt and sand to make sure this piece of equipment works for us.
Finance Committee recommends this, a vote of 11-0. The movement of trash trailers at the transfer station is currently done using a 1988 truck tractor. which requires a CDL license operator. On high-demand days, this requires a difficult coordination to make sure the full trailers can be switched out. The trailer caddy can be operated without the CDL license and will be more effective and cost-effective than the near-term option of replacing the old truck tractor. The article will be funded from the recently authorized Transfer Station Recyclable Fund, as has been stated, so there's no tax impact. Thank you.
Just wanted to be clear, I'm recusing myself from the Board of Selectmen for my statement, speaking as an individual, Ricky Hippler, Quaker Street. I'm against this article, and the reason I am is because you can see on the TV, it looks like the wheels are pretty small. You put 100,000 on them. I don't know if the lot down there is going to sustain the weight with a fully loaded trailer. The other thing is I spoke to Mr. Knapp in the past when he was the director about, we're kind of at the tipping point now of, do we spend this money, 50,000, or bump it to 70,000, et cetera, and buy our own unit to haul our own waste? I have zero complaints as an individual with the company we've contracted to haul our waste, but we also utilize them for about $60,000 a year, maybe plus or minus. So to me, I think we're at the tipping point. Do we buy a tractor and haul our own and repurpose that $60,000, or do we buy the trailer caddy? I am very happy to report that Jason got back to us as a board and said, yes, we have a trial period. If this doesn't work for us, we can send it back. And then also we don't take the money out of that fund to purchase it. So, but again, I'm thinking that we're at the tipping point now where we could hire an employee for the transfer station with that $60,000, reappropriate. We could utilize their services at the transfer station as well when they're not hauling the product, and also bring some of that cost and control back into the house. Thank you.
So that would really be a new article?
I'm not looking to amend the article. I'm just
No,
speaking
right,
not in favor of it.
Right, that would have to be a new article.
I'm just speaking not in favor of this article.
Got it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Any other public comment on Article 20?
Richard Butt, at the end of November last year, I had a balance in that fund of $49,000. Could you tell me what this withdrawal from that fund would leave as a balance?
That'd be Beth.
Approximately 27,000.
Thank you.
Any other public comment on Article 20? The article will go on the ballot as read. All in favor? All opposed? Article 21, shall the town establish a landfill repair and maintenance capital reserve fund under the provisions of RSA 35-1 for the purpose of funding repairs and maintenance needs for the landfill cap, and raise and appropriate the sum of $150,000 to be placed in this fund. Further name the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend from said fund, and this was recommended by the Board of Selectmen, a vote of 5-0. Estimated tax impact for Article 21 is 12 cents, and Vice Chairman Knapp would cover this one.
I move as read.
Second.
So due to an inspection that was conducted in 2023, the landfill cap needs some maintenance. The cap is aging and one side is slipped due to excessive rain. The whole area needs to be excavated, and the liner will need to be inspected and made sure that there's no more rips. And we do have to do this. DES is going to make us do it. So if we don't get it from here, he's going to have to figure out something else.
Tom?
The Finance Committee recommends this 11-0. Town has an obligation to keep its former landfill area properly sealed and capped. Recent storms have damaged the cap, requiring repairs. This article will establish a capital reserve fund from which to draw down and effect the repairs that we're obligated to do. Tax impact estimated at $42 on a $350,000 home.
Any public comment on Article 21? Notwithstanding? All in favor? All opposed? Article 22, or the article will go on the ballot as read. Article 22, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $30,000 for cemetery improvements and fund this appropriation by authorizing the withdrawal of said sum from cemetery trust funds Cypress account. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0. Estimated tax impact is 0. And 22 will be Selectman Burdick.
Moved as read.
Second.
This warrant article is placed on the ballot every year. It's for maintenance within the fences of the town-owned cemeteries, and monies are to be withdrawn from the Cypre accounts, and there is no tax impact to the taxpayers.
Tom?
Once again, recommended 11-0 by the Finance Committee. This is a reoccurring article. Funds are used to maintain the interior of town cemeteries. The only change from previous year's amount has been raised from $10,000 to $30,000 for necessary repairs. This fund is withdrawn from the cemetery trust, which has a balance of $154,000.
Thank you, Tom. Any public comment on Article 22? If not, it goes on the ballot as read. All in favor? All opposed? Article 23, shall the town raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to allow the Conservation Commission to secure contracted services with a licensed forester for forestry services, including plan updates, harvester layout, harvest management, forest inventory, trail maintenance and development, invasive species control, and other related services, and to allow the Conservation Commission to contract and purchase materials or services for maintenance and upkeep of the town forest, and fund this appropriation by authorizing the withdrawal of that sum from the town forest account. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 5-0. Estimated tax impact is 0. And Article 23 will also be Selectman Burdick.
Moved as read. This is a warrant article that's put on every year, contracting for professional services to manage and ensure the best use of town forests. This is a fund out of the town forest fund, and there is no tax impact to the taxpayers.
Finance Committee recommends this article 11-0. Committee supports the contracting and professional services to manage and ensure the best use of the town forests. Town forest account, which is being used, has a sufficient balance of $30,000 to cover this.
Thank you, Tom. Any public comment for Article 22? What?
Yeah, John
Oh, I'm sorry,
Lawton, Oak Hill
23.
Road. In this article, it says some of the money will be used for trail maintenance. I've lived in this town for over 45 years, and I've never seen any trail maintenance, basically because there is no trails. And so I just question that being in that article. That's my comment.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Article 23. Thank you.
I agree we need to do something about trails. There is a nice trail, though, for people. It starts at the top of Pine Hill Road and goes out for about a mile in the Eastman Forest. So check it out. But great point. We should have something in there for building trails.
Can I speak to this? Just so you know, this spring I went up and took a lot of the brush out up on Farron Pond. There's a nice trail all the way around Farron Pond. So for the people that don't know that, that's accessible also.
Further public comment, Richard?
Yes, could you tell me how much money has been used for trail maintenance? last year?
I did it voluntarily, so I wasn't paid. I don't know.
I'm just referring to the article, not your personal experience.
Not,
The
I didn't
article
know that
says
there was any.
trail maintenance. So how much money has been spent on trail maintenance?
I don't know that there's been any spent,
The year before?
not that I'm aware of.
Year before that?
We're recruiting people to volunteer to
The
put a
question is,
plan
how much
together.
money has been spent on trail
None that I'm aware of.
None, Beth? No. Okay, thank you.
Mike Preventure, 492 North Stark Highway. Just regarding the trails, those trails are typically maintained by the Boy Scouts. They are done as Eagle projects. So, for example, that trail on the trail you just mentioned was done by a Boy Scout. Farron Pond was done by a Boy Scout. The ABC trail behind the elementary school is also done by Boy Scouts. So they spend a lot of time updating those trails out of their personal time. Thank you.
Steve Najar, Pondview Road, and Vice Chair of the Conservation Commission. I just wanted to address Dick's question. The forest harvest layout for Felch Farm actually includes a trail. Get a little closer, Ricky, sorry. So there is some element of that layout for the, for the cost for the forest that did actually go to trail development. And that actual bid is for the harvest, and that trail is going to be opened at the February Conservation Commission meeting. So we are definitely aware of, townsfolk's interest, and there is, it isn't accounted separately. There's just no way to do that with that kind of a project, but there is a trail project this year.
Thank you. Eileen?
Eileen Meany, Quaker Street. I think what, if I'm correct in this, what Mr. Najar is referring to was a condition of the Board of Selectmen when that sale was discussed a year or two ago. So I want to be clear. I think I heard Beth. Beth, can you, if this is appropriate, when was the last time any money was expended at all for trail maintenance from the Conservation Commission? Mm-hmm. Do we get billing that itemizes from the town forester contract what money is being spent for what? So when, I'm just trying to clarify this for my own self.
thank you.
So when we pay the town forester, whatever the blanket amount that we're paying the town forester, we do not get an itemized accounting of how that money is being allocated and used for services for the town of Weare?
Yep,
Okay, so we don't know how that money is being spent.
that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm answering for Beth. She doesn't have a microphone, but basically what Eileen just said is that as far as money being spent for like trails and other things like this, we don't have any accounting for that. Is that correct, Beth? Yep. So
Steve Najar again. So what was said is confusing and incorrect. So the $25,000 is not handed to the town forester in any way, shape, or form. There are individual forestry services agreements for a particular task, and that money, once that's authorized and it gets billed, it can all be accounted back to exactly what project that actually went to. So this warrant article is a up to amount as an expenditure. It's not someone getting handed $25,000. So let's be real clear about that. And then the other part of the way the town forest account works is when there is a harvest, the money goes into the town forest account. And so that's where this is coming from. So as far as that confusion, now if in the future someone wants us to account for trails out of a bigger project, I mean, that can be done. That's never been voiced.
And I can think the other time when we used some town forest funding for trails was out on Poor Farm. We had the forester go out and clean up the trail after a harvest. So it has been done a couple times. I'm not sure what other times. I know, like Mike said, the scouts have done some work out on there in trails. And, you know, I think trails is one of these issues as a town. If we want to have trails, we need to figure out how we get a trails committee, where it sits, whether it's conservation or it's its own thing. It's really hard for a volunteer, you know, small committee to manage all these trails on all these properties and develop more of them.
Eileen Meany, Quaker Street. Can someone tell me how much money is in the Conservation Fund? How many accounts there are for the Conservation Fund and how much money is in them?
Are you asking about the Forest Fund, which is the topic of this?
The Forest Fund and then the overarching Conservation Fund.
The Forest Fund has $30,096.41. The Conservation Fund has $269,197.62.
Go ahead.
Andy Fulton, Hemlock Drive, Chair of the Conservation Commission. This article is talking about the town forest account. The language here has been used many, many years in a row. With the addition, I believe it was last year, by amendment, I believe it was Craig Francesco, wanted to insert in there trail maintenance and development. So that language was added last year. This is a recurring annual request allowing expenditures from the town forest account. It's an allowance. We are billed for specific tasks. I approve those bills. Those bills are available. They're part of the public record. But this is strictly speaking to the town forest account. It receives revenue when we harvest from town forests, and this is the avenue where we can expend from that for town forest maintenance, including this small subset of trails. And that was at the recommendation of one of our meeting participants last year, I believe. Thank you.
Andy, could I ask you a quick question for a second? It's really up to 25,000, not just hand him 25,000. Where you're being allowed, we're allowing the Conservation Commission, the public is, to have 25,000 to pay individual bills.
That's correct.
So maybe in the future we'll have up to, but that was something I think that was a question a couple of years ago. And just wanted to clarify that and make sure I understood it right.
Right, and usually the expenditure is less than 25,000. I believe on this year 2023 we just finished, it was on the order of 20,000. And if that's significantly different, Beth, would you please let me know?
I just ran some quick numbers. In 2023, only $4,200 was spent out of the fund for forester contract. In 2022, $17,000 was spent. In 2021, a little over $10,000 was spent. So it's an up to.
For the record, the Conservation Commission appreciates the interest in trails. As has been mentioned, we would very much like to reconvene a trails subcommittee. There seems to be interest in trails, but we have yet to find the interest in the trails subcommittee. We had that years ago momentarily, so thank you for the interest. That is registered, and we ask the town voters to support this access to town forest account for forestry within our town forest. Thank you.
Thank you. Brent?
Brent Dickinson, Dells Way. So within this discussion, I'm a little confused. So the spokesperson for the Conservation Committee said that when resources are harvested, they receive the funds. But in any other instance in this town, funds received should go back to the general fund for taxpayer input. Am I missing something?
It's just the way the town forest account works under state law. and I'm looking it up to give you the site, but under state law, as I understand it, when there is a harvest on town forest property, that money automatically goes into the town forest account.
Okay, so what about the harvesting of hay on East Road for the past 10 years? Where has the money gone for that?
That would be different than forest, right?
Thank you.
Good question.
Eileen Meany, Quaker Seed, just for my own education. So when the bills come in, is it like any other town committee? Does that have to go to the Board of Selectmen for approval, even though it's being managed by the Conservation Commission, or is it decided and accepted at the level of Conservation Commission?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Town forests are in RSA 31, RSA 31-110. So it talks about establishment, purpose, management, and appropriations. It says, in pertinent part, the proceeds from said forest shall be placed in a special forest management fund and should be allowed to accumulate from year to year unless otherwise voted by the legislative body of the city or town. So that's, Brett, your question. That's how the money automatically ends up in there. And Eileen, I'm sorry, I was distracted.
I know that the body is voting to approve that chunk of change to be available for billing. My question is, when the bills come, who has the authority to make the decision if they've met the standard, if they're being paid? Who pays it? Is it the Board of Selectmen? Do they make that decision, or does the Conservation Commission manage that entire piece? So who's got the oversight, I guess is my question.
So the statute provides that the city or town forest is managed by a forestry committee, or if you have a conservation commission, it can be managed by the Conservation Commission. I don't know on a practical matter, who authorizes payments from those funds, but I'm sure someone else can answer that question.
It's the Conservation Commission.
All right, any other public comment on Article 23? None withstanding. All in favor? All opposed? Article will go on the ballot as read. Article 24, shall the town complete the easement and survey plat voted on at the March 12, 2013 town vote on warrant Article 29, shall the town authorize the Conservation Commission to convey the associated conservation easement over a portion of the Banks Schmidt property, map 408, lot 123, on East Road, including the existing hayfield and exclusive of 20 acres set aside for ongoing gravel pit operations and future recreational facilities, to a qualified land trust such as the Piscataqua Land Conservatory or Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forests, subject to the final approval of the Board of Selectmen, and further to raise and appropriate the sum of $60,000 for such fees that may be requisite to come from the Town Conservation Fund. Fundraising by the Conservation Commission may reduce the amount needed from the Conservation Fund. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen 3-2, estimated tax impact of 0. And this Article 24 is going to be Selectman Bloom.
All right. Moved as read. And I'm going to lean on Town Council for a second. So Articles 24 and 26 are tied very, very closely together.
Yes.
And I would like to ask the body to suspend the rules and discuss both of those together.
That is up to the moderator, but as long as the moderator and the body are fine with it, that's certainly fine.
Go ahead.
So I guess I would make a motion that we discuss Articles 24 and 26 together.
So 26, I will read to Article 26 is to see if the town will vote to direct to the Conservation Commission under the direction of Board of Selectmen to take immediate action on the division of 137 acres of already purchased land on East Road, previously known as the Alma Schmid property, tax map 408-123, by dispersing it as follows. 12 acres to include but not limited to the fields and front acreage of the property to be allocated to recreational facilities and ball fields, 8 acres to be allocated as gravel pits, and to convey the remaining 117 acres as the Conservation Commission deems appropriate. This article has no tax impact as land is already owned by the town of Weare, and that article is by petition. And it's not quite the same as an amendment to the Article 24, but it's similar concept.
They are competing articles for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, and I guess I'll speak a bit more to the topic. This is this was from a 2013 warrant article to purchase this property. It was approved. The property was purchased. In the 10 years since then, there has been discussion kind of on and off about what to do with it. The original warrant article specified putting all but 20 acres into conservation, and it specified that the 20 acres would be for gravel pit and future recreation facilities. This board was working with Parks and Rec and Conservation to kind of work through that process. And then there was a petition article, which is Article 26, which you are required to put on the warrant. And so Conservation at that time asked us to put Article 24 on. The board did modify some of the language. And I believe, and any of you can tell me I'm wrong, but I believe it's the kind of wish of the board that this had not come to pass, that we had been given more time to do due diligence as a town. And I suppose this is the main event. Speaking as the member of Parks and Rec, as ex officio, I have seen the last year of this process. I have also done, we've heard hours and hours and hours of discussion on this from people who have done tens of hours, hundreds of hours of research, most likely. It is my belief that the intention 10 years ago, and this is based on everything from the warrant article to Parks and Rec minutes of 2013, which specify clearly that the gravel pits would be the area for the recreation facilities. And so I believe that the failure to have completed the paperwork in the remaining 10 years is not an excuse to take a different direction than the original intention of 10 years ago. And I'm happy to quote from all kinds of things to back that up, but I think everybody's going to do that, so I can wait.
Yes. He's speaking as a board member on, he's basically explaining why there's two different articles that are covering the same topic. Yep. What's that?
Yeah.
Okay. Point taken.
Eileen,
That's
any quicker
why
shoot? I'm
I
just
said I
trying
was
to.
speaking as ex officio.
Are you speaking as a Board of Selectmen, or are you speaking as a private citizen?
I'm speaking as a person who sits on the board and on park. And I tried to give both the discussion that the board had and my individual opinion that went into my vote at the board level.
Okay, so you're speaking officially.
I suppose so.
Okay, go ahead, Tom, from Finance. This is just on Article 24 that we're covering first.
Actually, we have exactly the same recommendation on 24 and 26, so.
Okay, fair enough.
In both cases, it was a 9-0-2 vote to not recommend. And the same for Article 26. The committee does not support this article, believes, as much confusion and disagreement in the town regarding the East Road property, most specifically how it was acquired and its intended long-term use. All parties, including the Conservation Commission, Parks and Rec Committee, Board of Selectmen, and Town Council, need to come together to decide what is legal and what's best for the long-term use of the property. So that's, we have exactly the same response to Article 26.
Okay. Yes.
You may all know exactly what this is about, but I've been researching this for the past couple months too, and as I understand it, the dispute here relates to the hay fields and whether those are supposed to be conserved by conservation easement or whether those are available to be developed as recreation fields. Everyone agrees that the rest of the property, minus 20 acres, is going into conservation easement. It's just a question of which portion of the property is going to be developed as rec fields and which portion is going to be developed, is going to be conserved. So for me, it was much easier once I sort of boiled that down in my head, so I just wanted to share that.
Go ahead, sir.
Paul Dosher, Poor Farm Road. I was hoping I wouldn't ever be asked to stand up and speak today, but I decided I should. I served as a vice president for land conservation at the Society for the Protection of New Hampshire Forests until my retirement in 2013, and I was involved in discussions about this project because the Forest Society was being asked to consider to hold that conservation easement after this town acquired the land. The conversations that I recall were as Selectman Bloom recited earlier, which was the intention was that land be all conserved with the exception of the gravel pit, which could be used later on for recreational purposes. I spent some time on the property and realized the gravel pit is a challenging spot to do that, and I understand why people would feel that might not be the best choice for what to do with that gravel pit. But I do recall that the decision to spend the conservation fund money at the time was based on the assumption that fields would be conserved for agriculture. I think at this particular point in time, my question to town council is, if both of these articles pass, what happens?
I think if both of these articles pass, we're going to have to go to court, and I would like to avoid that as much as all of you would like to avoid that.
Go ahead, Tom, and then Frank.
I think there was a town council's opinion that was read at one of the recent selectmen's meetings, I believe. And I think that would be pertinent to hear today.
My opinion was based on everything I saw. I could not determine that there had ever been an identification of exactly which 20 acres was to be preserved. And my recommendation was that Parks and Rec and Conservation Commission and the Board of Selectmen sit down and see if they could work this out.
Go ahead, Frank.
Frank Campana, you'll have to trust my word for this, but when this article first appeared in 2013, I'm not necessarily a tree hugger, but I do believe in some, conservation. I try to do that with my own property, et cetera. I feel as I'm a ward to do that. But when this article appeared, I voted in favor for it just the way that it was described. All right, conservation land, a gravel pit to be mined by the town and used till its existence ran out, and then turned over to recreation. And I think anything to change that is a violation of my vote in the affirmative of 2013.
Okay, thank you.
For an article. Yeah.
I wish I was taller. So, Mike Preventure, North Stark Highway. I am the sponsor of Article 26. I guess my comments, and I kind of agree, I wish we didn't get to this point. I don't think anybody wants to be here. I recognize everybody's sort of uncomfortable, but we are at this point, and this is something that we need. This isn't just about ball fields. This isn't just about, putting a new soccer field in or building big, gaudy buildings. This is about building a recreational park for all the citizens of town to use. The tennis courts could be there. Pickle ball courts could be there. There's a pond there that can be used for skating. I recently heard about a winter carnival that Weare used to have that we don't do anymore. That would be a great location for it because it's flat, it's easily accessible, centrally located. That's really what the vision is. I've heard a lot about intent, and I recall this, I recall that. I think the challenge with that is it's not written down anywhere. Like, we've looked at all of this stuff, and nothing says this is what actually has to be done. And that's the problem, and that's why there's all this, well, I recall this, and I get it, but we don't vote on intent. We vote on what is written in warrant articles, and what's written in the warrant article from 2013 does not specify where. So what we are looking to do is utilize those front hayfields as nearly a turnkey solution to solve an immediate problem of overuse on the existing fields. And that overuse results in unsafe playing conditions. I don't know how many times on the WAC that I receive complaints about the conditions of the fields. And it's a safety issue. So this is an important thing. This is not just for ball fields. This is for the entire population of this town. More and more families are moving here. And this would be a great thing just to enhance the appeal of this town, and something I fully support. Thank you.
To your point, our attorney, Spector Morgan, is going to read from the March 2013 town meeting warrant article number 29. To your point.
The 2013 article said, to see if the town would authorize the selectmen to enter into an agreement to purchase 137 acres of the Alma Schmid property on East Road for an amount not to exceed $600,000 in an effort to protect the rural character and natural resources of the town, and further to authorize the selectmen to convey certain conservation easements over a portion of the property to a qualified land trust, such as the Piscataqua Land Conservatory or the Society for Protection of New Hampshire Forests. 20 acres of the property will be set aside for future recreational facilities and gravel pit for the town. And then it goes on to talk about the funding to raise and appropriate $380,000 to be offset by $50,000 from the Conservation Fund and $130,000 from the Mildred Hall Trust Fund. The remainder of the purchase cost will be offset by grants being sought by the Russell Foundation. And then in the discussion, Selectman Lacasse said that this is some land that contains a gravel pit that we will set aside and use for our own gravel and some other property for future ball fields. Mr. McSweeney said that 8 acres has an existing gravel pit on it, and an additional 12 acres will be set aside to create 20 acres of athletic fields. And then there's further discussion along those lines.
So in your legal opinion, does it resolve anything in that, or do we still need this article?
Oh, believe me, if I could have resolved this, I would have. I cannot determine from everything I've read where those 20 acres are supposed to be.
And does this article resolve that?
These two competing articles today?
Okay.
Well, hopefully.
Okay, go ahead. No, I'm good for right now.
I'm short. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Denise Purington, 268 Thorndike Road, Weare. And to clarify, I am a member of the Parks and Recreation Commission, but I'm here speaking and asking questions right now as a citizen. I may speak later.
Okay.
Parks. So I can ask questions. Could I ask a couple questions to legal?
Absolutely.
First question, did you have an opportunity to look at the purchase option?
I did.
Did anything in the purchase option indicate that the hayfields must go into an easement?
Not that I recall.
Was that purchase option ever transferred to the town of Weare, or is it currently executed by somebody else?
The purchase option, I believe, was transferred to the town since the town ended up buying it, but I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
Did anybody from the town of Weare sign that purchase option?
I don't believe so.
So how does it get transferred?
Because it was assignable.
Okay. Did you review the deed on the property?
Yes.
Was there anything in the deed that restricted the hayfields from being used for anything?
Not that I recall seeing.
Did you see anything in the documents that you reviewed that indicated that the gravel pit and the recreational fields have to be contiguous to each other?
Nope.
When we look at, when we look at those legal documents, I mean, we can talk about intent here a lot today, but do the legal documents play an important role in the decisions of what we look at going forward?
Obviously.
Okay. Now I have some questions. I don't know if the select board can answer them or if somebody from the commission, Conservation Commission. Was this article submitted at the same time where all other boards and commissions were required to submit their warrant articles in the same timely fashion? Can somebody answer that?
It was not, it was done afterwards, but again, we can also put anything on right to the 29th of January.
So was this article, did this article have the opportunity to go through CIP in planning like the other warrant articles from boards and commissions?
No.
Can somebody speak, warrant article 24, can somebody speak to why it's specifically restricting the hayfields?
I believe the person behind you is going to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I cannot do that.
Hmm?
I said I cannot do that.
Okay, that's fine. I'll defer.
Yep.
At the Parks January meeting, it was stated that 85% of this property is unusable. It was stated by the Conservation Commission. Maybe that's not a question, but that is a point of reference in the meeting, the recording of the meeting. At the January 10th joint committee meeting of the Conservation Committee and Board of Selectmen, I believe a member of the Board of Selectmen asked the Conservation Commission if their current warrant article, number 24, was in line with the original warrant article. And the response from the Conservation Commission was two things were the intent: to redirect and to clarify the original warrant article. And again, I am quoting that from the recorded minutes of the meeting. Could somebody please explain what it was meant by redirecting the original warrant article?
I would defer that to the Conservation
So
Commission.
I'll leave that on the table to
Yep.
be. I'll ask another question that may have to be answered later. If through the votes, if the town votes not to restrict the hayfields, will the Conservation Commission respect and accept the voters' vote? Or will they, do they have the ability to do whatever they desire to do?
Question right there.
It is my opinion that the Conservation Commission does not have the authority to convey an easement without town meeting approval. Other attorneys will tell you differently, but that's my opinion. So I think the Conservation Commission is bound in conveying the conservation easement on this property to whatever this body votes.
Thank you. Was this warrant article number 24 submitted to counter Article 26? Salem, maybe you can.
I believe that was the intention, yes.
And in the Conservation Commission's minutes, I'm thinking in 2014, they voted to make sure they secured a lease on the haying of this field so that we would have a lease and that some of the revenue would come back to the town. So I would ask the question, was that ever completed? Do we have a lease, and does any of the revenue from the hay off this property come back to the town.
It was brought forth by former Selectman Cahill and it was never executed.
Thank you. And I'll leave those few questions on the floor to be answered. Thank you.
Yep. Go ahead.
Andy Fulton, Hemlock Drive, Chair of the Conservation Commission. Question for Town Attorney. Are board, commission, committee, public meeting minutes legal documents?
Of course they are.
Thank you. There have been a lot of questions asked, and I'd like to start my discussion or contribution to this discussion with a letter from Raymond Banks Sr., dated February 2nd, 2024, to all Weare residents from Raymond Banks, Weare resident. This letter is in reference to land I sold to the town of Weare. When I sold this land at a bargain price to the town, we agreed the field would be protected and left as agricultural. I also greatly reduced the price as the town did not have all the funds. The town was in need of gravel, and this was also done to benefit the residents without a tax burden. They would have to outsource for gravel, which would have raised residential taxes. The town now wants to renege on that promise and turn the land into recreational fields. I don't believe the town has done any sort of impact study on East Road. There are no sidewalks for children walking, and the road is very curvy. Alma Schmid, who was the only hairdresser in town for years, was very involved in the community, participating in almost all events held. It was Alma's wish, before she passed away, to have the town purchase this land for conservational use only. The Conservation Committee came to me about purchasing the land. They were in the process of purchasing the abutting property. They promised to put recreational fields in the back area of the pit where the large mound of gravel was. They were to put the loam back in place for the fields. The gravel has been removed and is now used by the police firing range, and there is now no loam on that land. Maybe it was used somewhere else and needs to be replaced. My daughter Ann, now passed, was head of the cheerleading program as the mascot. We were involved in the town's sports programs. We are not trying to deter Parks and Rec from putting fields in Weare, but the property on East Road was not sold for this reason as promised. Fish and Game goes on the property as needed to check the health of the wildlife. Perhaps the field could be used as garden to help feed those in need. Respectfully, Raymond E. Banks. Simply put, Conservation Commission is trying to finish what was started. The easement has not been put in place despite the voters 10 years ago indicating that it was a will of the majority. What the Conservation Commission would like to do is complete that. The article authorized the selectmen 10 years ago to do that. This article would authorize the purpose of this article is authorize the Conservation Commission to do that, as it is more fitting, more keeping with our skill set than with the Board of Selectmen or the town administrator. The article 10 years ago did not provide a mechanism for paying for the conservation easement, and there are costs involved, survey costs and acquisition costs, agreement with an entity that will be saddled or will take the responsibility for monitoring compliance in perpetuity, forever. And forever was what Alma Schmidt was hoping for. Forever is what Ray Sr. is hoping for. And forever was what the Conservation Commission was hoping for. So that was not specified 10 years ago, and that may have been a big impediment to the project getting completed, to the easement being finalized and recorded. So what the Conservation Commission would like to offer to the town is the opportunity to get that done, and in our view, as intended at that time, the conservation easement would include the hayfield. That hayfield, 7.5 acres minus a road that runs through the side of it, abuts other hayfields under conservation easement in an area where agriculture was actively pursued for conservation 10 years ago and past. At that time, we had an agriculture committee. And that time, we had expended town funds to put an easement on farms in town. At that time, we had a donation to the land that created the Bolton Field recreational area. So what was happening back then is important. What we're trying to do now is, as a commission, answer the what should we do, not what could we do. We're being told that there were not legal restrictions put on the location of the 20 acres to be carved out of the 137. Right now, we are asking this body, and we will be by vote asking if it goes through the town of Weare to either assent with our vision or to deny it. But the work needs to get done, and we want to remove the impediments, be they financial, be they energy, be they expertise to get the work done, get the easement in place. So we have an opinion that town committee minutes are, legal documents. And we find, as a Conservation Commission, find many places where the wishes of those involved in this project, the intent was documented 10 years ago, plus or minus. One of those comes from a November 12th, 2013 Parks and Rec meeting. And this was regarding the East Road property. And I quote from those November 12th, 2013 minutes. Jim L. did a walkthrough on the East Road property. There are some large pits in the area where the field will go, but the excavators did not think that would be a problem. Mike Dahlberg has offered to create a plan layout of the fields for park. The town plans to remove gravel from this area, so work on the fields cannot begin until the town is done using the pit/removing the gravel. None of the participants in procuring that property 10 years ago have recorded meeting minutes saying the contrary, which is, as we are to believe, or being told by others, that the ball fields are to be placed on the hay field. In fact, if that thing, which is now being proposed as so easily done, was the will back then, why was it not done? We had 10 years to do it, and I would argue it was not done because that was not the will that brought the property into town ownership. That was understood by Parks and Rec at the time. That was understood, and the minutes will show this, the Board of Selectmen at the time. That was clearly understood by the Conservation Commission. So simply being, what we're trying to do now is complete the work that was not done there. And yes, clearly, the reason we're having this conversation is because there's another group of folks with an opinion that it ought to be turned, the hayfield ought to be turned into recreational fields. So obviously, that is a stimulus here. But the point remains, the work needs to get done, and this is providing an avenue to get that work done.
Thank you.
Point of order?
Yes.
The former speaker asked 3 questions for the moderator to hold.
Yep.
All right, just trying to keep it all clean. Point of order, moderator. The former speaker asked about 3 questions for you to hold to direct to the chair of the Conservation Commission, and so now would be the time to do that, to ask that speaker back up to make sure that those questions get answered.
Yep, absolutely, yep.
State my name again, Denise Purington, 268 Thorndike Road. Question number 1, when you, I don't know if I can. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
You attended the January Parks and Rec Commission meeting, and you indicated to us that as we talked about the wood portion of that property, you indicated that about 85% of that would not be viable for field land. Is that correct?
Mr. Moderator, point of order. Can we have Chairman Fulton come up to your microphone so everybody can be heard?
Yes.
At the Parks and Rec meeting, I spoke about the layout of that property, the fact that most of that property is rugged terrain, it's hillside, it is sloped, and I would not envision building a ball field on the side of a rocky hill. The 85% is an estimate. It may well be different, it is not a calculation.
And then at your joint committee meeting, Conservation and Board of Selectmen, when you were asked by, I believe it was Chairman Hippler, if your current article number 24 aligned with the original 2013 article, you stated two things: that the intent of this article was to redirect and clarify the original. Could you explain what you meant by redirect the original warrant article?
I believe if the original warrant article was written with the word 20 contiguous acres, nobody would have argued for that or against that, and it would have gone to the voters. And it would have been clear, a more clear record of the intent of those people voting on it. So that is a clarification. I want to be very clear right now that the position of the Conservation Commission is that the hayfield should be preserved as open space land in perpetuity. That was what the case that was built to present to the voters 10 years ago revolved around.
So I just want to make sure I understand your response. So you're saying that you originally wrote to clarify contiguous, even though that wasn't in the original warrant article. The word contiguous never appeared.
Correct.
And what did you mean by redirect? When I think of the word redirect, it means redirect maybe the intent of what the original voters meant. So when you responded to them that it was intended to redirect the original vote, what did you mean by that?
I think I've explained that to the best of my ability tonight. I don't have a more specific answer for you on that, Denise.
Okay, thank you.
Shelby O'Donnell, Clark Mill Road. So I think that if we're looking back at what voters voted on, we cannot possibly guess the intent of all of the voters. Maybe the intent of the person who put together that warrant article was one thing, but if it was worded a different way, then everyone who voted on it could not have possibly guessed the intent. They were voting by the words of that warrant article. So that's number one. Number two is that the town owns the land, and the town now is made up of everyone who now lives in the town. So I think it's very important that this be able to go to a vote so that the town now can decide what the town now wants to do with the land, because we own it as a town, and it is not currently owned by the past town who owned it at that time. So to me, it's that clear cut that as a town, we should have the right to vote on things that enough people petitioned that they want to vote on. To me, that's clear cut.
Brent Dickinson, Dells Way. I've got some questions. They're going to sound stupid, mostly directed to town council.
I'll do my best.
Intent.
Yes.
We didn't intend, the intent was, so if I sell a piece of property, I cannot enforce my will on that property once the purchase is completed, correct?
Unless it's in the deed.
Right, so if there are no covenants in that deed to force my will on that property at the sale, at the conclusion of the sale, I have no right to have input on that afterwards, correct?
I am not a real estate expert. Weston is, but my understanding is no.
Because we keep hearing intent, intent, intent.
Yes.
Could not developing an easement over a extended period of time, could that be a means to muddy the waters for future development? Could that be used in that form, or is it just incompetence?
I don't think that's a legal question.
Okay. Is this lack of easement contributing to this discussion or this problem?
I think that if a conservation easement had been granted more close in time to when the town acquired the property, we would have a much better understanding of everyone's intent. Okay. That didn't happen. I don't know why that didn't happen. But yeah, a deed is construed like a contract, so the court will look to the four corners of that deed.
So we take out the feelings of what everyone was thinking, feeling, wanting,
unless
down
there's
to the
ambiguity.
legal word.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, I'm Lisa Grolian, Quaker Street. First, I have a question for Salem. I just want to clarify that you were not speaking earlier as a member of Weare Park.
I would clarify that the ex officio member is a member of the commission.
You're a non-voting member, but what you said was not the feeling of Weare Park.
It has not been voted on at Park except to put one warrant article on and then rescind it. There has not been a vote otherwise.
Okay. It is my feeling as a taxpayer and as a member of Park that your words sounded like maybe you were speaking for Park, and I know that that's not where we were. So I just wanted to clarify that.
All right. Well, my intention is just to inform that I tried to state that I'd been directly part of the conversation over most of this last year.
Okay. I'm here as a taxpayer, a parent, an educator. Full disclosure, I currently serve on Weare Parks and Rec. I'm a previous member of Weare Conservation Commission. I'm a longtime Weare Athletic Club volunteer and a previous director at large for Weare Athletic Club. In addition to that, I'm the daughter, granddaughter, and great-granddaughter of a longtime Weare family. I grew up on my family's farm here in Weare, property that thankfully my parents have thoughtfully put into conservation. They did that in order for it to remain open for future generations. And they did that very carefully. It's outlined very carefully. They were careful about the wording. They dealt with legal teams, and they dealt with several different, I think the Forest Society, multiple different agencies when they were doing that. I know the value of conserving property. I have intimate knowledge of hayfields, having worked on them for as many years as I can remember. I understand the importance of preserving land. I also know that the community is made stronger for every child and family who puts forth the energy, efforts, discipline, and all other amazing benefits that happen for our community, all made possible by adequate, accessible athletic fields. Dedicated recreational spaces for athletics certainly benefit the whole community. This is backed by research, and a quick internet search will give you tons of reading material on just about any benefit you can imagine. However, we are not here to argue if fields would be put in there. We already know they will be. It is where they go that is in question. I remember voting for the funds to help purchase the Schmid property at the time Weare Athletic Club supported and promoted the article based on what the community was promised, field space. I served on conservation when we talked about the land and fields for future use. It was never my thought that those fields would be placed in the most inaccessible, most expensive portion of that property. That just doesn't make sense. I was excited about the fields I thought my kids would play on, The reality is that 11 years ago, when we were in dire need of more athletic fields, and here we are all this time later, still in dire need with our current fields overused and teams that are paying to play outside of our town because we don't have the space, my kids, my children will never play on those fields, the fields that they were promised. But that doesn't mean others shouldn't get to. It's time. It's time to let the community have field space that we need in the most cost-effective and timely way. Putting the fields where the current pit is located is a long trek into the woods. Not only would it be more disruptive from an environmental standpoint, but it is also not fiscally responsible. The existing fields, which were deemed not good for agriculture, are the most cost-effective place for athletic fields. The fields ultimately will go on this land per the 2013 warrant article. Let's be fiscally responsible with our next steps.
Tara Mann, Worthy Road. I would just like to echo what the other parks people have said. I've gone and looked at all the park meetings, and I don't believe that Selectman Boom is being accurate if he's stating that Parks' position on this is that the hayfields are meant to go into conservation. I think it's the exact opposite. I think the fact that all the members of Park are up here speaking to the contrary would support that. As Selectman Bloom stated, he is not a voting member of Park.
You can answer that.
Again, I was not stating Park's position, but the information that I had available, trying to specify as the board member who has attended the Park meetings, being present in the meetings, what informed my decision.
Okay, but it's not the position of Parks Board. It's
right.
Your feeling.
And,
okay.
And as I mentioned, I'm sorry to somebody previously, as far as I'm aware, the only thing that Park has voted on was to ask for a petition article, to ask for a warrant article for $35,000 for a site plan, and then to rescind that with regards to this property.
Okay. So I have the article that went before the voters that I voted for. At the time, I was a football mom, I was a lacrosse mom, I was a soccer mom, I was a baseball mom, I was a softball mom. All these organizations promoted this and put it forward and helped get this passed based on the promise that we would eventually have a field for our children to play on. At the time, my oldest was in middle school, my youngest was 6. My oldest is now standing in the back, graduated from college. We would at least expect that his little sister might have had a chance to play on these fields, but that's not what happened. This was the most costly warrant article that went on that warrant that year. Our taxes went up a ridiculous amount, but we did that not for conservation land, although that's wonderful, and we all certainly all are happy that we're going to get 117 acres of conservation land. We all value that. But why we all voted for it was because we so badly needed recreational fields to the point that parents were fighting parents because there just wasn't enough fields to go around. And so for that reason, WAC, with our hundreds of registered voters and taxpayers, football, we all got behind this, and we all promoted this, and we all voted for it. So I have what went before the deliberative session, and they talk about intent quite a bit, but this was put forth by the Board of Selectmen. It was not a conservation article. And actually, it authorized the Board of Selectmen, not the Conservation Committee, to be involved in this. The Conservation Committee, according to what was written in this article, wasn't even supposed to be involved outside of a $50,000 monetary contribution. So the fact that they're now in charge of absolutely everything, I really question how that happened. I understand there was a public hearing that not a single member of the public attended, where they voted themselves in charge. I'm not sure how you can vote yourself in charge of something that a warrant article says that you're not in charge of, but I guess it happened. So it being a Board of Selectmen article, Selectman Lacasse spoke to it, spoke to the intention, and his explanation was that the land contains a gravel pit, and this is a quote, that we will set aside and use for our own gravel and some other property for future ball fields. So, and some other property for future ball fields by the author of this warrant article, not in some other, not in the space where the gravel pits were, separate from the gravel pit. And then Kate Cloud from the Finance Committee also spoke. She said that she recommended, or the Finance Committee recommended it, based on three things. First, 8-acre gravel pit on the land will be used by the Highway Department to replace sand and gravel supplies that are currently being purchased. And then she gives an estimate of how much that will help. Second, separately, about 12 acres will be set aside for recreation and future ball fields. And then third, the remaining land will be set aside as conservation land. So when you talk about intent, the Board of Selectmen spoke to their own warrant article about what the intent was. Now, if conservation felt there was another intent, they had every right via this SBT process that they could have amended that article to make it clear that they were putting additional restrictions on this warrant article. But they didn't. Mr. Banks could have stood here and said, wait a minute, we need to make sure that those fields stay in agricultural easement. He could have put the restriction on. He didn't. What went before the people, what got voted on, and what should be legally binding is what's in this warrant article. Now, Andy Fulton attended a parks meeting, and he had the audacity to suggest that no fields should be going on this parcel, that we should completely say, to heck with you, voters of Weare. Your taxes went up, and we're not going to give you what you're promised. He suggested that the voters of Weare spend additional money to look for and purchase land to build our ball fields on. I think that's outrageous. In addition to being fiscally irresponsible, we already paid over $500,000 for this parcel of land, and we were promised recreational ball fields. So that's another thing that Chairman Fulton repeatedly says is we should keep our promises. Yes, we should keep our promises. It's been over a decade. We need to keep our promise. The time for hemming and hawing is over. We deserve these fields. We paid for these fields. These fields should be put in a manner and in a place that is the most fiscally responsible to the taxpayers of Weare. The proposal of putting them where the gravel pit is will literally cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to the voters and taxpayers of Weare. The hay fields that are there now are literally turnkey. They can go and use them as practice fields today with no money, no cost to the taxpayers. So I feel that part of your job on any board, be it Parks and Rec, be it the Board of Selectmen, being at Conservation, is to conduct yourself in a manner that is fiscally responsible. And it is fiscally irresponsible to take a parcel of land where you can spend zero tax dollars and have it serve its purpose, and instead mandate that it go in a place that will cost an additional $100,000, $200,000. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Mann, Wolseley Road. This is directed to legal counsel. Hi. So in terms of the legal document question that Mr. Fulton brought up about minutes being legal documents.
Yeah.
They are.
Yep.
The right to know law, the RSA 91A, that all puts those documents into legal purview, certainly. Are they binding documents in terms of binding an agreement together? Would you put them in the same league as the deed?
In terms of defining the rights and ownership and use of the property, no.
Right. So intent is intent. Minutes document whatever happened in a meeting legally, but it doesn't change the decision that was put down legally in writing.
No.
Right. So I thought. Okay, thank you. A couple things about the property. When will the gravel be mined out? Does anybody have that question, that answer there? It hasn't been done in 10 years. They estimated 8 when the warrant article in 2013 was signed. Are we looking at another 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? My point is, nobody knows. We already paid for the property based on the recreational facilities promise in that warrant article. Nobody knows when it's going to come to fruition. And that's more, I think, more egregious than taking 7 acres of hayfield and using them as a ball field. This actually in terms of like what's more egregious, right? But let me ask another question. Well, actually, it's a statement. So one of the things that was brought up in the original warrant article was to preserve the rural nature of that East Road corridor. And in minutes that Mr. Fulton put online under the Bank Schmidt property, it says it over and over again that they want to preserve how that East Road looks. And even the Board of Selectmen in their annual report in 2014 says that they want to preserve East Road the way it looks now for generations to come. In terms of when you drive down that road, it'll look exactly the same as it does today. The problem is that the purchase that we did for this property is not on the road. It's set back about 1,000 feet. So when you drive down that road, you're not seeing conservation land except for the Gordon Brown property. And that's the only one that's actually in conservation. All that purchased land, 137 acres, is set back. So those other properties that line the road that are all those pristine hayfields that you want to preserve are privately owned. So they could still be developed. So you really didn't preserve the rural character back there. And what the impact that we're asking as parents for ball fields, we're not looking to put something ugly in place, buildings, or anything of that sort. We're looking to keep the rural character and tuck it back behind the X amount of acres that Mr. Banks still owns in front of those fields, and leave those alone, obviously, because we don't own them, but put it back there in a nice way that the kids can actually have fields that could be used. I think my wife, who spoke just before me, underestimated the amount of cost it would be to put ball fields in a reclaimed gravel pit as it is today, especially if it's not going to be mined out and we want something now. We'll be talking not a couple of $100,000, we'd be talking almost to $1 million, probably, likely, based on the types of things that you need to do in that area. So I think it's not, and that's, especially listening to the group today, where taxes are an issue, that's never going to happen, never. It'll never go across, and no one's ever going to get a bond for that and put that through to make that get paid. It's just not going to happen. So to that end, the promises were there, and they were both on both sides, but one was only in writing. Only one of that promises was in writing. That was for the ball fields. There might be some comments about parking and traffic studies and things like that. People aren't understanding the impact of parking and traffic for that area. The intent was always to put ball fields in that area. Whether they're set forward or set back, they're there. The traffic impact would have been exactly the same. So I just want to put that out there in case there's somebody else waiting behind me with that sort of issue. And on terms of the option was assignable? Yes. Okay. Did the option reflect the appropriate acreage?
The option says 129.8 acres.
Right, so we had an assignable option that didn't actually reflect what we paid for. So I'm just saying that nothing for this deal actually went through the way it should have. But if anything that's legally binding is that deed. The Gordon Brown property, that's next door, essentially. If you look at its deed and its purchase agreement that was done by the town, the conveyances are right in there. The snowmobile trail has to stay. You're not allowed to move earth products out of there. All those were put in the deed. They were thought about it. They said, that's what we want. It was not put into the deed for this property, that the hayfields would stay hayfields. The hayfields were put into it to sweeten the pot so they can get an agricultural grant that never came through. It wasn't on the original option. It was put in after, and it was put in after to secure funds, and those funds fell through. So it wasn't that they were all bent out of shape about preserving these hayfields. They weren't. They were looking at getting money for the hayfields from grants. That's why they added it into after the option was written. And as per some of the other minutes, if you want to go look and do the research yourself, the hayfields themselves are bad agricultural land, which is why they didn't get the grant. They were good for hay. And even then, the veterinarian who has been haying it for years had to put fertilizer on it 3 times a year in order to keep hay growing. They're not the best fields. And that's why the agricultural grants fell through. So to that end, I don't think the original intent was to include the hayfields at all. I think that was to get money into the deal that didn't have to come from the taxpayers. And if he wanted to, if Mr. Banks wanted to preserve those hayfields forever, he could put the entire land into conservation. Or sold off the portion for the gravel field and given an easement to the town to use the road. He could have done all those things, but he didn't. Thank you.
Wendy Fulton, I live on Hemlock Drive. In the interest of full disclosure, my husband is the chairman of the Conservation Commission, but I have my own mind and I speak for myself. I do not represent Andy or the commission. I represent myself. I just want that fully understood. I am a mom first. I have 4 kids. Thank you. I'm a mom first. I have 4 kids. I homeschool my kids. I take virtually nothing from this town for my kids. I pay for the schools. My kids aren't in the schools. I get nothing from the schools, but I pay my school taxes every year like everybody else. 3 of my 4 kids were served by the Weare Athletic Club. I had a child in softball for many years. I had a child in soccer. I had another child in softball. My 4th child chose not to do group sports. That was her choice. We enjoyed the fields that we had. We enjoyed being a part of it. We enjoyed the camaraderie and the community spirit of it. But when we moved to this town in 1999, we didn't move here for the sports, and we didn't move here for the schools. We moved here for the beauty of this town. And when I was pregnant with my first daughter, who is now 22 years old, we saw things happening in the town, a tremendous amount of development going on. And we saw things going on in the Conservation Commission. We found this thing called Channel 6, and it was so much fun for me to sit back and watch all these different meetings and what was happening. And I looked at my husband, who is a geologist, who has worked in many different disciplines in geology and currently works for the state of New Hampshire as a geologist. And I said to him, you have to do something. You have to help protect this town for our children, because we're not leaving. This is where we chose to raise our children, and we wanted them to live in a rural environment. I grew up in suburbs of New York City. I didn't want to raise my kids there. I moved to Weare, New Hampshire. I went to college in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I didn't want to raise my kids there. I moved to Weare, New Hampshire. I went to grad school. I'm also a geologist at University of Massachusetts in Amherst. That area was growing at an extraordinary rate. Lots and lots of people stayed there. I chose not to stay there. I chose to move to Weare, New Hampshire because of the scenic beauty that I could drive around and I could see forest, that I could drive around and I could see farm. And around me, those were all being consumed. There is no confusion how this came to be, this warrant article from 10 plus years ago. It was brought to this town by a town resident, current town resident, whose name is Ian McSweeney, who was at the time employed by the Russell Foundation. The Russell Foundation had money that they were using to conserve land and do specific projects. I know this not because my husband is the chairman of the Conservation Commission. I know this because I'm an educated person, and I paid attention all these years. I paid attention then, and I'm still paying attention now to what's going on. Ian McSweeney looked for different avenues for funding. He came to Conservation Commission, he went to Board of Selectmen, he went to the Mildred Hall Fund, he went looking for some other things. And there's some confusion about how the funding went. So I would like to request either somebody from the Conservation Commission, I'm not sure who it would be, either Andy or Steve, if they could please speak to the purchase price and where the funding came from for this land. I'm not sure which one of you wants to do it. But if one of you guys could just explain why originally it was $50,000, then it was $180,000, exactly what did each component pay for? I would appreciate that, because I think that might clear up some confusion for the town residents.
Go ahead, the next speaker.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to put you guys on the spot. My understanding is that the original warrant article in 2013 was that Conservation Commission would put $50,000 towards it, and that the town voters would be paying through the town $200,000. Mildred Hall was putting some money towards it, and that Ian McSweeney was going to be looking for some grants. Those grants didn't come through, and he came back to the town and said, these grants didn't come through. It happens. It happens a lot. Grants dry up. It doesn't mean something's wrong with the land. It just means, you know what, my child's applying for college. There's only so much scholarship out there. Either we pay or she doesn't go. That's what it is. But that the Conservation Commission then said, okay, this land is valuable to this town for so many reasons. They took a vote. They had a public meeting. It doesn't matter if no one came to the properly posted public meeting. It was a public meeting done, from what I understand, in accordance to the laws of the state of New Hampshire. And they voted to give more money. Is that correct, Andy?
Yes, the Ian McSweeney from the Russell Foundation, who was the organizer of the campaign to preserve the land through purchase and through town ownership, returned to the Conservation Commission when I believe it was largely USDA grants did not come through. The project as a whole, and this would have included gravel resources, this would have included future recreational opportunities, was going to fail. Or a new warrant would have to come up, a new article to increase the amount raised through taxation. So the bottom line there is the Conservation Commission participated in the backfilling of the gap that was left from the grants. The grants were there to magnify, as happened on many other projects for the Russell Foundation, magnify the local money with other available monies. So Conservation Commission added $150,000 above the $30,000 already pledged to this project, and that money came from the town's conservation fund, and that conservation fund is supported by the land use change tax receipts. So land use change is verbiage for when land is taken, large parcels of land get a tax break when they are above 10 acres and the property taxes are greatly reduced. As long as you keep it available to the public, you can get a very significant tax break as long as you own the land. When you change the status of the land, when you develop the land, there's a tax penalty at that point. A portion of that tax penalty, as we'll see in later petition articles, goes currently to the Conservation Fund. A portion of it goes to the general fund. So once it is in the Conservation Fund, the Conservation Commission is the arbiter for expenditure. We cannot expend for land purchase without the approval of the Board of Selectmen. So what was, our pledge was increased to $180,000. We had a public hearing for that. It was non-controversial. No one showed up. There was not a battle about where the recreational fields are going to go at that time. So nobody showed up. We had a legal hearing. We did our best to support this project, not just support conservation, but the entirety of the project, so that the amount that was presumed to be raised by taxation, property taxes, would not have to increase, or the alternative would have been the project would have fallen by the wayside and something else would have replaced it or not. So yes, we did increase our pledge at the request of the Russell Foundation director at that time.
Thank you, Andy, for clarifying. I appreciate that. This land wouldn't be here to talk about at all. The fate of this land would have been sealed years ago if Conservation Commission hadn't stepped up to the plate and didn't have money at their disposal to work with and didn't work with it in the legal manner that they did. This land wouldn't even be talked about There'd be no option of those gravel pits being mined. There'd be no option of hayfields. And you know what? There'd be no option of any ball field anywhere on that property because the land wouldn't exist. Parks and Rec didn't say, oh, wait, we'll go find funding for this because it means so much to us. They sat back. The town didn't vote to increase more money as a whole town entity to have their taxes go up again and wait. No, instead, the landowner, the seller, decreased his selling price. Mildred Hall upped what they could donate. Conservation Commission upped what they could donate. That's why we can talk about this today. And because of that, it is so incredibly sad to me as a taxpayer, as a mom, as a longtime resident of this town. No, I haven't been here for 5 generations, but I chose to move here, and I chose to raise my family here for very specific reasons. And one of them is so that there would be land for my kids to just go and be on as just open space land. This town has 1 hayfield in town property, one hayfield, and that's it. Sure, there are other hayfields that are in easements and things like that, but the town doesn't own it. There's 1 hayfield that this town owns. And I was there when this was originally discussed, and it was so clear to me that those hayfields were going to be preserved. It is so incredibly unfortunate that the Board of Selectmen back then and all those years since didn't do their job, because that warrant article was put on the town Board of Selectmen to seal the deal. They were the ones back then that had the right, had the authority granted by the warrant article to put that easement into place. Conservation Commission didn't. They did not have that right. To me, that is where Article 24 is important, if we could bring it back to the articles that we're trying to talk about here. Article 24 is saying, okay, we all voted on this. We all said yes. We all figured out how we were going to pay for it, but we gave the job of getting that conservation easement to the Board of Selectmen. That wasn't a Conservation Commission idea, from what I remember from back then. The Board of Selectmen created that article, and if I remember correctly, there was this whole discussion of who's going to put this article up. Is it Board of Selectmen? Is it Conservation Commission? Is it Russell Foundation? Well, Russell Foundation's not a town entity, so they can't really do it. And Board of Selectmen took it on, and they said, we want to do it. But they did not complete their job, and every board since hasn't completed their job. One thing brought up in a meeting by Chairman Hippler was that, well, I guess we didn't know, we didn't realize that you should have told us. Here's a little story for you, Chairman. I asked my husband to take the garbage out the other day. He didn't do it. I asked him again. He didn't do it. I looked at him. He was tired. He had worked a ton. He's done his full-time job, and then he's spent hours doing his volunteer work. And I said to myself, hey, I love this guy. I'm very capable of taking the garbage out. I don't need to be badgering him. Instead of badgering him, let me use my energy and just take the garbage out. 2 seconds later, it's done, right? No big deal. That's all they're doing here, in my mind. It's Conservation Commission saying, Board of Selectmen, you guys are busy, and this is not what you normally do. We can do this. We know how, Conservation, not me, Conservation Commission knows how to get easements done. They're the ones that have done it before. They know how to do it. If they could be allowed to do it, this could just be taken care of. To me, that's what Article 24 is saying. Let's get back to the original intent of what was supposed to happen. This land was supposed to be put into conservation easement. Why didn't it happen? The Board of Selectmen, for all these many years, didn't do it. It is not Conservation Commission's fault that it wasn't done. They shouldn't have to remind everybody all the time. That just becomes badgering. And you guys are very busy, and you don't deserve to be badgered. You just don't. You work very hard for this town. And we know that. I know that. Because I watch on TV all the time. Can't leave my kids all the time, but I can watch all the time. And I see how hard the Board of Selectmen works to advocate for the people of this town. This town is more than just kids playing sports. It's just more than that. Sports is good. I value it. But the town is more than sports. It's more than kids playing sports. It's more than paying for kids. We also need to pay for conservation, and we need to let Conservation Commission do their job. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next speaker comes up, I'm going to ask Neil Kirk as the deputy moderator to come up because I have a prior obligation and wasn't quite sure how long this was going to run. Thank you, Neil.
Good afternoon. Steve?
Thanks, Neil. Steve Najar, 138 Pondview Road, also the vice chair of Conservation. I'll speak for myself here, not for the commission. I was around when this whole thing went down. I can tell you very clearly that if you look through, there's 26 documents, probably more coming. They're posted on the town website. The absolute intent was to conserve that hayfield. There was actually a zoning variance granted because the apartment complex that's there needed more land. I think it's 5 acres per unit. And if you look at ZBA minutes, I mean, it's very clear in the actual application of what the purpose was, and that was to preserve the hayfields. So that was in the ZBA minutes it was even before the project really got any attention. I think as a town, we need to consider that we as a town gave Mr. Banks our word on what we were doing. I know, at this very meeting, whatever that was, 12, 13 years ago, there was like a sketch map of where the stuff was all going. Obviously, that's gone into oblivion, and it's not an official record. We had, during the Conservation Commission meeting, you can go on YouTube and look at it, we had Mr. Banks come in. This guy's 80 years old. He spends the summer in Florida, the winter in Florida. Granted, he got paid for it, but he did give us a bargain sale as a town. So that should be, we should remember that, and we should try to really honor the commitment. And, Ray Banks was pounding on the podium in the Conservation Commission meeting. He literally wanted to buy the land back. He's so upset, about this whole deal. So he sure as heck thinks the fields were getting conserved, and obviously in that letter, it's it's pretty upsetting just to see that. That's kind of, everybody else has talked a lot of good points. I really appreciate everything Wendy went through, and I don't want to go back through all that stuff. But I will say, on Article 24, I would propose a change here because we're inconsistent with other warrant articles that have money coming out of pre-existing funds. And for everyone who doesn't notice, I'm sure we're going to get to bat this around here in a few minutes. But as Andy talked about, the current use change assessment goes into the Conservation Fund. The Conservation Fund is regulated by state law, and depending on what it's used for, it's either gets voted for small expenditures at the Conservation Commission meeting, or there are public hearings in the case of land transfers, and I suspect this is probably a land transfer because it's an easement. So I don't think the wording in this article is appropriate, nor does it belong there. It gives the illusion that we're raising and appropriating something when we're not, and basically whatever the cost, I got hit up with just asking, hey, what are the costs associated with this? And that's fine for information, but the way it ended up in here, it's a problem. So I'd make a motion just to strike the whole rest of the article after where it says selectmen and put a period right there and just get rid of the dollar amount. That'll get voted out of the Conservation Fund if there is one when the actual project happens. So I don't know if anyone else.
Steve, would you put that in writing? I think I know what you want. Just take a warrant article and strike out what you want, and that will meet the requirement of putting it in writing.
Okay.
May I ask Town Council whether there's a problem with that amendment?
There is no problem with that amendment. In fact, when I reviewed the warrant, I questioned why it was on there at all because the Conservation Commission has the authority to spend money out of the Conservation Fund.
Thank you. The motion has been made and seconded to delete from Article 24, fourth line up from the bottom, after of the Board of Selectmen, the balance of that article. Does everyone understand the amendment? Okay. The discussion now is on the amendment. Steve, you can speak to the amendment if you wish.
I think I was just clear, just that, like Laura said, RSA 36A, not sure what subcolon it is really specific about expenditures from this account. So that language is confusing and not needed. There'll be a public hearing when this happens, and the Board of Selectmen would actually approve. You know, conveying an easement is a real estate transfer, so the Board of Selectmen will approve that transfer, and the Conservation Commission would hold public hearing to expend the funds for that purpose.
Further discussion on the amendment? There being none, are you ready for the question? And although I may know you, please announce for the record your name.
I sure will. My name's Eileen Meany. I live on Quaker Street. I have a question about the amendment and the language in the warrant. Related to the original warrant in 2013, and I'm completely confused, to be honest with you. So, does this language act as in the amended article act as though?
No, you have to speak to the amendment, not the amended article.
No, meaning the amendment. Does the language in the amendment?
Yes. The delete. You're speaking to the deleted language.
No, I'm speaking to the remaining language in the amendment.
Go ahead.
It says, I'm going to pick it up here. ... on East Road, including the existing hayfield and exclusive of 20 acres set aside for ongoing gravel pit operations and future recreational facilities to a qualified land trust. So that that acts as though, if I'm understanding this, that the hayfields were protected, that the way that this is written acts as though the hayfields were protected when the original article that was voted on by taxpayers and the deed and everything that related to this land acquisition in 2013 did not protect those hayfields. Is that accurate? So this amendment would then protect them?
Excuse me for a moment.
Sure.
What's the point of order?
Yeah. The amendment has nothing
We
to do
are,
with
but
that.
Okay.
There's some leeway involved here, Greg.
Yeah.
What
I'm
Eileen
just
is trying to do is to say, hey, if we pass the amendment, what remains?
Yes.
If you pass the amendment, all it does is it strikes the raise and appropriate money, and it still authorizes the conveyance of a conservation commission to include the ball fields and not to include to include the hay fields, sorry, and not to include 20 other acres.
Okay. I'm just trying to clarify that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? There being none, are you ready for the question? Oh, please.
Yeah, John Lawton, I'm confused as what actually is the amendment?
The amendment deletes all of the article that deals with funding, because the funding, according to the proponent of the amendment, the funding can happen independent of the article. There's no reason to have this here, and that was confirmed by town council.
Okay. It deletes, and further to raise and appropriate the sum of $60,000. It deletes all of that language.
Okay, so after the comma, after the Board of Selectmen, comma, and then all the rest of that is deleted?
Yes, that is the amendment.
Further discussion? Are you ready for the question? The question is, are you in favor of the amendment? And the amendment deletes all the language dealing with funding. If you're in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Thank you. If you're opposed, please raise your hand. Those in favor are largely in the majority. The amendment passes. We will continue discussion on the article as amended. Mr. Anderson.
Actually, I'm Bill Anderson, East Road. I'm a member of the Finance Committee. However, my comments are nothing to do with the Finance Committee. On both these articles, I abstain because I'm in a butter up on this property. I'm not interested in discussing any intent and history lessons. All I'm looking at is, as we move forward, what is the best use of this property and what is the best location for recreational athletic fields. My first concern is to make sure that the taxpayers and voters understand that when they drive by East Road and look at the vast hayfields there, most of that area is still privately owned. The only area in question here that is a hayfield is the rear portion that is beyond where the snowmobile trails go through. So don't have the misconception that this whole area can be developed for recreational fields. And I'm not really sure on the haying area that is the town's property, how many ball fields could realistically be put there, because I've heard numbers of ball fields mentioned, and I've said, I don't think that'll fit back there realistically. Next, that area, I've lived there for 28 years. It has been a rural agricultural area for multi-generations. The zoning is 5 acres for a home in that area. So the rural nature is important to me as an abutter. It's important that that not be destroyed in the area. I am concerned that if it's developed as a recreational area, it'll increase traffic on a secondary road, East Road. As we said, there's no sidewalks. If it increases pedestrian traffic, vehicular traffic, it will change the rural nature of that area. We also have a number of recreational fields already in town. They are in various states of maintenance and repair. This would add to those and create another set of fields with which we would be burdened to maintain. So I'm concerned about our ability to maintain the fields, not only that we have, but the future fields that we would develop. I also look at Bolton Field. It is over 18 acres that can be developed down there. It is not fully developed right now with the fields that we have. It is already an area that is off a main road. It is an area that, with difficulty perhaps, with excavation, could be expanded, and you already have a recreational area. It can be further expanded. There are security concerns in that area, but if we went with this on East Road, we're creating another set of fields which are removed from the road and would be a security issue for vandalism, et cetera. One other thing, I've had grandkids who played WAC, who play recreational athletics. I think that's important. It's important in the development of our youth. And I just want to make sure that when people are citing statistics that we need additional fields, that they've really looked at that there is an identifiable need. And I only question one specific thing I noticed looking at Channel 6, but the Parks and Rec meeting in December cited a specific example that I think was not totally appropriate for identifying a need. They said John Stark United Soccer currently has to play up on fields in Henniker, which is on Old Concord Road up there, and there are a number of beautiful fields for soccer and other recreational activities. Well, John Stark United, my grandkids play in that. It's a combined team from Henniker and Weare. Therefore, there's already fields for that particular team and organization. We don't need to build fields in Weare to support John Stark United. That's just one example, but I mean, I'm saying that is a bad example to justify a need for additional fields. So I don't support Article 26, and I have, my only concern is that as we look forward, we look at the best location for adding fields as identified.
Hi, Denise Purington, Thorndike Road. I am a member of Parks and Rec. Is it all right if I hold this, because it's hard for me to talk? I want to address some of the questions that were raised today amongst a lot of people related to Parks and Rec. I am speaking as Denise Purington, Thorndike Road, but I am a member of Parks and Rec. That's correct, but I'm going to answer some questions. First,
May we have the speaker speak, and if you wish to raise questions, raise them as a point of order, and then I can recognize you. Please go ahead, Denise.
So I want to pose a question. How did we get here today? And earlier this summer, several organizations from this town approached the Board of Selectmen with a need of more field activity. Is that correct? I'm seeing a nod of the heads. The Board of Selectmen then came to Parks and Rec and asked, and this is all recognized in minutes, came to Parks and Rec and asked us to look at the East Road property. There was a joint meeting that was held between the Board of Selectmen and Parks and Rec. It was publicized, and we did a walkthrough of the East Road property. We also included the property on Quaker Street so that we could take a look at, is there some possibility there? After walking through the Quaker Street, Inison Field property, it was determined that it was too steep, too wet, and there was no way additional fields could be placed there. After the walkthrough of the East Road property, and we walked all the way back out, and it was Select Board, Parks and Rec, there was some community members there. It was a public meeting. It was noted that after we walked a very long distance all the way out to a very large gravel bank, it was noted by many people who did that walk, the terrain was difficult, full of boulders. There's a gigantic ravine. If you stand beside the gravel bank and you look down, you could probably fill it and canoe around it. So we were instructed, Parks and Rec was instructed, I shouldn't say we, but the minutes reflect that Parks and Rec were instructed to go out and research using the East Road property. I, as a member of Parks and Rec, was tagged as the person to do some research. You can all look at Board of Selectmen minutes. I've been there a number of times to speak to that. I heard folks today ask, why now? Why didn't we fight for this 10 years ago? Now because members of this community came to the board, and the board instructed Parks and Rec to look at this property. So this wasn't just at a whim. That's why it wasn't done 10 years ago. I've heard a lot of discussion about maintaining the rural character of this corridor, and it actually says that in the Warren article from 2013. I put forth an email suggesting that why can't we maintain the rural character of the East Road corridor and create a recreational park that satisfies the needs of the youth in this community, the adults, and maintains the rural character of that corridor. Fences that are needed around fields could be made to look like fences that go around a pasture. Strategically, we could place baseball fields behind tree lines so that you wouldn't see fencing. We could build, if we needed a storage unit, it could look like a little farm outbuilding. Imagine the headlines. The town of Weare, Parks and Rec, in combination with the Conservation Commission, creates a recreational park for the townspeople. We could set the standard for the state. I have yet to have any response to the email I put forth to work together to build a conservation, rural character-friendly piece of property. I think it's important to recognize that just shy of 23%.
Point of order. Yes, ma'am? That's not a point of order.
I'm talking on behalf of myself, and I'll withdraw that I sent that email. The town of Weare has just shy of 23% of its land in conservation. Now, albeit not all of it is managed by the Conservation Commission, 22.8% of our land is in conservation. This
If you wish to raise a point of order, that's fine, but to debate is not appropriate. If she makes a misstatement, please go up and you can correct it at the appropriate time.
And I do want to mention that I pulled this information off a document on the Conservation Commission's website. But anyways, I'm pointing out that it sounds like that we are trying to take land away. We're not. We're trying to do something for the kids. We're trying to do something for the adults. We're trying to create a recreation area where we can have picnic tables, look at a pond, play some sports, have a pickup softball game. A third of the money for the purchases of this land came from town voted money. A third came from the Conservation Fund, which that money comes from taxes that comes back to this town. And a third came from Mildred Hall. So we're all involved in this. It was important, as we noted earlier, that we placed restrictions in the deed for conservation to manage this land, but it wasn't important enough to put an easement on the hayfield. Who says that recreation fields can't be conservation friendly? We're trying to use field lands. We have currently, if you pull the town tax documents, tax cards, there's approximately 9 acres in use for recreational fields today. So we have 7 to 8 ball fields sitting on 9 acres of land. With 12 acres, we could have at least another potential 9 fields. Again, I want to remind everybody, townspeople came to the Board of Selectmen, put out that there was a need, and they directed Parks and Rec to do this. Today, our fields are overused, they can't be rested, and we have difficulty meeting everybody's needs. So I would like to put forward an amendment.
Be glad to receive it. Denise is moving to replace the entire article with just the underlined? Okay.
Yeah.
The article, this amendment would amend the article to read as follows. Shall the town complete the easement and survey plat voted at the March 12, 2013 town meeting vote on warrant Article 29, shall the town authorize the Conservation Commission to convey the associated conservation easement. And I know Denise writes cursive well. It's my problem in reading it.
I tried to write the whole thing out. Wasn't sure what you had to do.
The associated conservation easement over a portion of the Bank Schmidt property, map 408, lot 123 on East Road, not to include the existing hayfields, and exclusive of 8 acres set aside for ongoing gravel pit operations and 12 acres to include existing hayfields for future recreational facilities.
So can I speak to my
In translation, she's inserting the word not to do a 100% reversal of the article. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And so there in the documents that have been going back and forth, I think
is there a second to the amendment? The amendment is seconded. Please speak to the amendment.
I think there's a desire to try to not confuse the voters at vote and to align. I think I heard legal say earlier it would be nice if these 2 articles were aligned. So that's the attempt. It's just to put forth to the voters the opportunity to say yay or nay to putting that land into conservation. By doing this, you take both Article 24 and 26. If the town votes yes, then they want the hayfields not to be included. If the town votes no, then they're simply saying, no, we don't want those hayfields made for recreation fields. So my desire in amending this is just to align the two so we can ask the voters, do you want to include or exclude the hayfields from this vote?
Mr. Moderator, could you repeat the number that was changed, 20 from 20 to what?
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask town council to read the entire warrant article.
Thank you.
The entire amendment, excuse me.
Shall the town complete the easement and survey plat voted on at the March 12, 2013 town meeting, vote on warrant Article 29? Shall the town authorize the Conservation Commission to convey the associated conservation easement over a portion of the Banks-Schmidt property, map 408, lot 123, on East Road, not to include the existing hayfields and exclusive of 8 acres set aside for ongoing gravel pit operations and 12 acres to include existing hayfields for future recreational facilities to a qualified land trust, such as the Piscataway Land Conservancy or Society for Protection of New Hampshire Forest, subject to the final approval of the Board of Selectmen. And this puts back in the language, and further to raise and appropriate the sum of $60,000 for such fees that may be requisite to come from the Town Conservation Fund. Do you mean for those to be put back in? Okay. Yep, okay.
Denise, may I ask you, if this passes, this is basically the same thing as Article 26?
And who seconded this?
Chris Mann.
Are you okay with the second removing the raise and appropriate? Okay.
So your question was, by doing this, was the intent to make 26 and 24 more in line? Is that what you just asked me?
No, identical.
Well, I don't know.
One is not and the other is positive.
Correct. So 26 asked, if somebody could put 26 up there. 26 asked, I believe.
26 says, to see if the town will vote to direct the Conservation Commission under the direction of the Board of Selectmen to take immediate action on the division of the 137 acres of already purchased land on East Road, previously known as the Alma Schmidt property, tax map 408-123, by dispersing it as follows. 12 acres to include but not limited to the fields and front acreage of the property to be allocated to recreational fields and ball fields, 8 acres to be allocated as gravel pits, and to convey the remaining 117 acres as the Conservation Commission deems appropriate.
So to your question, yes. By making the amendment that I just made, it puts the same question before the voters. If the voters vote yes, we want to have the hayfields recreation, Conservation Commission gets their marching orders, if you will. If they say no, then they won't be used. The Conservation Commission has already said either way, they have the right to expend the money to put the conservation easement. Both articles direct the Conservation Commission to finish the easement. So the intent of the amendment I made was just to try to align, as legal counsel said would be beneficial, the two warrant articles so it would not be confusing to the taxpayers on voting day.
Would town council care to opine what happens if this amendment passes and the voters vote yes on both or yes on one and no on the other?
If this amendment passes and the articles are aligned, then if either one of them passes, I think we have a situation where we have recreational fields in the hayfields, and we have a direction to convey the conservation easement over a portion of the property, not including the hayfields.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Mann.
I would like to speak. I would like to speak.
Would you identify yourself, please?
Tara Mann, Worthley Road.
I would like to speak in favor of this amendment. I think it does what legal counsel asked us to do, which is to not have warrant articles. I think it makes sense, and as Ms. Parrington said, it kind of gives marching orders. It lets people know what the voters' will is pretty clearly without having to make complex legal decisions after the fact.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Fulton.
Quite the contrary.
Could you identify yourself, please?
Andy Fulton, Hemlock Drive, Chair of the Conservation Commission. I think quite to the contrary, it increases confusion. I think voters are smart enough to realize what they're voting for. This was a chance for an affirmative vote in favor of continuing the work of Conservation Commission. The other article, an affirmative vote, suggests that the recreation aspects of the property overrule the conservation aspects. I think this amendment is a poor way forward. I think it, in fact, creates more confusion rather than alleviating it. I think the voters are well able to see that these are competing interests, and I don't suppose a lot of people would vote yes for both. I don't think our voters are in the habit of not examining each article individually. I would encourage that the amendment not be passed.
Further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Smith.
Greg Smith, Reservoir Drive. I don't personally have a stake in either of these articles, but I would like to speak against the pending amendment to Article 24 because I agree with the previous speaker that it would create confusion. I see no reason for there to be two identical warrants or effectively identical articles in the warrant.
Further discussion on the amendment?
Wendy Fulton, Hemlock Drive. I also am not in favor of this amendment to the article put out by Ms. Parrington. I do not think it clarifies things. I think it adds confusion, and I think it actually takes away some of the decision-making power from the residents of this town. I think it doesn't let them fully see the whole issue. And I also feel like one thing that's really lacking here, and that has been lacking all along, is a concrete plan from Parks and Rec. We have not heard from actually Parks and Rec at all. We've only heard from people who are on Parks and Rec but aren't representing Parks and Rec. And so I don't know how Parks and Rec feels about this amendment either. And I feel like Parks and Rec isn't voicing their opinion, as I'm not sure if they're a committee or a commission. And I feel like this amendment just further muddies that water of individual versus representing themselves versus representing a committee or a commission. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Josh.
Hi, Joshua Hilliard, Woodbury Road. I have no dog in this fight either, but I'm not in favor of this amendment because I see right now the two choices between the amendments. One, asking for the board or the commission to take affirmative steps to protect the hayfield. One, taking affirmative steps to create a ballpark out of the hayfield. And this would just make both require affirmative steps to make ballparks out of hayfield and remove that choice from voters. So I would suggest that this amendment be voted down and we keep the language as it is, confusing though it may be.
Travis Corcoran, Quaker Street. I agree with everyone else. Keep it super short. The amendment makes it more confusing, not less. Thank you.
Steve?
Steve Najar, Pondview Road. So I'm speaking against the amendment. Wordsmith pretty well. It's clear and concise, easy for the voters to understand. It suggests as a town that we leave it alone and put it on the warrant for an up or down by the voters. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment?
Diana Dickinson, Dells Way. We heard some talk about how this warrant article ended up coming on as a response to Article 26, how it got kind of slipped in at the last hour, or maybe even past it. I'm not sure. I wasn't fully understanding. I believe that this is very clear what it's doing. Anyone who's attended any of the meetings at Conservation or Parks and Rec or Board of Selectmen knows exactly what all the issues are. And the original warrant article that we voted on in 2013 did not specify. So I think in this case, it is giving the voters a choice what to do with it. If both get voted down, then it just goes to another bunch of discussions and it's not resolved. But the other way, we have opposing articles and it's still not resolved. And if they both get voted yes, then or both get voted no, we're in the same boat. So to me, it makes sense. A lot of people have been working on this, and suddenly another board came in and decided it wasn't what they wanted. So they tried to end route it. And from my point of view, as a taxpayer, I fully understand what's going on, and the amendment makes sense to me and doesn't muddy anything for me.
Further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, are you ready for the question? Question is, are you in favor of the amendment that changes Article 24 basically into Article 26? Is that an accurate statement? If you're in favor of that change, please now raise your hand with your card and hold it high till I can count. Thank you. Those opposed, please raise your hands and your cards and keep them up. The amendment fails. Is there further discussion on Article 24? There being, did you wish to speak to Article 24?
I do.
Please.
So my name is Dan Wandell, Craney Hill Road. I'll simply offer a perspective coming from another parent, a parent of 4 children in town, 2 of which who are in town athletics as well as club athletics, as a former college athlete, and someone who takes the role of athletics and sports particularly seriously. Having said all that, simultaneously serving those interests of my children and other children, I do not support the infrastructure changes that would take place towards open space. I think our children are equally, if not surpassingly, served by open space, and that compounded with the legal discussions that are taking place, with the liability, with the sort of recommendation of the Finance Committee concurring nearly unanimously from their perspective around making a decision like this clear. I wanted to make sort of the point that it is not exclusive to the interests of children and future generations to utilize the space recreationally, but simply that there is ample opportunity for enrichment and fulfilling the needs of children with open space. And further, the role of conservation and the role of that committee certainly obviously captures the intent and the effect of having beneficial outcomes for children and future generations as well. So thank you.
Further discussion on Article 24. Remember, if there are no further amendments, this article is going into the warrant as it was read and amended. Andy?
Andy Fulton, Hemlock Drive, Chair of the Conservation Commission. Ms. Purrington has often stated that 23% of the town of Weare is in conservation. And then she has suggested, well, not all that is managed by the Conservation Commission. I've heard this at Board of Selectmen meetings. I've heard this at conservation meetings. I think I've even heard this at Parks and Rec. I'd like the record to reflect that approximately 8% of the town of Weare is owned by the town of Weare and managed by the Weare Conservation Commission as the land manager of those. So it's not 23%, about 8%. As far as working with, and I'll stop there and say now I'm speaking as an individual resident of Weare. As far as working with the Parks and Rec Commission, the Conservation Commission that I've seen has always been willing to do that. We've expressed that. We're willing to look at grander things. We're willing to look at other places on this property. But let's be very clear, what we're not interested in doing, and what we're not interested in doing is reneging on our promise and going back and pulling out what is now a conservation land. Look at the tax card, it says conservation land. That's a pretty good clue that Conservation Commission is involved with it. And I am not looking to do something that pulls the management, pulls the promise back from that 7.5 acre piece, which is under hayfield. We do have one hayfield under town ownership. It's not asking too much, and I hope that the voters in the town of Weare support this positive affirmation that would say, let's keep that as, I'll use it because it counts, intended, and finish the deal as promised. Let's get the job done. Thank you.
We've had quite a bit of discussion on this. Are we sure that we want to continue?
I'll just try to make this really quick. James Drury, Oak Hill Road. Well, we can see, never mind where we were, but where we're going forward with this. I am not in favor of this article, but I don't know of any other way to get around all of this. If Mr. Banks is willing to buy it back, I'd be more than willing to have the town sell it back and get out of this. Thanks.
Tara Mann, Withy Road. I just want to clarify something. The warrant article that passed in 2013 requires that we build athletic recreational fields on this land. It also requires 117 acres of open space, so there will be plenty of open space, even notwithstanding the use of the hayfields for recreational space. And so people who have made comments about traffic and rural character, they're going in there. The question is where. So those kind of aren't even germane to this conversation. And as to rural character, if you drive down that road, you don't see those hayfields from the road. What you see is multi-family housing and a self-storage place. So I don't think that is very much in line with that rural, and I think that's owned by the banks. So if maybe they would like to tear down those structures and then put the hayfield there where it would be in plain view and it would help make the road look nice and rural, that's a possibility. But I just do want to clarify that we will have plenty of open space and that fields are required to go there per that warrant article. That's not up for debate.
Kate Bloom, Duckpond Road. I'm under the assumption that...
Could you speak closer to the microphone?
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm under the assumption that legal said if both of these were not petition articles, you would have recommended removing both of them from the warrant to avoid the legal issues and to encourage people to work it out behind the scenes.
Right, because one was a petitioned article, it had to go on.
Right,
Yes.
so because one is a petition article, it had to go on, and we're in this position. So I feel like there has not been a sufficient plan made about what kinds of facilities we do need. It started off just saying ball fields, but now it's morphed into this space that also has ice skating ponds and trails, all this stuff that was not originally intended as part of a ball field. And so, and that's what's being emailed out to people who are on the WAC mailing list. My children play sports, so like I get these. So I am going to propose an amendment to Article 26.
Wait, this is Article 24. We'll get to Article
We
26.
said that we were doing 24 and 26
We actually are talking about them together.
We agreed that we would discuss them together. Did we agree that we would vote on them together?
I don't think that was ever discussed.
Right. So my ruling is that if you want to make an amendment on 26, wait till we get there.
Okay.
Right now, we're discussing both articles, but we're only voting on 24. And if we're finished with the discussion, we'll move on to Article 25. So you'll have your chance in a few minutes. Yes.
all the moderators in the room, it's a geek question. So if we do that, right, if we're discussing 24 and 26 together, and we have a pending, like, on the table amendment that we now know about, doesn't that impact the discussion sort of on 24? Like, how do you manage that as a moderator? I defer to you, Neil.
I think we need to keep our voting and our discussion as two separate issues. If Ms. Bloom wanted to talk about her amendment, she's more than welcome to do that here, now. But if she wants to make the amendment, I think we need to get to Article 26 so that we do them in series, one after another. Yes, sir. Ms. Bloom, did you want to resume the microphone? I'm sure.
I was going to say, can I make a motion that we do 26 after 24? Do voting on 26 after 24 so that they
Sure.
are
If there's
together?
no objection, we'll skip 25 and go right to 20.
And then come back to 25.
We'll come back to 25 later, but we'll go from 24 to 26 and then to 25.
I just, so when, and again, this is a point of clarity for process. So when we get done with 24, Neil, if we move to restrict reconsideration and something happens in 26, we can't go back and take another bite at 24. I just want to make the room aware of that, about the vote to restrict reconsideration on 24.
That would be the case. So if you thought you wanted to keep that option open, don't move to restrict reconsideration on 24. Naomi, did you hear that? Is there anybody else who wants to speak on 24?
Mark Pyar, Lull Road. Just a question, are we going to have any further discussion for 26, or is all of the discussion for 24 and 26 now?
No, we will have discussion on 26 when we get there. We're just going to vote on 24 now. We'll move to 26. We'll have discussion on 26. The amendment will be proposed on 26, and then we will vote on 26.
So there
if
will
it turns out, if nobody moves reconsideration and somebody wants to reopen the discussion on 24, we can do that.
Okay, but there will be more discussion time.
There
for
will be more
26.
discussion time on 26, yes. There being no further discussion on Article 24, Article 24 will go into the warrant as read and amended. And I do not hear a motion for reconsideration. We now turn to Article 26. We don't have to vote on anything except the amendments. The article as amendment automatically goes into the warrant. No, by moderator's privilege, I did that. If you want to object to it, we can do it. But other than that, the moderator ruled that we can go from 24 to 26 and come back to 25 later.
I heard a motion to restrict reconsideration, and I seconded it.
On 24. There's a motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 24. It's been seconded. If you're in favor of that motion to restrict reconsideration, please raise your hand. This is going to be. Those opposed? Reconsideration is restricted on Article 24. We move now to Article 26. I believe there will be an amendment.
I'll go ahead and put forth an amendment. Like I said before, just...
Excuse me, I need to read Article 26, and I didn't do that. Article 26, to see if the town will vote to direct the Conservation Commission under the direction of the Board of Selectmen to take immediate action on the division of 137 acres of already purchased land on East Road, previously known as the Alma Schmidt property, tax map 408, 123 by dispersing it as follows: 12 acres to include but not limited to the fields and frontage acreage of the property to be allocated to recreational fields and ball fields, 8 acres to be allocated to gravel pits, and to convey the remaining 117 acres as the Conservation Commission deems appropriate. This article has no tax impact, as land is already owned by the town of Weare by petition. Ms. Bloom, please proceed.
Okay, because I think immediate action is hasty, considering the variety of opinions in this room, the amendment is to try to help us reach consensus.
Does this amendment replace the entire article? The amendment reads as follows: Article 26, to see if the town will vote to direct the Conservation Commission and the Parks and Recreation Commission, under the direction of the Board and Selectmen, to conduct a study on the feasibility and legality of the division of the 137 acres of already purchased land on East Road, previously known as the Alma Schmidt property, tax map 408-123.
Is that okay? Okay.
Is there a second to that amendment? It's been seconded. Did you wish to speak to the amendment, Ms. Bloom? No. Mr. Fillmore.
Hi, Bruce Fillmore, Gould Road. I have a question for town council. I may be wrong, I've been wrong before, but this is a petition article. Can it be amended? Yeah?
Absolutely.
Petitioned articles may be amended. You can't change the subject, but you can do what you want with the subject. Mr. Preventure.
You know my name. I don't know if that's good or bad.
For the recorded record and for those at home.
Yes, Mike Preventure, 492 North Stark Highway. Question on the amendment, though. Like, I feel like you're fundamentally changing the language and the intent of this. The intent isn't for a study. The intent is to use that land for recreational park and ball fields. So by changing it, you're fundamentally, I mean, you're rewriting the entire petition article, and the signatures that I've gotten on this, which is over 40, are for that purpose. So I don't understand how you can just rewrite the article, because it doesn't sound like an amendment. It sounds like a rewrite.
It is a
Town
rewrite.
council.
It's also a legal amendment. You can change the intent of the article as long as you don't eliminate the subject matter, and the subject matter here relates to the use of the property.
So, in other words, changing an article that would require action into one that requires study is a legitimate amendment.
There's a Supreme Court case directly on point. It's Katie versus Town of Deerfield.
Interesting. Okay.
Steve?
Steve Najar, Pondview Road. So I like the sounds of the amendment. The only question I'd ask maybe for the Board of Selectmen, even with the petition warrant article, there's some unfunded mandates in there. So if we conduct a study, is the town engineer already paid for, or does money need to be associated to conduct the study that we just modified but are considering the modification of the article?
You cannot amend it to add an appropriation.
Okay, so it'd be like an unfunded mandate, essentially.
Someone would have to come up with the money somewhere.
Yeah, I'll come back and ask the second question later.
Tara?
Tara Mann. I had the similar question. I'm wondering how much this study is going to cost, who's going to do it, how long it's going to take. I feel it's pretty irresponsible to put something forward that's going to require that the taxpayers expend money without disclosing to the taxpayers how much that money is going to be and where it's coming from. Thank you.
Tom?
Tom Flaherty, Sunrise Lane. I think just from the attention and the dialogue today, we do need a study.
I apologize. I did not ask for the Finance Committee's recommendation. Tom?
I think we already had our word earlier. Words, plural. I think this sort of goes along with what legal counsel is suggesting that we do. We sit down and talk about it because there's so many factors in it. So, I would be in favor of this because it seems like it's saying get back to the drawing board, which is what legal is saying. I don't mean to tell you what you're saying.
But it's not my decision. It's your decision.
Wendy?
Wendy Fulton, Hemlock Drive. I'd like to speak in support of the amendment put out by Mrs. Bloom. I think it's an excellent job, an excellent idea to have a discussion. This discussion should have taken place long ago. It would have been nice if Parks and Rec went to Conservation Commission early on for a discussion. That didn't happen. This seems like a fine time for it to happen. My oldest daughter is in college. She's a senior, believe it or not, and her major is in parks conservation and parks management. And she's been doing a lot of reading on her final semester in college, and she shared with me something put out by the Department of Interior. It was put out in 1993, and it's still being taught in colleges today, colleges that specialize in conservation of land and in parks. It was put out by the National Parks Denver Service Center, and it's called Guiding Principles of Sustainable Design. It's a long article, and she summarized parts of it. I'd like to just read.
Does this relate to the study?
It relates to the value. I don't have to read it. I will just say the following. Having discussions, having plans in place before you act is critical to responsible stewardship of land and of finances. I think we could all agree on that. And Parks and Rec has not put out a plan for this land. They haven't put out a plan for how they're going to manage it, how they're going to pay for what needs to be done. And to say it's turnkey and kids can start playing ball right now on a hayfield, my kids can play in a hayfield, but they can't play ball on a hayfield. You can't. To say that, you're not somebody who's hanging in hayfields very much. I think Mrs. Bloom's concept of amending this article so that there is time to have a plan in place is a great idea. So I'm speaking in favor of the amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment?
Dan Wandell, Craney Hill Road. I would also be in favor of the amendment in so much that the intent of the amendment seeks to alleviate the tension at the core of the disagreement and discussion, in that specifically each entity across Conservation, Parks and Rec, and Board of Selectmen are involved in a vigorous and ongoing study and discussion collectively that would produce the best outcome. So in so much that the intent of the amendment is explicitly progressive towards an end. So in that spirit, I would support the amendment.
Lori?
Lori Davis, Buxton School Road. I definitely support the amendment. We have had a very contentious discussion here today. It has been contentious at the Board of Selectmen's meetings. Statements have been made that people are very well informed. They should be coming to these meetings. The fact is everybody's busy. You don't see them watching YouTube. They're not at the Board of Selectmen's meeting. They're not at the Finance Committee meetings. They're not at Conservation meetings, and they are not at Parks and Rec. People have lives, and they need time to digest this. That's why we send blurbs out for people to ask questions after this meeting. Definitely, we need to chill and have this amendment passed.
Greg?
Greg Smith, Reservoir Drive. Mr. Moderator, just a clarification. Would it be possible to have council reread the as amended article, particularly the part about the study? I didn't catch the intent of this, whether the intent of the study was given.
I will read it.
Please.
And it completely replaces the article. Okay? If this were to be adopted, what you see printed in the warrant would go away, and this would appear on the ballot. To see if the town will devote to direct the Conservation Commission and the Parks and Recreation Commission, under the direction of the Board of Selectmen, to conduct a study on the feasibility and legality of the division of the 137 acres of already purchased land on East Road, previously known as the Alma Schmidt property, tax map 408-123.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. My concern is it specifies a study on the division of the property, but does not indicate the purpose of the division. I mean, I just would offer that as a comment. Does that need to be, would it be wise to clarify that?
I agree that your interpretation is correct. It only talks about the legality and feasibility of the division. However, I suspect that it would be very difficult to do that without considering all of the other factors that people have discussed today.
Oh, absolutely. It just seemed odd to me to have a study of the division without saying why it was to be divided.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Lisa Groley in Quaker Street. I guess I'm having a hard time understanding how it is that we can leave one article, these two competing articles, one of them intact and the other one completely changed. So I don't understand how that works. And then the other part of this that I just want to make clear is that Parks and Rec, although I'm not speaking for Parks and Rec, I am on that board. They were asked to do this, to look into this by the select board, and there's no moving forward or planning without knowing what property we're looking at. And that was what this petition, which I believe has gotten over 600 voter signatures, not Parks and Rec, but not through Parks and Rec, but somebody from WAC did this, but it also wasn't through WAC. It was an individual. This got 600 voter signatures, so it just seems that those 600 voters, maybe we could leave their petition intact, seeing as how we left 24 intact.
Ms. Mann?
Tara Mann. This is for legal counsel. Would this be a binding or advisory warrant if it's asking for something that might require money for which there is no appropriated money?
Because there's no appropriated money, it really would be advisory.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chris Mann with the road. So I don't support the amendment, and my basis on that is I'm kind of confused as to what happens if 24 passes and 26 passes. So if 24 were to pass, then the Conservation Commission has basically what they want to do in taking the hayfields as hayfields. So what is the study for?
I think if 24 and 26 as amended passes, you're going down the path of 24 and 26 really becomes moot.
That's what I figured. Thank you.
Eileen?
Eileen Meany, Quaker Street. I want to try to understand what actually 26 means, right? So when I look at the language of that the Board of Selectmen will direct the Conservation and Parks Commission to study the feasibility and the division of the property, isn't that basically asking them to study the legality, which Laura, you've already reviewed?
The amendment includes studying the legality.
Well, so you've already done that. You've done a review of all of the documents. You went through all of the meeting minutes. So that's been done. And that decision of the legality of the division of the property has already occurred. So we know, based on the facts, that that's been asked and answered. So I don't understand the point of this amendment, because it's basically asking this group of people to go do the same thing again that's already occurred. It doesn't do anything.
The language, Eileen, says a study of the feasibility and legality. Two aspects, not just legality.
No, I understand that. So it's the study of what part of the land can be used.
I think if I were a selectman, I would interpret this very broadly. It's up to them, of course.
Sure.
And come up with a plan. I mean, that's the purpose of this amendment, to come up with a plan that Parks and Rec, Conservation Commission, and the selectmen can get behind.
So the the intent of this warrant, if passed, is handing this decision based on information from that group of people back to the Board of Selectmen?
No, it's asking for a study, which presumably would conclude with a recommendation that would then have to come back to the voters if it involves spending money, or indeed dividing the property. So this is just a study. It's not going to come out with anything other than a recommendation if indeed the parties can get together and conclude on a recommendation. That's what studies are.
No, I understand that, but the legality piece of this has already been established, is my point. And then it's just a study of where on this property it makes sense to build something. Is that accurate?
I mean, I think the intent is to have a study as to where things could go, both from a feasible and legal point of view. I am one lawyer. I've reviewed the documents. I've made a determination and a recommendation. There's thousands of other lawyers who look at it. I'm sure another one would give you a completely opposite opinion.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
So, Kate Bloom, Duck Pond Road. For me, the key is also the feasibility portion of this. To me, it means bringing people like WAC who interface with Parks and Rec and the Board of Selectmen, and they can say, have an opportunity to provide, this is what we need, and have a discussion. I've never heard what they actually need. I don't know if Park has, I don't know if the Board of Selectmen has, other than we need more fields, but what kind of fields, what size fields, how many of them do you need? Is there going to be room on this one property for those? I think it would be a good idea to have everybody come together and actually talk about what the needs are before we decide to just take some land and commit it to putting something on there when that something may not be sufficient for what WAC or Parks actually needs in the future.
Tom?
First, I have a question.
Could you identify yourself?
Yes, I'm sorry, Neil. Tom Clow, 125 Concord Stage Road. Okay.
You sure about that?
For 51 years. Did we vote to restrict reconsideration of 24?
Yes.
So we really boxed ourselves in with this amendment if we go with it, because 24, if it passes, gives the go-ahead to the Conservation Commission, and this amendment would say, no, we should study it first. So which comes first and which takes priority? I think it confuses it. And we can't go back and look at, and I don't want to, but I do think we're kind of boxing ourselves in.
Greg?
Greg Smith, Reservoir Drive. I think that the intent of this amendment is entirely admirable and is exactly the right thing that should be done. As the previous and other speakers have said, come up with a plan, understand what makes the most sense for the community. That said, I had hoped that my earlier comments would constitute an invitation to slightly clarify the amendment. I'm afraid that as it stands, to just create a mandate to study the feasibility and legality of division with no stated purpose for the division of the property, I would have to argue against this amendment because of its lack of clarity. So I don't feel like I'm in a position to offer an amendment to the amendment, but I'm again inviting the people who are interested in this to clarify that. Thank you.
Why don't you have a discussion with Ms. Bloom and see if you can work something out?
I won't speak on it further. I've had my say. You understand my intent. I'm happy to work with you. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Chris Mann, Worthley Road, not to be confused with my father. I must speak against this amendment as proposed. I feel it's overly broad and half-baked, especially with the fact that with no appropriated funds, it's essentially an advisory mandate. Largely because by ordering simply a study, you're essentially not, let me rephrase. I am in favor with the spirit of Ms. Bloom's amendment. However, I feel as though the time for it would have been in the past. I think as it stands now, ultimately it would be neutering, in effect, to pass this amendment as proposed. And I think that the best option would be to leave it unmodified and have it go to the ballot in that way.
I feel that.
May we have your name,
Oh, sorry.
please?
Shelby O'Donnell, Clark Mill Road. So I feel that the spirit of the Article 26 that everybody signed the petition, if it is not amended to mention ball fields, like if the amendment isn't amended to mention ball fields, we have taken the spirit out of it. And I understand legally it's possible, but I don't think it's right, because the spirit of what was signed by so many people. I do understand that their obligation, that they're not here, which is too bad, but I would like it to somehow be changed so that the spirit remains, so that 24 and 26 can be a vote where where the voters can decide what they actually want, rather, and something can happen. I don't know.
Mike Preventure, 492 North Stark Highway. Just a couple of comments. One, I do agree with Mr. Clow. I think not being able to go back and revisit 24 now that we have this amendment does kind of box us into a corner. In addition, I think there was a comment about not having a plan. We actually have WAC and I believe, well, I don't want to speak for John Stark Generals, but I can just say for WAC, WAC has met with the Parks and Rec and has talked to them about the needs. In fact, we went in the order based off of the needs in terms of the number of fields that we are looking, that we do need. So that is known, and there is discussion around what we do need. Thank you.
Travis?
Travis Corcoran, Quaker Street. A question for the moderator. Under the rules we operate on, is it permissible to move the question?
It's permissible, but I would suggest that there may be an amendment to the amendment, and there are two other speakers, so I would ask that you hold that motion.
As a favor, sure.
Andy?
Andy Fulton, Hemlock Drive. I'm not sure I'm in favor of this amendment. There's part of me that likes the clarity of having two different views. Affirmative for one is clearly should be a negative for the other. And I'm not 100% on that point because, as I think about it, when the representative from Parks and Rec came to Conservation Commission, we were presented with a fait accompli. It was all done. This is our proposal. There was no room for speaking about other options, about other points on the property. So we had tried as a commission to come together at a joint meeting to discuss this, but we're very much, again, presented with this, well, we won't, or I won't discuss unless you want to talk about, how to arrange the ball fields on the hayfield. Again, it wasn't an open discussion. So while I hesitate to support the amendment, I'm also partially in favor of it because it does afford an opportunity for something that wasn't before. Conservation Commission was not brought to the table to talk or look at the property. We weren't invited to the site walk on the property where this idea of using the hay fields took germination and has really, in my view, grown wild as a weed. So I would be glad to have that discussion. It didn't work out. Maybe it's a good move forward. Thank you.
Ms. Bloom, were you planning to propose a different amendment? We'll deal with that in a different way, but yes, thank you. Please continue speaking.
So in
Could you identify yourself again?
Chris Manworth Road, sorry. In the RSA 40:10, can you vote to reconsider something that's already been restricted or no? But you can, could you do it for could you vote to do a reconsideration in 7 days if it was duly noted? The fact remains that 26 as amended and 24 are still at odds, and it doesn't make sense to have one if the other exists. A study doesn't make sense if the other one's going to preclude the ability to have a study.
Upon approval of a motion,
Yeah, section 2.
no vote or article which has been restricted under this section nor the restriction itself shall be reconsidered during that meeting or at any adjourned session of any such meeting. So
Now, section 2 says...
except as shown in paragraph 2, and that is, upon approval of a motion to reconsider any vote or warrant article subject to a restriction, actual reconsideration shall take place in an adjourned section held at least 7 days after. So yes, you could, as a body, vote to reconsider Article 24 that has been subject to the restriction, but then you'd have to have another session in 7 days to do that.
Okay, and that could be really, it didn't have to be a session like this, but it could be like a smaller meeting. It wouldn't have to be.
It's got to be a session
or
just like this.
All right, so that's, all right, fair enough. Thank you.
Hi, Mark Pyar, Lull Road. First, I do want to thank all of you for being here and taking your day to do that. I want to speak against the amendment. Especially as a conservative thinker, I would not be in favor of the amendment because there's no money for a study. That's just plain and simple. There's no money for a study. We're kicking the can down the road. I also want to speak to the immediate nature of 26. I'm a scout leader in town. My oldest son did his Eagle project with the Conservation Committee for Farron Pond. So I am in favor of conservation. However, I'm also a coach, and I've coached for over 20 years. In fact, the first team I coached was right here, because this used to be the soccer field. This is now the middle school. The soccer fields are gone. Those fields, anyways. Fields have decreased in town. Last spring, I coached the lacrosse team. We had to play lacrosse in the parking lot. Imagine balls bouncing in the parking lot. We are in immediate need of fields. We can't kick the can't kick the ball down the road, so to speak. We have no money for a study. This is something that needs to be done. And in fact, Conservation Committee is still retaining 117 acres for conservation. I don't believe that's going to decrease the visibility or beauty of our beautiful town. Thank you.
John?
Yeah, John Lawton, Oak Hill Road. Yeah, I'd like to, I'm not in favor of the amendment, and the reason being is I believe the original intent of this 26 is more of a reading of the town, because they specifically call out 12 acres for the purpose of recreation. And I think it would be nice to have an up and down vote if people agree with that or not, and that would give direction to selectmen, conservation, parks and rec. So by the amendment eliminating that wordage, I think we don't get a true feeling of what the town, feels about the recreational fields there. So I would like to leave it the way it is and take that as a poll, basically, on whether the town agrees with it or not. This all may be irrelevant if for some reason legality says you can't do what they want to do, but at least you have some direction from results.
Travis.
Travis Corcoran, Quaker Street, for those who haven't met me before. First, a question. The wording of the proposed amendment says study. Does that mandate that we pay an external consultant, or can that be read to read as the Board of Selectmen shall study themselves the issue?
As I read this, it would not require any expenditure of any money. It just requires a study to be done.
That's my understanding as well. Thank you.
If the selectmen wish to spend money and we're able to get a grant or something like that, that's a different
But
matter.
it would not require, so
No
this
tax
need not
money.
be creating an unfunded mandate.
Correct.
Second, point of order, I'd like to call the question, please.
There is someone who is proposing an amendment behind you,
We've
and so he
discussed this.
has
Okay.
priority. Sir? If
Is it the case that if he wants to amend the amendment, we would have to first withdraw this amendment as written?
in order for, I will get to that once he's up.
Well, that would be my question. So my proposal to amend the amendment is to look to assuage the concerns around intent from a language perspective.
In order for you to, you cannot, under our rules, you can't amend an amendment. However, if Ms. Bloom and the seconder withdraw their amendment, then your amendment could be made.
Look to withdraw?
Yeah. So I call the question. We're not going to do that.
Right. Okay. So we'll move to a vote.
Okay. The question has been called, and this requires a 2/3 vote to cut off debate. Okay? If you're in favor of stopping debate now on this amendment, we'll still have Article 26 in front of us regardless of the vote. It'll be open to further amendment or anything you want. But if you want to stop the discussion on this amendment now, please raise your hand. Thank you. Put your hands down, please. If you're opposed, by more than a 2/3 majority, the motion passes. We are finished with our discussion on that amendment. Okay. The question now is on the amendment. Everybody need it to be read again, or are you all set? You're all set. If you're in favor of this amendment, please now indicate by raising your hand. Discussion will continue. The floor is open for other amendments or discussion. After this speaker, you may.
Andy Fulton, Hemlock Drive. Question for Town Council. What does it mean for the Conservation Commission if this passes? The language is direct the Conservation Commission under the direction to take immediate action. What's immediate action? What's the direction? How is the Conservation Commission bound by this if it were to pass? Or is the Conservation Commission bound?
Again, because the Conservation Commission only has the authority to convey conservation easements as this body authorizes, yes, I think you would be bound. I think under the direction of the Board of Selectmen has to do with the fact that, as you mentioned earlier, it's a real estate conveyance. We always want both boards involved. I didn't write the article. I don't know what the intent was, but yes, I think you would be bound by it.
Is that to be interpreted as the Conservation Commission would then step aside and have no opinion on the development of the hayfield?
Again, I don't know what the intention was, but the article is for you to grant a conservation easement excluding 12 acres, including the hayfields.
Thank you.
Sure.
Is this your motion to stop debate?
I'm making a motion to stop debate and move it.
Okay. The question has been called. If you're in favor of stopping debate, on this article, please raise your hand. Thank you. Please lower your hands. If you're opposed, the motion carries by the necessary 2/3. We are finished discussing this article, and therefore Article 26 will go into the warrant as it was read. All those in favor, please indicate by thank you. Opposed? The ayes have it, and reconsideration is restricted. We now turn to Article 25. Article 25, to see if the town will vote to restrict eligibility for appointed positions to town boards and committees to 2 consecutive terms, which shall include any part of a term served and shall remain ineligible for the next succeeding 3 years. Does someone wish to speak to the article?
Mr. Moderator, don't we have to move it from the board?
I'm sorry?
Do we have to move that from the board?
No, but you don't have to, but you're right. I should recognize somebody from the board, and I've got my cheat sheet here. Article 20.
I'll help you out. I move it as read.
Chairman Hippler is recognized to move the article as read, and it's seconded. Did you wish to speak? Ms. Mann.
Smart man. Tara Mann, Worthy Road. So this was my petitioned warrant article. So usually petitioned warrant articles arise because the voters notice what they feel is a problem or a process that needs to be improved. This warrant article is my attempt to solve that problem or improve that process. Article 25 attempts to solve a problem that is both wonderful and problematic at the same time. Currently, all but one of our appointed town boards are completely full. Some are well beyond full. And oftentimes, those who serve remain on those boards term after term after term, making it difficult to near impossible for new people with new skill sets and perspectives and ideas to have a seat at the table. This results in boards stagnating and becoming complacent, and risks important information, processes, and institutional knowledge being lost when a member does leave. So the inspiration for this article comes from our Finance Committee ordinance, which currently places a 2-term limit on its members. This article looks to make this consistent across all appointed boards. This will make things fair and consistent. It will also help ensure that information and philosophical continuity and succession planning that will help all boards to thrive now and well into the future. It will also help to revitalize the boards by allowing new and diverse ideas and perspectives to intermingle with seasoned, experienced board members to create a synergistic effect that will benefit both the individual boards and the town. It will allow greater participation by a greater number of community members, in which in turn makes us all more invested in the healthy governance of our town. I would like to make a few clarifying points based on questions I have been asked by community members. Firstly, this would pertain only to appointed boards, not elected boards, as the state of New Hampshire currently reserves all regulatory and statutory power over elected offices. If the case arises where this warrant contradicts a state statute pertaining to a specific board, the state statute would preempt this article for that board, which is known as Dillon's rule, which someone referred to as not a home rule. Yeah, it's called Dillon's rule. Concerns were raised regarding lack of community members willing to volunteer to serve. This is definitely the case when I first moved to Weare 25 years ago. Since then, however, our town has grown by literally thousands. Boards that once had multiple vacancies are now full, many with alternate members who can't even vote, but still attend the meetings because they very much want to help serve our community. Every time I've seen a call go out on Facebook for volunteers, people step forward. They just need to know that there is a need, and there needs to be space for them to serve. Lastly, this article by no means prevents former board members from continuing to attend, participate, or volunteer to help their respective boards. It just means that for what is typically one term, someone else gets to have voting power instead of them on that particular board.
Travis.
Travis Corcoran, Quaker Street. I think that some context is necessary for this warrant article and why it was brought forth by petition. It is perfectly relevant and appropriate that it is sandwiched in between Articles 24 and 26 because it is part of the same fight. Basically, we have a conservation commission which is doing a great job of conserving the forests and fields, et cetera, of the town. And we have another faction that has absolutely legitimate desires for fields and such. And it's my understanding that they have felt stymied by the Conservation Commission, which is acting as a conservation commission and not a sports field commission. And so it is my understanding that their action to this is we need a clean flush of everyone who is there. It is my understanding that all of the members on the Conservation Commission have served the maximum of 2 consecutive terms, including the one that they're currently part of or currently serving. And so if this were to be passed without discussion and without people understanding it, the end result would be that the entire Conservation Commission would be flushed. Now, we know that people often do things where they will propose a warrant article that is aimed, sort of like a laser at one particular point, but then is written sort of broadly so that the exact target isn't specified. We've seen that with the planning board in the past. So in this case, I think that this is ill-considered and sort of a stealth move as part of one particular fight, and this would not be beneficial for the town. And I think it would be appropriate to study and understand what effect this would have, get some tallies of exactly how many people are looking forward to standing up to replace open board seats, et cetera. And thus I provide a proposed amendment, which I have in writing. It is identical to the existing writing, except vote to restrict is changed to vote to study restricting. Thank you.
Travis has moved to amend Article 25 to read, to see if the town will vote to study restricting eligibility for appointed positions to town boards and committees to 2 consecutive terms, which will include any part of a term served and shall remain ineligible for the next succeeding 3 years. Is there a second to that? Second. Been moved and seconded. Tom, did you wish to speak to the amendment?
I just want to interject that the Finance Committee had no recommendation because it wasn't applicable. So that's history now because we've got an amendment on the floor, but for the original we didn't. I would be against the amendment. I would, I don't think that it should be restricted to a small committee to discuss and recommend on something that would have so much impact. So I think that the motion should stand the way it is and that we should move ahead with it. And I'll tell you later whether I'm in favor or against, but I'm against the amendment.
Eileen.
Eileen Meany, Quaker Street. I'm against the amendment, and this is not a new or novel concept in town. The Finance Committee ordinance restricts members for serving 2 consecutive terms. So a study of this and how it works and how it is in effect has already been in effect since this ordinance was passed years ago. We do this with other committees. This is not new.
Tara, for a second time.
Hi. I agree with Eileen. This is already in practice in our town right now. I also, although I appreciate Mr. Corcoran's trying to read my mind, the intention of the warrant article was not as he stated. Andy Fulton was just appointed to another 3 years, so he will be on that board for another 3 years. It will not wipe out the entire Conservation Commission, so I think people need to understand that what he said is categorically not true.
Brent Dickinson, Dells Way. I'm against the amendment. This is long overdue. In times past, I've talked to the elected representatives, the appointed representatives in this town about restrictions on time serving, on recall provisions that we don't have, and every single one is against it. And I kind of look at Article 24 through 27 is the fact that we do need some sort of method to flush out. We don't need to study it. We need to get rid of people after a certain amount of time so conflicts like these and others don't exist. That's the power of the people. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, may I offer a thought?
Please.
I was asked to review this as part of the warrant review, and it is my opinion that you cannot limit the terms of anyone on a statutorily created board, whether they're appointed or elected. I know the case that the Supreme Court has decided relates to elected boards, but the question they were presented with was broader, and as was pointed out, New Hampshire is not a home rule state. So unless the state imposes a term limit, I don't believe this body can. With your town-created committees, have at it. If they're not statutory committees, you can do whatever you want. But for your statutory committees, I do not believe this would be legal.
Could you enlighten us as to which town committees are statutory so we would know to which this would apply, would not apply?
So it would apply to the Conservation Commission as a statutory. The Zoning Board, as I recall, is appointed. I don't know whether the Planning Board is appointed or elected.
Appointed.
It would, in my opinion, it cannot be applied to them. That being said, the selectmen are the appointing authority. So if they decided after someone served 2 terms that it was time for someone else to serve, that would be a completely legal decision. I just wouldn't adopt a policy.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Charlene Preventure, North Stark Highway. Just a question, I guess, is why are we so opposed to letting this go before the voters? That's the only thing. I do not agree with the amendment.
Chris.
Chris Mann, Worthley Road. So I'm against the amendment because we know how these ordinances are supposed to work. This has been done with the Finance Committee, as previously stated. One thing to consider, when my wife presented the actual petition, she said that if there was a preemption on the state side, that could be where it wouldn't apply. So from a legal perspective, could it go but just not be able to apply to those boards?
Oh, it can go.
Okay.
That's fine. And if
It's
it's
just
adopted, that's fine.
So
It's
in
fine
the
until someone challenges it.
Right, so it's in the enforcement, whether or not
Yes.
the board decides, okay, we can't do it with this board, but we can do it with that.
Absolutely.
And they can divvy it out based on that going forward.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a point of clarification.
Name, please.
Tara Mann. So I actually do have case law that supports that because we're an SB2 town meeting town, the state of New Hampshire has transferred some of its statutory and legislative authority to the towns to create our own rules, regulation, ordinances, create boards, dissolve boards, appoint people to boards, remove people to boards. There's case law that involves, it's the town of Salisbury v. New England Power Company in 1981. And this decision determined that municipal legislation is invalid if it is repugnant to or inconsistent with state law, meaning as long as it's not repugnant to state law or inconsistent with state law or outright contradicts state law, that it is completely legal for a town via the SB2 process to create rules, regulations, ordinances, as you and if you need that, again, it's Town of Salisbury v. New England Power Company, 1981. It's actually referenced in the Town of Hooksett v. Baines decision from 2002.
I disagree that that case gives you the authority to do this, but like I said, we don't need to have that debate right now.
Tom Clough, Concord Stage Road. A while ago, I mean, last year, the year before, I wrote an article for Weare in the World News entitled Empty Chairs. And the point is that there were unfilled positions. We have an agricultural commission, which I don't even know if it exists because it was all empty chairs. Heritage Commission, all empty chairs. Economic Development Committee, all empty chairs. So, you know, we don't need to discourage participation in committees, and I think that this would do that. There's also the point of, I guess you'd call it institutional knowledge. You know, planning board wouldn't be applicable here because of the statutes, I realize, but a person who's been on the planning board for a long time carries with them a lot of experience that can be passed on when decisions are made. And I think there are other committees where that applies as well. So I would be against this because too many empty chairs.
Were you speaking against the article or against the amendment? The amendment is to change the article from a proscriptive one to a study committee, to a study.
I thought we'd already gone by that. I'm sorry.
No.
It's getting a little confusing here today. All these substitute
We're talking
moderators.
on Travis Corcoran's amendment, which
Okay,
is...
well, you can record what I said and replay it after the amendment.
Before you speak, Tara, you've spoke so many times. The other fellow behind you.
Sure, sorry, excuse me. Dan Wandell, Crane Hill Road. So just from a clarifying perspective from council, could you reiterate that it's in your opinion that the article, should it move forward, would in fact be illegal, or it is only illegal in so much that a challenge should be should face it?
I think it is illegal as it applies to statutory boards and committees. Now, what does that mean from a practical point of view? Nothing, until someone is not reappointed and challenges it on the basis of this.
Okay. In a similar vein, as in your understanding, would you concur with that opinion in the event that this amendment would move forward? So is there any legal or statutorial problems with
studying it?
Studying it?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Brett?
Brent Dickinson, Dells Way. Just a couple points to maybe put things in perspective. I was a scout leader with Mike, ball coach. We don't own those programs. You don't own the committees you serve on. You're stewards. You're stewards for the community. And as the community changes, the needs change, people change. Now, we spent several hours willing to go to court over some ground. I'll go to court if this is illegal. I'll go to court based on constitutional rights. We're arguing over grass. These are our rights. Just a little perspective here.
Tara?
I'm wondering if I should restrict consideration or not.
You're speaking to the amendment.
Okay, speaking to the amendment, I have a question for legal counsel. So with all our appointed boards, the appointing body is the Board of Selectmen or the town moderator, correct?
I think statutorily it's always the Board of Selectmen, but I know for your finance committee it's the town moderator.
Okay. And it's not automatic renewal once your term is up. You need to be reappointed by either the Board of Selectmen or the town moderator?
Absolutely. And as I said, if you were so lucky to have so many volunteers that after someone had served 2 terms, you could say, thank you very much, we want to give someone else a chance, that's fine.
So if this did pass, then the Board of Selectmen could say this is what the voters want, and therefore we're going to put this into place through their choice.
Yes, provided there were additional volunteers, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Helene?
Helene Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. I'm thinking of the process that we generally use. So if I'm on a committee and I'm on for 3 years and I want to re-up, the Board of Selectmen asks me to come before them and tell them why. So the Board of Selectmen, and this has been done not that long ago, where the Board of Selectmen said, no thank you, we won't reappoint you. So I'm not so sure why we need something like this when we have a board that has the authority to say, either we don't care to have you on because we don't care for your position, or you've been on long enough, let's give someone else a turn. One of my concerns in putting this so bluntly is that you have the possibility of losing institutional knowledge. And let's use the planning board as an example. It isn't just like someone like myself, I might say, oh, well, I want to be on that board. I have no background, I have no knowledge, and it would take me a number of years, not because I'm stupid, but because there's so much to learn there. So probably it would be a number of years before I even had the knowledge to be a successful member on that. Do we want to then take people who have the knowledge, who have the details, maybe because of their own profession, and automatically say, you're out, you've served 6 years, you're out? Where does that leave us as a town? And to tap into what Tom is going to have replayed, I think. Right now, at this moment in time, maybe, and I don't know this, there are lots of people waiting online to become members of a committee. But I can tell you, in the past, we had to dig, and committees that were important, such as Economic Development, the Heritage Commission, and the others that Tom mentioned, they became defunct. They still exist in the sense that on a piece of paper somewhere. But all those people that are waiting online now certainly have a place to make an impact in the town. So I think the amendment is unnecessary, and I think the original article is.
Further discussion? Lori? This is discussion on the amendment to change it into a study.
Correct. Lori Davis, Buxton School Road. I like the amendment. I like the article as a whole, not at all. The Board of Selectmen are capable of appointing people. We've seen them do that. There are certain boards that are elected. We have boards that are not filled, that are defunct because nobody wants to be on them. Currently, we have a board, a commission, that is being targeted because a certain group of people want something done. When you have an agenda for one specific board, and it is very clear this whole meeting has been about that, whether you're for or against, but when you start doing that in a town, you're no longer thinking about the town and the benefits of the town and all the people. You're thinking about one group of people. Knowledge is crucial. There are people on every one of these boards. Do we want to see them changed out? Absolutely. We need to see a change in planning. We need to see a change in zoning. We add changes to conservation. Our own finance committee has its own changes. But I don't believe that anybody can say there isn't enough room for new people to get involved. And you don't just jump on planning, you don't just jump on zoning, and you don't just jump on conservation today, because those boards require in-depth knowledge. It requires you not just showing up today and expecting Neil Kirk to regurgitate everything in his head for the last 50 years. It requires you doing your homework, studying other towns. It requires hours, lots of hours, just like the hours our Board of Selectmen put in. And it's not something that you just put in because you want ball fields. I think this is a vindictive article, and I think we need to get back to what's important, which is being a town, not a battlefield.
Chris Manworthy Road. I think that while there's been a lot of spirited discussion on the merits or democratic nature of this article as proposed, I think a lot of the previous discussion on this has been focused on the article itself and not the amendment.
Fair comment.
To that point, this amendment, I think, is unnecessary. I feel as though there is nothing on face wrong with the article as proposed. There's no internal contradictions or logical issues at play here. Despite the potential legal issues, I think those can be worked out quite easily in court later on, if those even arise. That said, would it be possible to move to end discussion on this amendment and go to a vote on it? Second.
No, there's another person behind you. We need to let him speak.
Understood.
But after
Thank
he
you very
speaks,
much.
you may call the question. On the amendment.
On the amendment, yes.
Paul.
Paul Dosher, Poor Farm Road. I've served on a lot of boards.
I've served on the planning board, I've served on the Conservation Commission, served on a town center committee, which was a committee created by the Board of
Could you
Selectmen.
speak more into the microphone? Folks can't hear
Created
you.
by the Board of Selectmen, not a formal commission, so it's not subject to the state rules that legal counsel talked about. It is difficult to get people to serve on committees, especially committees that don't have a lot of pizzazz attached to them and that are exciting to serve on. I think the comments Helene made are right on target. The reason I support this amendment is because what it does is it puts us in a position so that we're not going to find ourselves being sued by someone and find ourselves in legal action because they were kicked off a board because of a town meeting vote, which is under state law, not legal. I don't want to see us spending money on legal expenses to defend the town when clearly it would be a violation of state law. So it's better to turn this into a study committee so that they can come back and look at the boards and committees we have, how long people have been on them, which ones we're having a hard time getting people to serve on, and perhaps come back with some recommendations for how to solve those problems, but not put us in a position of legal jeopardy.
The question has been called on the amendment. Is there a second to that? Are you ready for the question? Yes, ma'am?
Wendy Fulton, Hemlock Drive.
Did you want to speak to the amendment?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the question has been called, and I didn't see you coming up before the question was called.
Okay. So can I speak to the petition after?
You can, yes, you may speak to the article after we vote on the amendment. The question before us is to call the question, to stop discussion and start voting. If you're in favor of that, please raise your hand. Thank you. If you're opposed, please raise your hand. The question has been called. The motion is successful. We will stop debate on the amendment and now vote on it. The amendment says to see if the town will vote to study restricting eligibility for appointed positions to town boards and committees to 2 consecutive terms, which shall include any part of a term served and shall remain ineligible for the next succeeding 3 years. If you're in favor of that amendment, please now raise your hand. If you're opposed, please raise your hand. The ayes have it. The motion passes. We now have a study to restrict eligibility. Further discussion on that motion to restrict, to study restricting the eligibility. Tom?
Tom Flaherty, Sunrise Lane. Just 2 quick questions for legal counsel. The Finance Committee already has an ordinance that talks about term limits. Can this usurp that ordinance without mentioning it specifically or asking to overturn that or amend that ordinance?
Doesn't the Finance Committee, aren't they limited to 2?
No.
But it's by ordinance. They're limited to 2 with not a 3-year break, just a break, 2 consecutive. But can a petition warrant article usurp in a voted ordinance that's already in place?
A petition article is just as valid as any other article. So yes, if it passes, it would have the same effect as if the selectmen had put it forward. I'm trying to think of the actual answer to your question.
So
that's not the question.
Let me ask the question differently. I think I understand what he's saying because I'm also on the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee article says members can serve 2 consecutive 3-year terms, and that's all it says. So in the past, the moderator has interpreted that, and the moderator is the appointing official, to allow a person a 1-year break and then reappoints them. The question is, if this article passes, would the moderator then be required to have a 3-year break between the consecutive terms?
The fun part about New Hampshire is we don't have a lot of law on a lot of stuff, so there's no law on this, but I would say yes, it would apply to the Finance Committee as well. And so there would need to be
even though that ordinance was voted by a town meeting?
Yes, because this is also being voted by town meeting.
Okay, good question. Good answer, thank you. And the second quick question is, in New Hampshire, we have boards, committees, and commissions. This petition only refers to boards and committees. I think you answered my question indirectly earlier, but since it doesn't state commissions, would it not apply to commissions? And you can find the definition in the dictionary and online that there's 3 separate types of entities.
I mean, really, whether you call something a board, a committee, or a commission, they do the same thing. So I think there's an argument either way.
Okay, well, in the study, I'll bring that up again.
Okay.
Further discussion on the amended warrant article? Yes, Wendy.
Wendy Fulton, Hemlock Drive. So I am pleased that the amendment went through. I do think that without it, it would have opened us up ripe for potential legal issues that would cost this town a lot of money. I think that studying it further is a good idea. But I'd also like to talk about the volunteers of this town and how it ties into this. You have a dedicated staff, dedicated volunteers on this town, some of whom have served for a very long time at great personal expense. Volunteers and employees, but we're talking volunteers here, but while Board of Selectmen get paid, you guys do not get paid anywhere near what you deserve. You're essentially volunteers in my mind, so this goes to you too. Thank you to all of the volunteers on this town, all of the commissions, the committees, the boards, because without you, this town would not run. And I can speak to the fact that I am the wife of a volunteer. My family has lost a lot by my husband volunteering for this town. We have changed birthday parties, which often fell on deliberative session day for my oldest daughter. We have had me field phone calls morning, noon, and night for him. We have had some negative things spewed our way. We have had me living in fear at times for the safety of my children because of things that have gone on in this town pointed to volunteers and pointed to my husband. But he has stuck with it, despite all of that, because he feels so strongly about this town. I went into labor with my third child when he was at a Conservation Commission meeting. This was at a time where I was due any day now, and he looked at me and he said, "There's some important things we're talking about. Is it okay if I go?" And I said, "For this town, yes, because I love this town." I went into labor. There was no cell coverage in the town office building at that time. I had to call a friend who had to go and get him, and he had to leave the meeting, get me to the hospital just barely in time so my baby was actually born in the hospital. He does this, and all the volunteers do what they do for the love of this town. There is no personal gain. There's no lining pockets. There's none of that. All of this is done for the town. The Board of Selectmen decide if the volunteers can serve or not. They serve at the desire, at the wish of the Board of Selectmen. There's a process that goes through. I don't remember the number of years, I don't know those details, but I just know the Board of Selectmen determines if that volunteer is going to be appointed or not. So there is already a process in place, as Helene had mentioned. And as Laurie Davis had mentioned, this town is so incredibly lucky because they have some very well-educated, very knowledgeable people serving on commissions, committees, and boards that they know a lot about. You have a professional, a licensed geologist serving on the Conservation Commission. How many of those are there in this town? How many of those are there that will give of their time so freely that they would serve on that board? How many of us in town know where all of the fields are? Despite the fact that my kids have played on the fields, I don't know the ins and outs of all of those fields. If we go through with, okay, you serve for a number of years, you're done, someone else, you lose that knowledge base. You just do. And even if it's rotated, we can see here with what's come up today the value of having people with prior knowledge, with some long-term knowledge. And so while, yes, fresh ideas are great, and Conservation Commission has 2 new members that just started very recently, there is a tremendous value in having some long-term members. And I think the Board of Selectmen are aware of that. And I think that is why they have repeatedly re-upped several volunteers in town. So I just want to encourage the members of this town to recognize that people with personal vendettas, that might not be the place to look, and that there is this tremendous knowledge. There are people that truly love this town, and there are, as one of the other speakers said, there's a lot of space. There's an agricultural commission that went defunct. There's no one to serve on it. There is, I think, a Heritage Commission, no one to serve on. The cemetery grouping, who's taking care of that? Board of Selectmen is taking care
Wendy,
of it.
are you
right?
speaking in support of the amendment to
I'm
study?
speaking in support of the amendment to study
Thank
because
you.
I think it's important for the members of the town to recognize the value of long-term volunteers.
I'm sure the folks doing the study will take that into consideration. Tom?
I would like to move the question. There's
There are two
timing.
folks behind you, but after they've finished, you're more than welcome to do so.
What's your point of order? It might be the same.
Move the question.
I don't think there's a question. I think the amendment has already been voted for, and so at this point, I don't think there's substantive further debate. So I think Tom and I both want to,
Chris.
after this, end debate.
Chris Mann, Worthy Road. I'd like to propose an amendment to the amended article.
Chris Mann moves to see if the town will vote to restrict eligibility for appointed positions, provided that the affected board or committee or commission is not regulated and would be preempted by New Hampshire state statute, to 2 consecutive terms, which shall include any part of a term served and shall remain ineligible for the next 3 years. Is there a second? Chris, you want to speak to this?
So the idea for the amendment is to simply get rid of the offending census, which is that it might be illegal or come into a legal question. If the state statute preempts the ability for that article to be effective on selected boards and commissions, then it won't be. And it'll just, if the ones that the town solely has appointed power over would be the ones only affected. Thank you.
Further discussion on this amendment. Travis?
I'd just like to ask that I think this amendment is substantively the same as the original thing. I understand the distinction, and it's a decent change, but I would ask that given that we're 8 hours in, that unless someone has a very concise point to make, maybe we could move to vote on it quickly.
Is there anybody else who wants to say anything about Chris's amendment? Lori?
Lori Davis, Buxton School Road. This amendment very clearly shows how much people do not understand how these committees, boards work. Some of these committees, if you follow this rule, you're going to knock people out. If you say have 11 people in a committee, you could knock 4 out in 1 year. And then you'd have 4 newbies, 2 with second-year experience, and only a few with enough experience. If you're working on things like zoning, if you're working on things like planning, you're looking to put us into one heck of a lawsuit because you don't have enough people with enough experience to make good choices. No.
I think we're... Miss Helene, go ahead. Eileen, you're after... Come on down.
Helene Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. If something like this passes at a future deliberative session, can we have a warrant article to throw it out?
Of course.
Okay, so something like this passes, and it turns out we have committees that aren't filled or are not functioning properly, then we as a community can reverse it.
The town is always free to correct its errors. Eileen.
Eileen Meany, Quaker Street. It's been a long day. I just so the study part passed. Can you read what we're at now? Because I've lost my way.
The study, the motion, the warrant article now is a study.
Okay.
This proposed amendment would revert it back to the original article with some changes, okay? And here's what it says. To see if the town will vote to restrict eligibility for appointed positions, provided that the affected board or committee or commission, that's new, is not regulated and will not be preempted by New Hampshire state statute. That's the new part. To 2 consecutive terms, which shall include any part of a term served, and shall remain ineligible for the next 3 years. Okay? Did you wish to speak to the amendment? Ma'am, yes. Please.
Shelby O'Donnell, Clark Mill Road. I think that it is a misunderstanding to state empirically that someone who is new to a committee does not have any expertise in the subject matter. And I think that that needs to be stated and on record. I also think that any appointing person would look at the credentials of a candidate, whether they had been on the committee prior or not. Thank you.
Tom?
Just briefly, I oppose the amendment, and if possible, I'd like to move the question again.
After Steve speaks, you may move the question.
Thanks for doing that, Tom. So, yeah, Steve Najar, Pondview Road. You know, this warrant article, I mean, it feels like payback. It's looking for a problem the town doesn't have, and it's kind of, frankly, kind of ridiculous. I want to speak against the amendment and the whole overall concept. The Board of Selectmen, you know, in the state of New Hampshire, for many of these boards, have the ability to appoint, you know, a whole bunch of these committees. And they do so based on talking to the people that are volunteering for the committee, seeing what their skills are, what their interests are, and if they think it's a good fit, and they appoint it. So why are we taking that out of their hands? They've done a good job. They can kick anyone off, they not reappoint. I mean, if there's reason they can remove people, but there just haven't been a lot of issues. We're wasting a heck of a lot of time on this. This is just not good for the town, so appreciate it.
Tom has moved to restrict debate. It's been seconded. If you're in favor of stopping debate on this amendment, please raise your hand. Thank you. Put them down, please. If you're opposed, the ayes have it by the 2/3 majority. We will now vote on the amendment. Is everybody clear on what the amendment is? Good. If you're in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Thank you. If you're opposed, please raise your hand. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Is there any further discussion or amendments on Article 25? There being none, the article will appear in the warrant as amended. Restricting reconsideration has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your hands. Thank you. Opposed? The ayes have it, and reconsideration is restricted. We now move to Article 27. Article 27, to see if the town will vote to rescind the provisions of RSA 79A25-2, which authorize the deposit of 75% of the land use change tax collected by the town to be deposited into the Conservation Fund, and shall the town adopt the provisions of RSA 7925A, RSA 29-A25, being disposition of revenue, to account for revenues received from the land use change tax in a fund separate from the general fund. Any surplus remaining in the land use change fund tax fund shall not be a part of the general fund until such time as the legislative body shall have the opportunity at an annual meeting to appropriate specific amount from the land use change tax fund for any purpose not prohibited by laws or the Constitution of the state. After an annual meeting, any unappropriated balance of the land use change tax revenue received during the prior fiscal year shall be recognized as general fund revenue for the current fiscal year.
Seconded.
The question is before us, the article is before us for discussion. Is the petitioner will be recognized first.
Moderator, do we want to recognize the Finance Committee? They did weigh in on this.
Thank you. I appreciate that reminder. Tom? Oh, wait a second. I have to recognize you after Denise has had an opportunity to speak.
Denise Purington, 268 Thorndike Road. The petitioner had to be out of town today and asked me to speak to this article for him.
That's fine.
Just as some clarification, for those in the room who may not be familiar, there is a state law, and the attorney's not here, but if I state this wrong, we have a land use tax, land use law in the state where you can put your land in current use does not get taxed while it's in current use, and when it comes out, there is a tax collected. The state sets the rate of that tax, and I believe it right now is at 10%, based on a percentage of the value of the land when it comes out of current use. I want to clarify that the town does not have control over what percentage they charge. It is under state statute, if I understand it correctly. RSA 79 allows for several things to happen. A town can, by vote, elect to place a whole amount, a specific percentage, or a combination of an amount and a percentage into different funds from the revenue that comes back every year from that tax. So, for example, 100% of the tax could go back to the general fund. A percentage could go into the general fund and a percentage into the conservation fund, as it does today. Or the town could create a land use tax fund separate from the general fund, in which all of that tax would get placed into that fund, and allowing the town and the voters at this annual meeting, through a warrant article, to determine how those funds can be spent. And I pulled a piece out of the legislative. The legislative body shall have the opportunity at an annual meeting to appropriate a specific amount for said fund for any purpose not prohibited by law or by constitution of the state. This article was put forth in order to allow the decision of the voters how this money is spent. And I think that advancing this, the person who sponsored it wants to be clear. We're not looking to take money away from anybody. We're just looking to put the control into the hands of the taxpayers. In the last 10 years, close to $740,000 have been collected in this tax. $125,000 of it has gone back to the general fund, and $556,000 has gone to conservation. By moving this, putting this article on the warrant, you're not taking money away from anybody. You're just asking the voters to have that vote. There was a question raised on social media that by doing this, would it prevent the Conservation Commission from purchasing land because they didn't have the money? We still can allocate the money at the end of the year to conservation. And in any case, when they have to go forward to purchase land, if they don't have enough money in their fund, they do have to come before the taxpayers, so that would not change. So this warrant article was put forward really just to put the control of how this tax is used once collected into the hands of the voters at the annual meeting.
Tom, for the Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee voted not to recommend this by a vote of 11-0. This article would eliminate funding the town's conservation fund as we know it now. Land conservation is essential if Weare is to remain a rural community. It takes money to do that. I think Biddy believes this current conservation fund has served the town well.
Thank you. Travis?
Travis Corcoran, Quaker Street. We heard in earlier testimony that the reason for putting this forward was X and Y and Z. I said earlier about a previous warrant article that the term limits were proposed, in my understanding, and there was disagreement, but it's still my understanding that the warrant articles, the term limit warrant article came up in the same year as the big fight over should it be hayfields or should it be ball fields or what should we do, and that was because it was very much a tactical weapon in that fight. The Conservation Commission was interested in conserving agricultural and forest lands, and that got in the way of one faction. So their attempt was to gut the Conservation Commission. And then 10 minutes later, we're looking at another warrant article. And this warrant article is, wait for it, gutting the Conservation Commission again. I think it speaks for itself, and I would urge everyone to keep this in mind when they vote on this.
Steve?
Thanks. Steve Najar, Pondview, just speaking for myself. I'd second what he said. This is all payback. I mean, Denise threatened this, and here it is, so not really cool, kind of lame. The Conservation Commission fund, the Conservation Fund is used by the Conservation Commission to manage conservation lands. We've acquired easements. We've gotten land. We've done the town natural resources inventory. It's used for maintenance on conservation lands. So it's an important fund and is not just used for acquisition. Obviously this would be devastating to conservation, and with that in light, I'm going to go ahead and propose modification to the article, and the modification will be to see if the town will vote to authorize, under the provisions of RSA 79A25, and I believe it's A, deposit of 100% of the land use change tax collected by the town to be deposited into the Conservation Fund, and then wipe out the rest of the article.
May I have that in writing, please? Just checking with town council to make sure that this can be done.
Neil, can I just make a point of order?
Sure.
I'm noting a trend in the types of statements that are being made, and I want to remind the legislative body of civility, civil discourse, not making statements directed at any particular person, not calling out people's names and making statements like that. I think that we can conduct ourselves in an appropriate way without resorting to that kind of conversation.
Thank you. Point well taken.
Tom Clough, 125 Concord Stage Road. I am speaking against this amendment. I think that the present breakdown of 75%, 25% is sensible, and I don't agree that, as Eileen was just saying, that there's payback involved here or anything, but I'm very pro-conservation, but I also, on the issue that we've spent most of the afternoon on, do see the other side of that as well, the need for the athletic fields. That doesn't mean I'm anti-conservation. I think this should stay as it is. So I would be against the amendment, but when we go back to the first article, I'm going to speak against that too, because I think it should remain the same.
The discussion is on the amendment, which would increase the percentage of the current use land change tax going into the Conservation Fund from 75% to 100%. That's what the amendment does. Denise?
I would just like to address, since my name was personally brought up in this last comment, and I did sign the petition. I'm willing to state that publicly. It's not a payback. It's not vindictive. I've tried to be very civil in this process, and I'm sorry that I have to be called out that way. But in terms of the percentages, I have watched over the past few months, I've sat through board meetings where we have talked about things like fire trucks, police vehicles, need for more fields, needing money to fund different things in this town. And I think that when the petition article was put forth, it wasn't to be vindictive. It was to say, there's a lot of money that comes back to this town. Why not just give us a chance to decide where it goes? And if 100% of it needs to go to conservation in a given year to purchase land, then let's put that on the warrant article and do it. So I would speak against this amendment in that this article was simply put forth to put it to the voters not to be vindictive in any way. So thank you.
John?
Yeah, John Lawton, Oak Hill. I would speak against this amendment also. Like I said, I've been here for 45 plus years, and I've always supported the Conservation Commission in the past, and I know they, like we just heard, they've got quite a bit of money in that fund. I don't know why we have an abundant amount of land right now under conservation. It was stated earlier 23%. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but I do know, I've done a study back, and it was in the thousands of acres. And in this town, you can't find, well, you could, it takes a lot of research, to go out and find out where these conservation plots are in the land, in the town. There's no signage. There's no trails on most of these, and the trails that are out there weren't done by the Conservation Commission. They were done by Boy Scouts or whoever. And I'm to the point now where I'm still for conservation, but I can't support the conservation. So I'm in favor of having this, the original amendment, the original article, and not the amendment, okay?
Thank you. Brett?
Brent Dickinson, Dells Way. I'm against the amendment as it was originally written. Gives the taxpayers the up and down vote. As many people have said, we've got all kinds of conservation land in this town, but quite frankly, in the time I've been here, that committee seems to be a publicly funded, self-serving committee. We need to think forward, not save all the trees. We've got a school that we're standing in that sops 80% of our resources, and then we can't fund the rest of the town. We need to take those monies and reallocate them to planning and zoning so we get something in here that's going to sustain us. The same people that want a rural community are the same ones that are going to lose their houses first due to increased taxes. If you're on a set income and your property taxes keep going up $1,000 a year, $1,500 a year, it's unsustainable on a limited income. Now, as previously stated, I would appreciate some latitude. I don't see anything here today that's vindictive. I'm well aware of why a previous article was introduced. And if people still want to question that, they're welcome to come see me, because when I opposed something in this town that was going wrong in this town, and I expressed my opinion on social media, I had an elected state rep tell me, back off. The good teams got it. Got it on my phone if anyone would like to see it. That's why people wanted the Article 25. Thank you.
Josh?
Thank you. Josh Hilliard, Woodbury Road. I'm not in favor of either the petition or the amendment, and if the gentleman who proposed would withdraw it, I suggest that we make an amendment to study the potential to rescind these provisions rather than move forward with affirmative action at this time.
Thank you. Your proposal might be in order if that's withdrawn, but at the moment it has not been. The motion to amend has been withdrawn, and Josh is recognized for a different amendment.
Certainly, and the only change would be to insert after, to see if the town will vote to study to rescind the provisions. The remainder's all the same.
Is there a second to the motion? It's seconded. The motion now reads, to see if the town will vote to study to rescind, and the rest of the article is as printed. Tara, did you wish to speak to this amendment?
I wish to speak to a point of order.
Please.
I ask that the moderator not allow defamatory or slanderous statements, and that I ask that the Board of Selectmen take action against any persons serving on any town committees, boards, or commissions who have said slanderous statements to their fellow townspeople. That is absolutely not right. Denise is almost in tears. That was uncalled for. How dare you let our representatives, our town boards and commissions, slander people for doing what they think is right? Thank you.
On the amendment, so you've amended it to say to see if the town will vote to study rescinding, blah, 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 blah. But then the second sentence says, and shall the town adopt the provisions of. So you haven't changed the second part. So do you want to change the second part? Yes. I mean, yes. I would just strike the rest of it.
Strike the rest. The amendment now reads, this is Article 27, to see... Thank you. To see if the town will vote to study to rescind the provisions of RSA 79A 25-2, which authorized the deposit of 75% of the land use change tax collected by the town to be deposited into the Conservation Fund, period. The rest of the article is deleted by this amendment. So this is a study of the 75% contribution of the land conservation tax into the Land Conservation Fund. Josh, did you wish to speak to your amendment? And just to make sure, is that seconded, that revised amendment? Yes, it's seconded.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. Joshua Hilliard, Woodbury Road. Be very brief. I just think this makes sense given, again, some of the atmosphere and contentiousness around this. We should look at this and consider it with measured views of the interested parties rather than move forward with a vote at this time.
Helene?
Helene Kirk, Mount Dearborn Road. We have a lot of studying going on, but who's doing the studying? I'm being serious. Is it the select board that will do the studying? Is it a committee of citizens that will do the studying? Where's the studying coming from?
I would ask town council to interpret this.
I think that will be up to the selectmen if the article passes to decide who's going to do the studying.
Yes.
Dan Wandell, Craney Hill Road. I would support the amendment as restated in the spirit, similar to the conclusions that the Finance Committee has arrived at, and this is coming from a perspective of someone who is not on social media and someone who does not have a dog in a fight, personally, politically, or what have you. But in terms of supporting the amendment, the reason being in similar concurrence with the Finance Committee that the ability for the Conservation Fund to move forward is essential and important. Thank you.
Shelby O'Donnell, Clark Mill Road. I grew up in a place where all decisions were made by people who we elected, and nothing, like individual things weren't voted upon. I grew up in Washington, D.C. I have valued my ability to vote on very specific uses of my tax money since I have lived in Weare the past 21 or 22 years, lose track. And so I am not in favor of any changes that take away my or other people's ability to put decisions back to the general public whose taxes it is.
Further discussion on the amendment? Kate.
Kate Bloom, Duck Pond Road. I'll just say that in my opinion, I think that sometimes when conservation needs to make a purchase, time can be of the essence, and it is not always feasible to hold a town vote in a timely manner that conservation would be able to make an appropriate purchase. And so in my mind, conservation is a special fund that does need to be able to access that money when they need to. And so I support this amendment for the study of it, but I hope that they will retain control of it in the future.
There being no further discussion, the question before us is on the amendment. The amendment is to replace Article 27 with the following: to see if the town will vote to study to rescind the provisions of RSA 79A 25-2, which authorized the deposit of 75% of the land use change tax collected by the town to be deposited into the Conservation Fund. If you're in favor of that amendment, please now indicate by raising your hands. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your hands. I'm going to do a count. Sorry. If you're in favor, please raise your hands. Further discussion on Article 27.
Can I have a question? I believe the count was 28 in favor and 27 against. So for the amendment to pass?
Excuse me, did I say 28?
Yes.
My apologies. The moderator apparently doesn't know his numbers. 28 is higher than 27. The motion passes. Thank you, Janice. I appreciate that. And why didn't somebody else scream?
That's what they pay me for.
Is there any further action to be taken on Article 27? Further discussion. There being none, the article will be entered into the warrant as read. Actually, sorry, as amended. I apologize. Now we now turn to Article 28, which... Motion to restrict reconsideration has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Thank you. And if you're opposed, raise your cards. The motion carries. The article has been restricted for reconsideration. We now turn to Article 28, to transact any other business which may legally come before this meeting. Does anyone wish to make any motions?
Mr. Moderator, if...
Chair recognizes Naomi Bolton.
Probably going to do the same thing I was.
I'm Naomi Bolton, Norris Road. Just want to thank everybody for attending. It's been a marathon. That's hence the picture on the wall there. But at this time, I would like to take the opportunity. Chairman Hippler has served for 9 years and has opted not to run. So thank you on behalf of everyone for 9 years. Also, Selectman Burdick has served for 6 years, who has also opted not to run. So both, she did 6 and Ricky did 9. I just want to, on behalf of the board, myself, and everyone else, I want to thank you guys very much.
Is there any other business to come before us? There being none, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you. It's not a record, but it was a long one.